Chapter 76 Arrangement and Departure. After a while, Luo Feng, controlling the golden-horned beast's body, managed to stand up with difficulty. Seeing Yi Yun about to leave, Luo Feng said in a deep voice, "Ah Yun, go and explore. Don't worry, in the future universe, I will definitely catch up to your footsteps." Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Yi Yun smiled, turned and waved, then soared into the sky and disappeared from Luo Feng's sight. Babata blocked all detection on Earth, and his voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind. "All right, Luo Feng, stop sighing. Hurry and get familiar with the golden-horned beast's body. Once you fully master its control and perfectly integrate, you should be able to receive the golden-horned beast's legacy." This is a huge treasure trove. Luo Feng's mindset gradually returned to calm, and he began to slowly familiarize himself with the golden-horned beast's body. He had a feeling that after this separation, the next time he saw Yi Yun would only be at the Universe Genius battle. Yi Yun's care and help were secretly remembered by Luo Feng, turning into motivation for Luo Feng to strive upwards, and would continue to inspire Luo Feng to grow diligently. Yi Yun quietly returned to the Limit Martial Hall headquarters base. Hong and Thunder God had received the news early and were already waiting in the reception room. Hong looked at Yi Yun's return, a smile still on his face, but what he didn't know was that a disaster that was supposed to sweep across the entire Earth had just been dispelled into nothingness, easily resolved by the man in front of him. After Yi Yun took his seat, he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Hong Ji, do you remember what I told you? Earth's position in the universe was covered by a powerful being many years ago, essentially making it independent from the Black Dragon Mountain star field. For so many years, no one has been able to discover this place, so we have been developing peacefully without any disturbances. However, once it's discovered, the consequences will be hard to predict. Therefore, I plan to report Earth's location to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and by this newly discovered life planet, becoming the Lord of Earth. Earth will then be protected by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire." Hong nodded. He also had some understanding of the bloody law in the universe. If universe adventurers discovered Earth, there was a high probability they would think about enslaving the entire Earth. But with the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's protection, Earth would be much safer on an official level. Yi Yun paused, then continued. Of course, this only provides superficial protection and cannot guard against forces secretly trying to investigate Earth. And this time, after I leave Earth and join the Ganwu Secret Realm, I can use the Ganwu Secret Realm's banner. With the Ganwu Universe country backing me, it will be enough to deter all petty individuals. Hong naturally had no objections to Yi Yun's series of arrangements. He looked at the handsome man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Yi Yun, he didn't know when Earth would be able to achieve its current stable, rapid, and safe development. Thunder God, standing by, rubbed his bald head, grinning as he said, "Yi Yun, this time you leave. Who knows when you'll be able to return? Now that Earth's development is on the right track, Hong Ji and I also want to explore the universe." How could Yi Yun not know Thunder God's meaning? He clearly hoped to take them with him. Yi Yun gently shook his head, then said, "Thunder God, with your and Hong Ji's current strength, it's too dangerous to venture into the universe before reaching astral rank. My suggestion is, when you both reach astral rank, take Luo Feng with you, then you'll barely have some basic assurance. I will leave a few spaceships for you. You can first travel around Earth's surroundings. It won't be too late to travel far when you meet the general conditions I mentioned." Yi Yun patiently offered suggestions to Hong and Thunder God, including joining as universe mercenaries, enrolling in the Ganwu dojo, and so on. He wouldn't limit Hong and Thunder God's development paths, only providing them with possible directions. With his intervention, he didn't know if Hong and Thunder God's progress would still develop as in the original work, but at least at the current starting point, it was much earlier than before. Just like Luo Feng's situation, by obtaining the heaven-defying opportunity of the golden-horned beast in advance, Luo Feng would definitely rise earlier, which is equivalent to starting earlier and building a more solid foundation. However, Yi Yun understood that, even if Luo Feng lost the Yun Mo planet legacy and the opportunity to possess the golden horned beast, he still had a very high chance of rising in the end, but it would inevitably require more effort and struggle, and encounter greater obstacles. Yi Yun would not hesitate to help his brothers. Finally, Yi Yun slowly stood up, hugged Hong, and said with a smile, "All right, you also have my virtual universe network number. Once you register your citizen identity and activate the virtual universe, we can still meet in the virtual universe. By the way, I've rented several large warehouses on an uninhabited planet 1.8 light-years from Earth. I'll order some things to be sent there periodically. Remember to pick them up. They are all resources for planetary development." After bidding farewell to Hong and Thunder God, Yi Yun met with Wai Wen, Zhuge Tao, Gu Yi, and other acquaintances for the last time, then quietly boarded the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship, broke through the atmosphere, and arrived in space. The returning spaceship was packed with people, but upon departure, only one person remained alone, Along and who are now universe-rank powerhouses. Yi Yun had them stay on Earth with their clansmen. On one hand, this was to ensure that Earth's current development model could continue to be implemented and would not change due to Hong and Thunder God's future departure. On the other hand, it was to provide protective power to Earth. Ordinary universe adventurers would not be along and whose opponents, which was sufficient for a short period. Of course, as Yi Yun's first batch of powerful subordinates, he naturally wouldn't treat them poorly. Every time resources were ordered, there was a share for Along and Hu, and the Huya tribe clansmen could also receive good cultivation. Yi Yun was quite optimistic about the Huya tribe's potential. If there was an opportunity for them to interbreed with Earth humans later, it could greatly accelerate the evolution speed of Earth humans' bloodline. However, this was a matter for the late stage. At the current stage, Yi Yun was not yet ready to let the two sides interact. Leaving Along and Hu also allowed Yi Yun to have a full understanding of Earth's real-time situation, allowing him to adjust his arrangements and plans at any time, and even take care of Earth while in the Ganwu secret realm. Looking at the external scenes simulated by the spaceship, Earth's outer orbit was covered with mechanical protective and reconnaissance facilities, which could effectively detect extraterrestrial information and prevent unknown forces spaceships from secretly infiltrating Earth. These mechanical devices were all purchased by Yi Yun over the past few months and are not yet fully formed. Subsequently, the entire extraterrestrial detection system will form a whole, and powerhouses below universe rank or spaceships below C-class will all be monitored and unable to hide their figures. Setting up these mechanical systems cost Yi Yun a lot of money, but for Yi Yun, who was a big spender, it was not a problem. In the late stage, he would continue to invest resources and equipment to support Earth, and this was just the beginning. Finally, he looked back at the beautiful blue planet behind him. Yi Yun exhaled deeply and whispered, "Momo Yu, let's go." The spaceship moved quietly, and Yi Yun stayed in the control room, returning to his solitary leisure time. This time, after copying the Golden Horned Beast's talent technique clone, I seemed to have a different feeling. When Yi Yun copied the Golden Horned Beast's clone talent technique, he had a somewhat different experience. Now that he finally had time, Yi Yun carefully sensed it and gained some insight. A hint in the ethereal made Yi Yun understand that his talent technique, Eye of Replication, had an upper limit for copying the innate talent technique of other living beings. This restriction was reflected in the number of types that could be copied, with a maximum of 10. This means that so far, after copying the Golden Horned Beast's clone talent technique, he only had 9 remaining slots for copying. Indeed, such a powerful Eye of Replication must have restrictions. Being able to have 10 opportunities to duplication talent techniques is already very good. Yi Yun felt no disappointment. Some powerful talent techniques could indeed greatly enhance a person's strength, but ultimately, a powerhouse relies on their own will, law, amplitude, and so on. If these things are improved, the path of self-created secret techniques is equally powerful, and does not necessarily rely entirely on talent techniques. Moreover, besides clone, Yi still had 9 opportunities to duplication talent techniques, already far ahead of most universe living beings, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. Yi pondered the powerful special lives that appeared in the original work. Each of them almost had a unique talent technique, such as the World Tree's control of time-space, which was extremely abnormal. Others also had extremely strong power, and it could be said that with the right combination, they could greatly enhance Yi actual combat power. Yi was not in a hurry. He didn't know if he could replace a talent technique once the 10 copying slots were full, so he was very cautious about his choices. His current strength was also relatively low, and powerful talent techniques wouldn't be very effective. He still had plenty of time to plan carefully. The most important thing right now is to diligently improve my law comprehension and amplitude, and successfully join the core of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Only then will I be able to access more powerhouses and good things in the future. Yi reigned in his diverging thoughts, took out the familiar blue-gold crystal, and continued to comprehend the mysteries of the law of water. After a few hours, Yi retrieved the golden-horned beast ancestor's law of gold comprehension memories from his sea of consciousness, and, combined with the golden-horned beast's powerful law of gold comprehension talent, he experienced the profoundness of the universe's law of gold. Yi talent technique still has 9 empty slots, and there are also choices for 3 major clones. Brothers, if you have any good ideas, feel free to suggest them, whether they were mentioned in the original work or not. If suitable, they can all be adopted. Chapter 77. The Secret Realm of the Witch Immersed in Cultivation. The long journey didn't feel boring to Yi. Instead, it was quite fulfilling. Over a month passed, and his comprehension of the law of water deepened, while his light domain also entered the 3rd stage. The law of gold, which he had just begun to comprehend, had also achieved some results, though he hadn't yet developed a domain from it. The spaceship exited the dark universe, and the enormous planet ahead was already visible. This planet was not an ordinary open planet, but a transfer base belonging to the Ganwu Universe country. When Yi spaceship docked in the port, someone was already waiting for him. Yi had cultivated silently on Earth for over half a year. Besides comprehending laws, pondering amplification of power, and cultivating the cold light 9-section spear, he usually spent the remaining time in the battle space of the slaughter field on Ganwu continent in the virtual universe. Although he didn't spend much time there each day, after several months of combat training, he completely established his reputation and successfully attracted the attention of the Ganwu Secret Realm's person in charge. There were only a few years left until the next Universe Peak Genius battle, and Yi knew that Ganwu Country Lord, this indebted Universe Exalt, attached great importance to such events. If he could cultivate some outstanding younger generation experts for the race, he would also gain a lot of race contributions, easing his long-standing pressure. Because of this, the Ganwu Secret Realm, as the core genius concentration camp of the Ganwu Universe country, had been recruiting and absorbing geniuses over the years. The slaughter field on Ganwu continent in the virtual universe also had dedicated personnel in charge. Yi only took a few months to easily reach 9-star rank, and without a single defeat, which naturally drew strong attention from the person in charge. After defeating several elites from the Ganwu Secret Realm who were specifically sent to test his strength, Yi passed the assessment and, without hesitation, accepted the invitation from the Ganwu Secret Realm, nominally becoming an elite genius of the Ganwu Secret Realm. Considering Yi situation, the person in charge did not immediately send Yi to the core of the Ganwu Secret Realm, but gave him some preparation time until Yi confirmed his departure from Earth and had people waiting at this transfer planet early. A human male, wearing only a black vest and exposing 2 strong arms, showed a simple and honest smile on his large face, slightly bowed to Yi and said in a voice like thunder, "Your Excellency Yi, Brew has been waiting for a long time." Through Momo Yu's prompt, Yi Yun understood in his heart that this seemingly simple and honest strong man was actually a territory lord rank 9 expert. Although Bru had restrained his aura, Yi Yun could still feel the pressure from his life level. He composed himself, smiled slightly, and said softly, "Your Excellency Bru, there's no need to be so polite with me. Are you escorting me to the Gan Wu Secret Realm headquarters this time?" Bru nodded, still smiling. "That's right, Your Excellency Yi Yun. The Black Dragon Mountain Starfield is still quite a distance from the core of the Ganwu Universe country. If you travel alone, it will not only take an extremely long time, but also be unsafe on the way. If you come with me, it should only take at most 3 months to arrive." Yi Yun nodded, very satisfied with the arrangements of the Gan Wu Secret Realm. He followed Bru through the port and finally stopped in front of a huge spaceship. This spaceship was triangular in shape, with each side at least 3,000 meters long, emitting an inconspicuous dark green light all over. It was a high-grade E-class pure metal spaceship. Under Bru's lead, Yi Yun entered this E-class spaceship, which was generally used by World Lord rank experts. After the spaceship started, the traction function was activated, slowly pulling Yi Yun's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship into an empty cabin, then suddenly accelerated, instantly disappearing into the original universe. Walking in the spaceship's corridor, Yi Yun said softly to Bru, "Your Excellency Bru, will we pass through the planets under the jurisdiction of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire on the way? I have some matters to attend to." Bru's attitude towards Yi Yun was extremely friendly. Although he was a Territory Lord rank 9 expert, his status in the Gan Wu Secret Realm was only ordinary. Yi Yun was a top genius elite newly discovered by the Gan Wu Secret Realm, possessing an extremely bright future. Although his current strength was still very weak, according to past experience, under normal circumstances, an elite genius like Yi Yun could at least reach World Lord peak, and even had the possibility of breaking through to Undying. Although Bru's potential had not been exhausted, he had self-awareness that his prospects were certainly not as great as Yi Yun's. At this time, he naturally wanted to befriend Yi Yun even more and did not want to offend such a new person with unlimited potential. Bru looked simple and honest, but he was not foolish inside. He specifically inquired about some information and knew that this handsome man in front of him, in terms of astral rank potential alone, could rank among the top 10 in the Gan Wu Secret Realm. Those geniuses ranked at the forefront of the Gan Wu Secret Realm were all abnormal and like monsters. Stepping into the law threshold was basic, and many of them surpassed many world lords in their comprehension of laws, while their cultivation time was less than a fraction of those world lords. Yi Yun being able to still rank among the top 10 among so many abnormals already explained a lot of problems. After spending a day dealing with matters on Earth, Yi Yun entered his exclusive lounge, and his consciousness sank into the virtual universe. As soon as he entered, Bru's virtual figure appeared beside Yi Yun. Bru said with a smile, "After picking up Your Excellency, the restrictions for entering the virtual universe Gan Wu Secret Realm have been confirmed and opened for Your Excellency. Your Excellency can choose to teleport in at any time." Yi Yun nodded slightly, watching Momo Yu swim in front of him, spitting out small bubbles, having a great time. Yi Yun stretched out his right hand and gently flicked Momo Yu's big head, saying softly, "Momo Yu, teleport into the Gan Wu Secret Realm." In the center of the virtual universe Gan Wu continent, there was a huge area that served as the Gan Wu Secret Realm's base in the virtual universe, and ordinary people could not enter this area. After confirming his joining the Gan Wu Secret Realm, when Yi Yun entered the virtual universe, an option to teleport to a special area appeared, but it had always been grayed out, indicating unactivated permission. This time, after meeting Bru, the permission was finally activated, allowing him to enter this special area. The view shifted, and what appeared before Yi Yun was a huge courtyard, roughly spanning at least tens of square kilometers. As Yi Yun looked around, Bru's voice came. "Your Excellency Yi Yun, this is your residence in the virtual universe Gan Wu Secret Realm. Unless you grant permission, no one else can enter. You can cultivate and study here with peace of mind." Bru gently waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of him. He pointed at the image on the light screen and introduced, "The Gan Wu Secret Realm is very large, with comprehensive facilities and supporting buildings. The overall layout is consistent with the real Gan Wu Secret Realm, with only some differences in area size. It includes functions such as cultivation, leisure, entertainment, and teaching. Detailed introductions have been sent to your assistant, and you can check them carefully." Yi Yun thanked him. Bru scratched his head and quietly disappeared, leaving the space to Yi Yun. Entering the large room in the courtyard, Yi Yun communicated with Momo Yu and roughly understood some basic information about the Gan Wu Secret Realm. Just as Bru said, this Gan Wu Secret Realm in the virtual universe was set up according to the layout of the real Gan Wu Secret Realm outside. It could be said that before the spaceship arrived at the Gan Wu Secret Realm, Yi Yun could deepen his understanding of the Gan Wu Secret Realm in the virtual universe. The location of Yi Yun's courtyard was the residential area for astral rank genius elites in the Gan Wu Secret Realm. There were also areas where territory lord rank experts, world lord rank experts, and even undying experts lived. These all belonged to private spaces, while some teaching, training, and communication areas were public spaces without restrictions on cultivation or permission. After a brief check, Yi Yun discovered that in the virtual universe Gan Wu Secret Realm, many World Lord rank and even immortal level experts would open classes to explain knowledge about law comprehension. All elite genius disciples could choose suitable classes to attend according to their preferences, without paying any price. This was their treatment and welfare. This Gan Wu Secret Realm should be modeled after the talent cultivation methods of forces like the Virtual Universe Corporation, similar to the 4 secret realms of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Although the teaching staff and resources are far inferior, it is already the most powerful in the entire Ganwu universe country. Yi Yun looked at the information provided by Momo Yu and chose a class taught by an immortal-level expert who was explaining the changes in the law of water. After confirming, the surrounding scene changed, and he arrived inside a vast room. In the center of the space, a woman in a blue dress was suspended, her face unclear. Above her palm, she held an irregular water ball, constantly changing its shape, accompanied by an ethereal and clear voice, explaining the core rules of the water ball's transformation. Figures of many people were already present in various parts of the space. They all remained silent, quietly watching the changes in the water ball in the woman's hand and listening to her detailed explanation. Many also materialized similar water balls, simulating and comprehending the law of water while listening. Yi Yun listened for a while, felt he had gained some good insights, and immediately immersed himself in it, learning from others and beginning to simulate the changes in the law of water. Riding on the high-performance E-Class spaceship, after more than 3 months of travel, they finally arrived at the location of the Gan Wu Secret Realm. The spaceship left the dark universe and returned to the original universe. Yi Yun stood beside Bru, and through the simulated exterior view, he saw a magnificent continent spanning across the sky. This boundless, magnificent continent was where the Gan Wu Secret Realm of the Ganwu Universe country was located. Chapter 78 Kingly. Although he had already learned about it, Yi Yun was still somewhat shocked to see such a magnificent super-large continent. The continent covered an extremely vast area, and most of it was idle, with only the most central core area being the location of the Ganwu Secret Realm. "Let's go, Your Excellency Yi Yun. An adult is already waiting for you." Yi Yun nodded slightly, followed Bru off the spaceship and flew for over an hour, finally entering the core area of the continent. From a distance, he could see that the core layout of this area was almost identical to the Ganwu Secret Realm in the virtual universe, though the area differed. More than a dozen figures were already waiting in a square. Following behind Bru, the two arrived at the square. Bru bowed towards the crowd and said, "Sirs, Your Excellency Yi Yun has been safely delivered." At the forefront of the crowd was a woman in blue, her hair naturally flowing down to her waist. She softly hummed and said indifferently, "Bru, you did well." The contribution points for this mission have been given to you. You may go back now." Hearing the voice of the woman in blue, Yi Yun felt incredibly familiar with it and immediately realized that the undying courses he had listened to the most over the past 3 months were taught by this woman in blue. He hadn't expected to meet her the moment he arrived at the Ganwu secret realm. Bruce silently bowed and quietly departed. Yi Yun looked at the woman in blue and the others, not speaking immediately. The woman in blue was a true undying spiritual god, and the rest were all World Lord rank experts. As an astral rank life form, Yi Yun felt a lot of pressure facing these experts alone. After a while, the woman in blue withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and said in a low voice, "Yi Yun, from today onwards I will be your teacher. My name is King Lai, an undying monarch under the Gan Wu country lord. I hope that, under my tutelage, you can unleash your talent and not disappoint the Gan Wu country lord's expectations. Follow me." Yi Yun quickly bowed and said softly, "Disciple greets teacher." Yi Yun had already anticipated that after joining the Ganwu secret realm, he would definitely be assigned a teacher. He had initially thought it would be a World Lord peak teacher, but he hadn't expected to be directly assigned an immortal expert who had comprehended the law of water. To be honest, it was somewhat beyond Yi Yun's expectations. What Yi Yun didn't know was that, regarding the internal attitude of the Ganwu secret realm, his importance was far more than just being among the top 10 astral rank geniuses. Numerous immortal experts had analyzed Yi Yun's combat data, and with their keen insight, they accurately perceived that Yi Yun's own comprehension of the law of water greatly exceeded that of the original elite geniuses in the Ganwu secret realm. Moreover, the most important point was that, when Yi Yun displayed his comprehension of the law of water, there was a sense of effortless mastery, as if his current realm was limiting his performance. At this current stage, if compared to the prodigies from previous universe peak genius battles, he could still rank among the forefront. All the high-level officials of the Ganwu secret realm were confident that Yi Yun would definitely break into the top 1,000 geniuses in the entire universe, and even have a chance to contend for a higher ranking. Because of this, based on Yi Yun's strengths, he was immediately assigned an immortal-level teacher of the same law. Afterwards, a large amount of resources would also be allocated, all to allow Yi Yun to solidify his foundation and even achieve a breakthrough in the final few years before the universe peak genius battle. If so, their Ganwu universe country would also be able to achieve better results in this universe peak genius battle. King Lai's expression was calm. She waved her hand, signaling Yi Yun to follow, and turned to walk deeper into the Ganwu secret realm. Yi Yun followed behind King Lai, passing through layers of public areas, and arrived at a familiar courtyard. Yi Yun carefully examined it and immediately recognized that this courtyard was almost identical to the one he had stayed in for 3 months in the virtual universe. It was clearly his residence in the Ganwu secret realm. King Lai spoke indifferently. "Yi Yun, you rest here for the night. Tomorrow, come to my residence. I will conduct a more in-depth assessment of you to determine your true realm level so I can arrange your subsequent cultivation plan." King Lai pointed to the world lords who had been following them without speaking and said in a low voice, "In the coming days, they will live with you. You can consult them with any questions you have. In the domain of the law of water, they can all be considered authorities. Any one of them is more than enough to guide you." After King Lai's brief introduction, Yi Yun immediately understood. These 12 World Lord rank experts were all World Lord peak, and each one had obtained the recognition of the water source law. Even at the World Lord level, they were first-rate experts, with a sliver of a chance to break through into undying. Yi Yun looked at the faint water patterns on each of their foreheads, secretly marveling at the Ganwu universe country's grand gesture. Yi Yun estimated that after several consecutive sessions, the Ganwu universe country had not achieved good results in the universe peak genius battle, and the Ganwu country lord must have been somewhat embarrassed. This time, after finally discovering a promising talent like Yi Yun, they naturally had to cultivate him well to strive for a good ranking and redeem themselves. After King Lai gave some instructions, she left directly. Yi Yun and the 12 world lords entered the courtyard. Yi Yun's exclusive courtyard was very large, enough to accommodate thousands of people. Without Yi Yun needing to arrange it, the 12 world lords each chose a room, temporarily having no intention of deep communication with Yi Yun, leaving Yi Yun with his own space. Among these 12 world lords, 4 were genetic martial artists, 6 were Psyker Master controllers, and the remaining 2 were rare Psyker Master illusionists. Each had their own strengths and characteristics, and as King Lai said, they were sufficient to guide Yi Yun in most of his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Yi Yun closed his eyes slightly and sighed inwardly. The Ganwu secret realm is indeed very generous to me. It's just a bit of a pity that these world lords all cultivate and comprehend the law of water. To achieve my goal, it seems I still need to put in some effort. Early the next morning, led by a world lord, Yi Yun arrived at a manor deep within. Upon entering, he saw King Lai standing with her hands behind her back, facing away from him, alone in an open space. King Lai did not turn around. After Yi Yun paid his respects, her clear, cold voice slowly came. Yi Yun, in your heart, what exactly is water? Yi Yun knew King Lai's assessment had begun. He took a deep breath and spoke softly. The water source law is one of the 8 lower laws of the universe, possessing extremely complex and profound manifestations. Water can be both rigid and soft. After slowly narrating for over an hour, Yi Yun finally stopped. These insights came from his own continuous comprehension day and night after encountering that blue-gold crystal. They were his most genuine feelings. Facing a powerful, undying monarch like King Lai, Yi Yun had no intention of holding back. King Lai finally turned around, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appearing on her clear, cold face, and her voice softened slightly. Yi Yun, not bad. At your age, to have such a profound comprehension of the law of water, you can be called a genius rarely seen in tens of millions of years. At the same strength stage, I am not as good as you. King Lai affirmed Yi Yun's excellent achievement, then continued, but don't get carried away. You must know that only those who reach the end are the winners. Looking back at human history, how many geniuses and prodigies, as astonishing as you eventually got stuck at the World Lord peak realm, exhausting their lives without being able to break through that step. So you are now just a few steps closer to becoming undying than others, and you must never be complacent because of temporary achievements. You still need to work harder in the future. Yi Yun nodded heavily. He understood the immense difference between before and after becoming undying. Crossing that line meant having infinite lifespan. Eternal, spiritual God, these were all descriptions of immortal experts who could already hold a high position in the human universe. Even with a huge information advantage and a heaven-defying talent technique, Yi Yun dared not relax in the slightest. His current level of comprehension of the law of water meant there was no difficulty in becoming a World Lord rank expert, but to truly step into undying, he still needed to persevere in his efforts and cultivate. This was a necessary quality on the path to becoming a strong individual. King Lai waved her hand and smiled again. All right, Yi Yun, you've been taking my classes for quite some time, and I understand your learning attitude quite well. I have already formulated a training plan for the next few years based on your situation. You can check it, and if there are any problems, we can adjust it later. Momo Yu had already received the training plan sent by King Lai. Yi Yun briefly looked through it, and his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. He found that the training plan King Lai had formulated for him was entirely centered around comprehending the law of water, supplemented by some amplification and exertion exercises. At first glance, there seemed to be no major problem, but it did not align with Yi Yun's self-improvement plan. Yi Yun's expression was naturally captured by King Lai. King Lai spoke softly. Yi Yun, do you have any questions? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment, but then said firmly, Teacher, I know that the plan you formulated for me must have been carefully considered and deliberated upon before being finalized, but your disciple has some different ideas. After listening to Yi Yun's statement, King Lai's unchanging expression became serious. She looked deeply at Yi Yun, feeling his inner resolve. She sighed softly and said, Yi-Yun, are you really going to make this decision? Chapter 79 Provocation. Yi-Yun did not hesitate, bowed again, and said in a deep voice, yes, this disciple will be responsible for all his decisions. Please fulfill my request, teacher. King Lai looked at the young man, who was incredibly naive to her, and seemed to see a shadow of her younger self. She slightly turned her body and said in a low voice, all right, I promise you. But as you said, your comprehension of the law of water must still be the priority and cannot be neglected. And if you don't achieve any results in other areas within a short period, then you will have to follow my arrangements and not be so willful. Yi-Yun nodded. After King Lai gave Yi-Yun a few final instructions, she waved her hand and let Yi-Yun leave. Standing quietly in the courtyard alone, King Lai recalled Yi-Yun's request just now and couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of emotion. It wasn't much of a surprise. Instead, she found it quite normal. I also came from this stage. Every young person with outstanding talent will have arrogant thoughts, but Yi-Yun actually wants to try to comprehend all laws. I really don't know if he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or if he has blind self-confidence. However, King Lai had also gone through such an era, and she could still understand it to some extent. She knew that every genius like Yi-Yun, when things started smoothly, would have strong self-confidence, believing that whatever they wanted, they would surely be able to achieve. But King Lai had never encountered anyone as extreme as Yi-Yun. She knew the pride in every genius's heart, and simple words couldn't make them give up, so she simply agreed to Yi-Yun's request and gave Yi-Yun a chance. Only by experiencing setbacks in reality can one truly recognize oneself. I hope Yi-Yun doesn't remain stubbornly deluded, otherwise, it will truly delay his cultivation. Yi-Yun returned to his residence and found that of the 12 World Lord rank individuals who had originally resided there, only 3 remained: 1 martial artist, 1 spiritual master controller, and 1 spiritual mind master illusionist. The others had already departed. After a while, 9 World Lord Peak experts successively arrived at Yi-Yun's manor. After Yi-Yun met them one by one, he settled them in the courtyard. As expected, the major powers have a certain degree of freedom in dealing with geniuses, giving them opportunities to make mistakes, just like Balan in the original work, who tried to master the law of time and the law of space. If it weren't for Luo Feng's later rise stimulating him, he might have gone down a dark path. I am now highly valued by the Ganwu secret realm, and they still care a lot about my opinion. At Yi-Yun's request, King Lai rearranged the World Lord rank personnel around Yi-Yun. Among the 9 new World Lord rank individuals, 7 were experts who had gained recognition in the other 7 lesser laws, besides the law of water. The remaining 2 were even more formidable, having extremely profound attainments in the law of time and the law of space, capable of rivaling many immortal expert individuals. With this change in arrangement, Yi-Yun was very satisfied. The talent and experience of these 9 World Lord rank individuals in their respective laws were sufficient for him to use for a long time. As for the law of water, he was even less worried. With a powerful teacher like King Lai, the speed of improvement could not possibly slow down. Time flowed quickly as Yi-Yun immersed himself in cultivation. It had now been 1 year since Yi-Yun arrived at the Ganwu secret realm, within the virtual universe, Ganwu secret realm. Yi-Yun finished listening to a Law of Fire course and came to the public rest area, combining his insights from this period to summarize and absorb different experiences. Just then, Yi-Yun sensed several people approaching. He slowly opened his eyes and saw 4 men surrounding him, their expressions tinged with unfriendliness. Yi-Yun was a little surprised. He had been in the virtual universe Ganwu's secret realm for over a year, spending all his time in cultivation. Aside from his teacher and the World Lord rank experts in the courtyard, he had never interacted with anyone else. Naturally, he didn't understand why these 4 strangers suddenly sought him out. The leader among the 4 had a buzz cut and vertical pupils, clearly indicating some kind of snake gene. He grinned, chuckled lowly, and said coldly, "You must be the new Yi-Yun, right?" The sudden trouble made Yi-Yun a little impatient. To him, these people were simply wasting his time. He replied just as coldly, "May I ask what you wish to advise?" The cold man leaned his face close to Yi Yun, snorted coldly, and then said, "I've been observing you for a long time. I heard that you are the most highly regarded among our group, even capable of competing for a spot in the top 10 of the entire universe's genius rankings. But I see that you've been burying your head in cultivation for over a year since joining the Ganwu secret realm. You seem to be just a dullard who only knows how to cultivate. I wonder if you dare to fight me." Yi Yun stared at the cold man and immediately understood the reason. Although he hadn't interacted with others during this past year, others wouldn't give up on inquiring about him, especially regarding the resources promised for Yi Yun's training, which had almost reached the point of being at his beck and call. Therefore, it was predictable that this would cause dissatisfaction among the cold man and his companions. Thinking of this, Yi Yun secretly shook his head. Although these people were older than him, they still couldn't grasp reality. The fact that Yi Yun could receive such a level of resource cultivation meant he must have strong capital. In terms of vision, how could these young calves compare to those old monsters? Without any intention of being provoked, Yi Yun stood up, gently pushed the cold man aside, and didn't even have the desire to reply, heading straight to leave. The cold man hadn't expected such a reaction from Yi Yun and was momentarily stunned. In an instant, anger surged, and he shouted at Yi Yun's retreating back, "Yi Yun, I, Francisca, challenge you to a duel. I'll wager all my resources for the next 10 years against 50% of your resources for 10 years. It's fair and just. Surely you won't refuse such a proposal." Yi Yun stopped, turned back to look at Francisca, and smiled. Although Yi Yun didn't know this Francisca personally, he had heard his name and knew that he was a leading figure among the astral rank geniuses in this Ganwu secret realm. Before Yi Yun's arrival, he was implicitly considered the number one. Over the past year, Yi Yun had been staying in the Ganwu secret realm. With continuous resource support for Earth, his previously accumulated wealth had significantly dwindled, and he hadn't had much opportunity to create wealth. So he had been somewhat troubled by this issue recently. Now that Francisca had conveniently sought him out, and the wager involved the resource support he received, Yi Yun was immediately tempted. Although Francisca's potential couldn't compare to his, he was still considered top tier among the astral rank geniuses in the entire Ganwu secret realm. By comparing the resources he received, Yi Yun roughly knew how much resources Francisca could obtain each year. If he acquired these resources, Yi Yun wouldn't have to worry about earning money in the short term. Yi Yun slowly turned around and walked to Francisca and the others, maintaining a smile as he said, "You're Francisca, right? Since you're so sincere, I'll play along with you. Let's apply for the Ganwu secret realm's witnessing." Within the Ganwu secret realm of the virtual universe, there was naturally a dedicated combat space. After Yi Yun and Francisca finalized the agreed-upon gambling terms, they entered a huge virtual arena. This arena was located in the center, with a radius of about 10 kilometers. There were also surrounding seats, clearly indicating its function for spectators. Yi Yun and Francisca arrived at the center of the arena, while the three men who came with Francisca sat in the audience seats. "Do you think Francisca can win?" Although Yi Yun has only been in the Ganwu secret realm for a short time, it's said that the higher-ups value him greatly. If he didn't have powerful strength, it would probably be difficult to receive such training, right? One of Francisca's companions looked worried. Clearly, Yi Yun's calm demeanor had shaken his confidence. A scrawny man next to him, however, was nonchalant. He replied softly, "Don't worry, Francisca and I have analyzed it in detail. This Yi Yun comes from a remote star domain. He must have excellent talent to be chosen, but his cultivation age is too short. He is far from reaching his explosive period. I can't say for the future, but for now, Francisca can definitely suppress him." Back in the arena, Francisca and Yi Yun had identical physical attributes, both at stellar rank 9th order. The competition between them was purely a test of their actual combat power at the same realm. To Yi Yun's surprise, Francisca was also a spiritual master controller. He was using a third-tier flying psychic power weapon. and on his back was a top-grade third-tier psychic power weapon called Fire Spirit Wheel. At this moment, Francisca had reined in his previous arrogance, his expression focused, fully entering combat mode. Yi Yun's mind stirred, and his equipment suddenly changed. To Francisca's astonished gaze, it became an identical setup to his, the same third-tier flying psychic power weapon and the top-grade third-tier psychic power weapon Fire Spirit Wheel. Francisca couldn't help but frown. He had looked into Yi Yun's information and knew that Yi Yun's teacher was an immortal expert in the law of water. This basically indicated Yi Yun's cultivation direction, yet he hadn't expected Yi Yun to use the same equipment as him today. A surge of anger from being underestimated rose from the depths of Francisca's heart. In Francisca's view, Yi Yun's attitude at this moment was one of complete disregard for him. The next moment, the anger in Francisca's heart slowly turned into a sneer. What does this Yi Yun take me for? Does he think I'm like those weaklings he encountered in his previous star domain? Originally, I wasn't so confident, but since this Yi Yun is so arrogant and overconfident, I'll just have to teach him a profound lesson. Chapter 80, Winning and Understanding. As the battle arena was fully activated, Francisca and Yi Yun moved simultaneously, both instinctively creating some distance between them. Francisca suppressed his anger towards Yi Yun and fully immersed himself in the battle. Although he had initiated this fight with Yi Yun, deep down he harbored no contempt for Yi Yun. On the contrary, he adjusted his state to its peak, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Stepping on the greatsword-shaped flying spiritual power weapon, Francisca constantly changed his position. The Fire Spirit Wheel soared into the air, trembling for a moment, and instantly transformed into 5 smaller, fiery red flying wheels. The edges of these wheels were extremely thin, shimmering with cold light, clearly possessing extremely sharp cutting power. Watching Francisca's fluid movements, Yi Yun secretly nodded. Although Francisca appeared very arrogant, he did possess some capital. This single display of controlling the Fire Spirit Wheel already showed his extraordinary attainment in the fire law. He had clearly stepped into the threshold of the fire origin law early on, and had mastered this Fire Spirit Wheel with great proficiency. Moreover, Francisca was deeply skilled in the combat style of a Psyker Master Controller. Even while launching an attack, he would not forget to change his own position, clearly excelling at the guerrilla fighting style. A smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. The Fire Spirit Wheel behind him also soared into the air, then began to transform. In the next instant, 5 identical, smaller, fiery red flying wheels appeared before Yi Yun. Francisca's expression was somewhat solemn. Looking at Yi Yun's current performance, it seemed as if he had extremely high attainments in the fire law, which was completely different from the intelligence he had gathered before. Francisca took a deep breath, suppressing the confusion and astonishment in his heart, and instead intensified his mental control over the 5 flying wheels, sending them towards Yi Yun. I have cultivated and mastered the Fire Spirit Wheel for decades. I refuse to believe that a newcomer like you can defeat me in the area I am most skilled in. Yi Yun also controlled his flying wheels, colliding them with Francisca's. In their first collision, both sets of flying wheels fought to a stalemate. After retreating, they immediately engaged in battle again. As the flying wheels collided repeatedly, Francisca's face grew increasingly unsightly. He could feel that Yi Yun's control over the flying wheels was still a bit unpracticed, not as precise as his own, and the connection of the secret patterns on the flying wheels was not as detailed or smooth as his. But no matter what, he was unable to suppress Yi Yun's flying wheels. Instead, as time passed, the pressure Yi Yun's flying wheels exerted on him grew greater and greater. Francisca had no choice but to fully infuse his spiritual power, which greatly weakened his control over the flying spiritual power weapon beneath his feet, even causing him to remain suspended in midair without changing position. Even with Francisca's poor judgment, he could see that the Yi Yun before him had a certain gap in his attainments in the fire law compared to himself. He should have just stepped into the threshold of the fire origin law, and his mastery of the fire spirit wheel was not as skilled as his. He should have been no match for him. Both of them were at the stellar rank Ninth Order. The only explanation for achieving such an effect was that Yi Yun's spiritual power amplitude was far stronger than his. Thinking of this, Francisca's heart churned, completely unable to calm down. He couldn't imagine how Yi Yun had cultivated. At an age of less than 50, he could not only step into the threshold of the fire origin law, but also train his spiritual power amplitude to an extremely high level, and skillfully master a third-tier top-grade spiritual power weapon like the fire spirit wheel. Yi Yun's abnormal performance severely trampled on Francisca's pride. The reason Yi Yun chose to use the fire spirit wheel to fight Francisca was not just to target Francisca. A greater reason was that Yi Yun had just attended a class on the fire law, where the undying level teacher happened to explain how to strengthen one's comprehension of the fire law by cultivating the fire spirit wheel. This lesson gave Yi Yun a different kind of inspiration. He had originally intended to go back and thoroughly experiment with it himself, but he didn't expect Francisca to come knocking. What was even more coincidental was that Francisca himself cultivated the fire spirit wheel. Yi Yun had no choice but to apply his insights to Francisca. "All right, I've played enough with you. It's time to end this." With a thought from Yi Yun, the 5 flying wheels instantly burst forth with power, fiercely knocking Francisca's flying wheels back. In that brief instant, the 5 flying wheels instantly transformed, breaking from their middle into 2 semicircles each. Then, every 2 semicircles recombined, connecting into 5 shaped peculiar curved blades. Under Yi Yun's spiritual power control, they spun rapidly, attacking Francisca's position from different directions with even greater speed. The image of the 5 curved blades was reflected in Francisca's pupils, and his heart was filled with inexplicable shock. He wasn't marveling at the power of these 5 curved blades, but at Yi Yun's transformation, which he had never seen before. "I have studied the fire spirit wheel for decades and received guidance from many seniors. How have I never heard of such a curved blade move? How exactly did this Yi Yun cultivate?" Yi Yun ignored Francisca's surprise, controlling the 5 rapidly spinning curved blades, which instantly arrived before Francisca. Francisca reacted just as quickly, recalling his 5 flying wheels, about to intercept Yi Yun's flying blades one by one, just as before. But in the next instant, Francisca suddenly felt a sharp pain deep in his soul, as if countless fine needles were pricking his brain. These fine needles also had barbs, and after insertion, they continuously twisted. The intense pain was beyond description. His mind instantly lost control, and he watched helplessly as the 5 curved blades controlled by Yi Yun sliced through his body, cutting him into several pieces. Francisca was defeated, and everyone simultaneously left the combat space, returning to the public living area outside. Yi Yun looked at Francisca, who still had a pale face, and said with a light chuckle, "Old Francisca, your strength is impressive. I almost lost. How about we fight again sometime? Maybe you'll win next time." Francisca and his companions looked at Yi Yun, who was like a little devil, and for a moment couldn't even utter harsh words. They had witnessed Yi Yun's effortless victory, so how could they believe Yi Yun's nonsense? After this battle between Yi Yun and Francisca spread, it was likely that none of the genius elites of astral rank in the entire Ganwu secret realm would entertain the thought of a gambling match with Yi Yun. Yi Yun was in a great mood now. Through his battle with Francisca, he not only familiarized himself with his new ideas and verified the gains he had made, but also won a massive amount of resources from Francisca for the next 10 years. Having tasted the sweetness, Yi Yun wished that all the other geniuses in the Ganwu secret realm would challenge him to a gambling match. It was a new path to wealth. Seeing that Francisca and the others had no reaction even after being teased, Yi Yun was about to leave when he heard Francisca's low voice. "Your Excellency, Yi Yun, may I ask what move you just performed?" Yi Yun tilted his head slightly, only to see a hint of desire for knowledge on Francisca's usually unruly face. He immediately understood Francisca's current state of mind. In his opinion, Francisca's hostility towards him did not make him feel much aversion. Instead, it was his attitude after defeat that made Yi Yun appreciate him a little. Yi Yun said softly, "This fire spirit wheel, as the most suitable weapon for Psyker masters in the early stages of cultivating and comprehending the fire law, has been developed for over 10,000 years. Its various performances and uses have also developed a standardized system. Simply put, it has been completely standardized, just like a product taught by an academy. Every Psyker master who subsequently cultivates the fire spirit wheel essentially has a paved Tao. There is nothing wrong with this in itself. Over so many years, it has absorbed the experience of many great masters. This Tao is the most suitable Tao for unleashing the power of the fire spirit wheel, but it is not the only Tao." Yi Yun stared into Francisca's eyes and continued, "I can feel that you have a very deep attainment in the cultivation of the fire spirit wheel, and you are quite fond of this weapon deep down. But I think it's not enough. To truly reach the extreme, you must have your own understanding. The fire spirit wheel was created by a great master of the past, and it is naturally most suitable for him. After you thoroughly study the fire spirit wheel, you are bound to embark on the Tao of creating the most suitable weapon for yourself. Not being bound by the experience of your predecessors is the ladder to a higher stage." Facing Francisca at this moment, Yi Yun did not explain the characteristics and principles of his move just now, but instead pointed out the most core and crucial issue, hoping that Francisca would have his own thoughts. After listening to Yi Yun's words, Francisca remembered that his teacher seemed to have told him similar things before, but he couldn't understand it at that time. His teacher also said that it wasn't a problem he needed to solve at the moment, so he had never taken it to heart. But today, having been defeated by Yi Yun and personally witnessing Yi Yun's ingenious ideas and deeper understanding, Francisca couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The bottleneck that had been stuck seemed to have hope of breaking through. Without further delay, Yi Yun teleported back to his manor, then his consciousness exited the virtual universe. Opening his eyes, Yi Yun saw Momo Yu swim to his side and say softly, "Father, your teacher, Senior King Lai, sent you a message, asking you to go to her place in a while." Yi Yun nodded slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. The virtual universe network was so convenient. In the past year, when he visited his teacher King Lai, it was usually in the virtual universe. Today, King Lai suddenly sent a message asking him to meet in person. He wondered what important matter it could be. Chapter 81 results suppressing the doubts in his heart. Yi Yun simply tidied up and headed deeper into the Ganwu secret realm. At this moment, in King Lai's palace, King Lai, still in blue, was chatting with a man with pointed horns in the reception room. "King Lai, your disciple Yi Yun has been allowed to be willful for a year. His talent is excellent, and the country lord himself has inquired about him. Don't let him continue like this." King Lai nodded slightly and said softly, "Golden Light, Marquis, the situation is still under my control. For a genius like Yi Yun, if he isn't given a chance to try, he won't be content. In this past year, he must have encountered countless difficulties. Now, explaining the situation to him should be no problem." Golden Light Marquis was about to speak when he and King Lai suddenly received a message. After checking it, they couldn't help but look at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. After a while, Golden Light Marquis tapped the table with his right hand and slowly said, "It seems I still underestimated Yi Yun's talent. But now, his performance makes things even more difficult for me. We both know that focusing on one Tao will lead to much faster progress, but Yi Yun's current situation." King Lai took over Golden Light Marquis's words and said in a low voice, "Yi Yun is on his way. Let's make a decision after we meet him to discuss the specifics." Golden Light Marquis also nodded. For a moment, neither spoke, quietly waiting for Yi Yun to arrive, both pondering internally. Golden Light Marquis wondered how many years it had been since he was so conflicted over an astral rank genius. His curiosity about this Yi Yun grew even stronger. When Yi Yun arrived at King Lai's residence, King Lai and Golden Light Marquis sat side by side, looking at Yi Yun, who stood quietly below and slowly began, "Yi Yun, I've asked you to come today to replan your training. Do you have any thoughts?" Yi Yun had already prepared himself for today's situation. Hearing King Lai's question, Yi Yun didn't hesitate, bowed, and said directly, "Teacher, for the past year, I, your disciple, feel that the current training plan is excellent and there is no need to change it. Maintaining the previous training plan is sufficient." Yi Yun's firm answer surprised both King Lai and Golden Light Marquis. After exchanging glances, King Lai continued, "Yi Yun, I, your teacher, promised you a chance to try. A year has passed, have you still not awakened?" This was the first time King Lai had spoken to Yi Yun so seriously in a long time. Facing her true self, Yi Yun felt immense pressure, but as it concerned his own Tao and goals, Yi Yun showed no sign of backing down and said again in a deep voice, "Teacher, according to the training plan we set together, I, your disciple, have not relaxed my demands on myself for the past year. Please assess my cultivation results. I believe your opinion will change then." Golden Light Marquis, who had been observing, spoke for the first time. "Yi Yun, do you think that because you've achieved some results, you can disregard our decisions?" Golden Light Marquis didn't specifically target Yi Yun, but with just a slight release of his aura, Yi Yun felt even greater pressure. He understood that this never-before-seen expert was definitely stronger than his teacher, King Lai. Under Golden Light Marquis's pressure, Yi Yun's law of gold domain outside his body involuntarily expanded, and the pressure instantly eased, no longer as uncomfortable as before. Feeling Yi Yun's change, Golden Light Marquis couldn't help but let out a soft "oh." As a master of the law of gold, he could tell from a glance that Yi Yun had also stepped into the threshold of law in the law of gold. Exchanging another glance with King Lai, Golden Light Marquis's expression became somewhat serious. He and King Lai had just received news of Yi Yun's gambling match against Francisca, and they knew of Yi Yun's attainments in the law of fire. They were already very impressed, but it hadn't changed their minds. However, with the manifestation of yet another law, Golden Light Marquis and King Lai were no longer completely firm in their original ideas. Yi Yun also noticed the subtle changes in King Lai and Golden Light Marquis at this moment and said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I am not ungrateful, and I know you are both doing this for my own good. However, I believe that a single law path is not the most suitable for me. On the contrary, when comprehending different laws, I've found that by drawing inferences from one another, I've achieved faster progress. Therefore, teacher, I humbly request that I be allowed to maintain my current training method. I promise not to disappoint you, teacher." After listening to Yi Yun's description, King Lai and Golden Light Marquis both fell into thought. They had never heard of Yi Yun's claim that comprehending different laws would lead to faster progress. Their first reaction was disbelief, but Yi Yun's actual situation was right before them, leaving them conflicted. Yi Yun himself knew that the connection between laws he spoke of was something that couldn't be felt at the current stage. He was far from reaching the point of fusion of laws later on. However, in order to maintain his current cultivation state, he had to slightly exaggerate the effect in this area. Anyway, his cultivation results were there, so he wasn't afraid of any subsequent assessments. The scene suddenly fell silent. After a short period of quiet, Golden Light Marquis noticed a detail they had overlooked earlier and asked in a low voice, "Yi Yun, are you saying that your comprehension of the 8 lower laws has all reached the threshold of law?" Yi Yun looked at the one-horned expert in front of him, smiled, and nodded, saying, "That's right. I just reached this step not long ago. I was already planning to report my phased results to my teacher so that my teachers would know that what I said was true and not just aimless wandering." Receiving Yi Yun's confirmation, Golden Light Marquis and King Lai were speechless for a moment. King Lai received a sound transmission from Golden Light Marquis and said softly to Yi Yun, "All right, Yi Yun, we understand your situation. You can go back for now and proceed with your own ideas. We will notify you once we have made our final decision after some time." After sending Yi Yun away, Golden Light Marquis finally spoke, with a hint of sigh in his voice that he himself hadn't noticed. "I remember when Yi Yun first arrived a year ago, he only showed extraordinary talent in the law of water. It's only been a year, and he's already mastered the 8 lower laws. Even if he had hidden his strength before coming, achieving this at his age is astonishing enough." The universe is indeed full of miracles. Regarding Yi Yun's cultivation results, I need to report them. For now, let's follow what Yi Yun himself said. King Lai nodded in agreement. In this past year, although I haven't spent much time with this young disciple, I can feel that he possesses a maturity beyond his current age and strength. He seems to have extremely far-reaching goals and knows exactly what he wants. I originally thought he lacked vision, but now it seems he has always accurately grasped his own path, even more precisely than we do. Golden Light Marquis had already calmed the ripples in his heart. He chuckled and said softly, "This is a good thing. Those cubs in our Ganwu secret realm are decades or even 100 years older than him. But in my opinion, each of them presumes on their exceptional talent and focuses on current achievements, without much ambition. On the contrary, this young Yi Yun, just from this one meeting, makes me feel that he has a great future. In the future, he might become a great help to the country lord." In fact, Golden Light Marquis understood that if Yi Yun continued to progress at his current speed, based on the experience of previous universe peak genius battles, Yi Yun had a very high chance of winning the championship of the entire universe. At that time, he would soar into the sky and join the Virtual Universe Corporation, becoming a core member, and there was a very high possibility that he would not return to the Ganwu universe country. However, they would not give up on cultivating Yi Yun's resources. Instead, they would pay even more attention to Yi Yun and deepen Yi Yun's ties to the Ganwu secret realm and the Ganwu universe country. In this way, if Yi Yun truly became successful in the future, remembering the past friendship, he would still be of great help to the Ganwu country lord. Golden Light Marquis took his leave. King Lai remained quiet for a long time, then softly murmured, "Future. Yi Yun, will you be the noble person in my King Lai's life?" Yi Yun returned to his room and finally let out a long breath. Just now, at King Lai's place, the aura that Golden Light Marquis and King Lai unconsciously released had made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Now he was finally free, and his whole body relaxed. Although Teacher didn't introduce the name of that expert, judging by Teacher's attitude and the power he displayed, he is very likely an immortal expert of the Marquis level. Yi Yun was quite satisfied with the outcome of this inquiry. Although King Lai's words implied that it hadn't been finally decided, there was basically no possibility of change. He didn't need any other support. As long as his choice of cultivation path wasn't interfered with, he could accept everything else. "Dad, Luo Feng is requesting to talk." Upon receiving Momo Yu's notification, Yi Yun's spirit was refreshed, and his consciousness instantly connected to the virtual universe. It seems that after more than a year, Luo Feng's earthling clone has already been nurtured. That's great news. Arriving in the virtual universe, Yi Yun appeared in his own manner. He didn't linger, leaving the Ganwu secret realm and choosing to teleport to Black Dragon Mountain Island. He skillfully arrived at a leisure spot, where he saw 3 familiar figures already seated at a table by the window. Hong, in black and with a calm expression, Thunder God, bald and constantly chattering, and his childhood brother, Luo Feng, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Feng Zai, Yun. Chapter 82, Yi Yun is obviously. Luo Feng quickly stood up and gave Yi Yun a big hug. After the Earthling clone was nurtured, Luo Feng spent a few days raising the Earthling clone to planetary level, and immediately entered the virtual universe. After being cooped up on a small island for over a year, Luo Feng naturally missed his distant brother, Yi Yun, immensely. Thunder God and Hong Ji, who were beside them, did not move. They both sat smilingly in their seats, watching Luo Feng and Yi Yun. During this time, their contact with Yi Yun had never been broken. Using the spaceship Yi Yun left behind, they successfully registered as citizens of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The virtual universe Black Dragon Mountain Island was already a relatively familiar place to them. Yi Yun and Luo Feng sat down again, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yi Yun spoke. "Feng Zai, you are still using an unregistered consciousness induction helmet, right? Let Hong Ji take some time to register you in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, otherwise many functions in the virtual universe network will not be usable." Luo Feng nodded. Babata had already told him all this knowledge and information about the virtual universe. After a year, he had a better understanding of some situations in the universe. Because of the unexpected situation with the golden-horned beast, Babata's training plan for Luo Feng had also been adjusted to a certain extent. After Luo Feng's earthling clone was successfully nurtured, he would immediately begin training according to Babata's plan. Although Yi Yun had been in the Ganwu secret realm, he still had some understanding of Luo Feng's cultivation progress. After more than a year, with systematic training and the resource support he provided, Luo Feng's golden-horned beast body naturally advanced to astral rank. This meant that Luo Feng's earthling clone would have no hurdles in advancing to astral rank later on. As long as the resources were sufficient, he could be force-fed to improve. Looking at the three people in front of him who were full of infinite aspirations for the future, a sigh of emotion also rose in Yi Yun's heart. The current development of Earth was completely different from the original work. The golden-horned beast was resolved before it was fully born, and Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest individuals on Earth, also received the high-level martial artist legacy provided by Yi Yun. With their talent, they were not far from astral rank. Yi Yun estimated that Luo Feng and the other two should advance to astral rank around the same time, and then they could venture out together. With more cultivation time, Yi Yun was unsure how far Hong and Thunder God could go in this life. After a while, Luo Feng whispered to Yi Yun. "Ah Yun, how have you been in the Ganwu secret realm these days? I heard that the Ganwu secret realm gathers most of the top elite talents from the entire Ganwu universe country. Your pressure must be immense." The current Luo Feng, after Babata's guidance, had completely transformed and had a clearer understanding of how high-end a place the Ganwu secret realm was, which Yi Yun had mentioned so casually. According to Babata, he didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with the Ganwu secret realm yet. Luo Feng had no envy or jealousy, but rather worried that Yi Yun would encounter difficulties and troubles. Yi Yun, however, laughed heartily without a care and said loudly, "Feng Zai, I can't go into detail about the specifics, but don't worry, I have completely established myself in the Ganwu secret realm. After a while, a specialized renovation team will go to Earth to set up extraterrestrial monitoring facilities and label Earth with the Ganwu secret realm's mark. With this layer of protection, Feng Zai and Hong Ji, you can safely leave Earth to gain experience." At this point, Yi Yun's expression became slightly serious as he spoke to Luo Feng and the other two in a deep voice. "Feng Zai, Hong Ji, the news about the Universe Peak Genius Battle that I mentioned before has been confirmed. It will be held across the entire universe in a few years. This Genius Battle is very important to us. It's a good opportunity to raise our reputation. Even if we can't successfully join the Virtual Universe Corporation, being valued by other secondary forces will also be of great help to us later on. So, after you reach astral rank, it's best to go out into the vast universe to train. This is the path that offers the greatest improvement in strength." Thunder God and Hong Ji exchanged glances, and both laughed. Thunder God said with a smile, "Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio." "Yi Yun, we were already planning to do this without you telling us. Hong Ji and I have lived from the beginning of the Great Nirvana until today. The fastest period of our strength improvement was during the years we fought against monsters. We both crossed into planetary level during that period, but after such a long time, our progress has slowed down. Besides the lack of resources and legacy, the lack of effective training is also a key factor. Now that I finally have the opportunity, I must seize it. I, Thunder God, am unwilling to be constantly left behind by you, Yi Yun, and even be caught up by you, Luo Feng. Do I, an old man, still want face? Hong Ji, don't you agree?" Hong Ji listened to Thunder God's words with a faint smile, not interjecting. Yi Yun actually agreed with Thunder God's words. Thunder God and Hong Ji were Grandmaster-level figures who had lived through the Great Nirvana period on Earth and possessed extremely high talent. However, in the original work, their cultivation time was delayed by the golden-horned beast. Now, with his help, they might not be unable to make rapid progress and reach stronger levels. After more than an hour, Yi Yun said his goodbyes and left, leaving Luo Feng and the other two looking at each other. Hong Ji said with a hint of emotion, "Fortunately, our Earth produced someone like Yi Yun. Luo Feng, Thunder God, Yi Yun is ahead of us now, but we must not lose our ambition to advance." Luo Feng smiled gently. He was genuinely happy for the current Yi Yun, but his hidden desire to catch up would not fade. With Babata and the golden-horned beast's legacy, Luo Feng was full of confidence for the future, hoping that one day he could stand on the same level as Yi Yun. Luo Feng firmly believed that this day would come. A few days after Yi Yun displayed his progress, he continued his training as usual. Although he no longer visited his teacher King Lai, the 12 World Lord peak powerhouses in the manor were more than enough to guide Yi Yun in all aspects of his cultivation. Hai Man was the only Psyker Master illusionist in Yi Yun's courtyard, proficient in the law of water. Her illusion system was also formed by combining spiritual power with the law of water, possessing strong personal characteristics. Her strength was firmly in the first tier among the various world lords. Yi Yun, when you manipulate spiritual power to enter an enemy's sea of consciousness, you need to pay more attention to flexible changes. Other things in the sea of consciousness are not important. As long as you can surprise the enemy's soul core, our spiritual power can exert its maximum effect. After an hour of explanation and practical exercises, Hai Man nodded with great satisfaction, looking at Yi Yun, who was closing his eyes to comprehend his gains. In the past year, Yi Yun had followed Hai Man to study the Psyker Master illusionist courses. Not only did he lay a solid foundation from scratch, but his progress completely exceeded Hai Man's expectations, being many times stronger than her own disciples. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, bowed slightly to Hai Man, and said with a smile, "Lord Hai Man, I'll be going back now." As Yi Yun was about to turn around, Hai Man whispered with some hesitation in her voice, "Yi Yun, are you really not considering my suggestion?" Yi Yun gently shook his head and said slowly, "Lord Hai Man, I have already affirmed my inner Tao. Being a Psyker Master illusionist is just one of my methods. It's impossible to put all my effort into it. I can only let down your good intentions, Lord Hai Man." Hai Man was not surprised and sighed softly. As Yi Yun said, she had also sensed Yi Yun's inner thoughts these past few days and knew that Yi Yun was not so easily changed. However, Yi Yun was the most talented Psyker Master illusionist she had ever seen in her career, and she still held onto a last glimmer of hope. Leaving Hai Man's room, Yi Yun's heart was calm. Besides Hai Man, the other World Lord instructors he had met had almost all said similar things to him. Everyone thought that Yi Yun was most suitable for cultivating their own Tao, but Yi Yun rejected them one by one, sticking to his own ideas without any change. After finishing his daily fixed 12 hours of instruction, Yi Yun returned to his room, while Hai Man and the other world lords gathered in the virtual universe. Hai Man stepped into a dedicated private lounge, only to see that the other 11 world lords had all arrived. Hai Man found a seat and then heard Chen Fu, a world lord skilled in the law of light, speak softly. "After this year, how do you all feel about your excellency, Yi Yun?" Hai Man replied indifferently. "Yi Yun is a born Psyker Master illusionist. In my opinion, he should train well with me. Learning from you all is a complete waste of his time and talent." Chen Fu understood Hai Man's temperament and was not angry. Instead, he said somewhat strangely, "Hai Man, we all know the Psyker Master illusionist school. It requires extremely strong talent to support it. Ordinary people don't even have the qualification to get started. Yi Yun is clearly a mental master controller genius who cultivates the law of light, so how could he be a Psyker Master illusionist, as you said?" Hai Man's calm face also showed a hint of ripple. She also found Chen Fu's conclusion very strange. Looking around, she found that the other 10 world lords all had expressions of shock and confusion. During this year, the 12 of them had individually taught Yi Yun. Although they lived in the same courtyard, they had not exchanged information about Yi Yun's specific learning situation. Today was the first time they had all gathered, and the topic was naturally their common intersection, Yun, but they did not expect to encounter such a situation. Chapter 83 Joint Investigation High Man was about to continue speaking when the resting hall glowed, and two figures appeared on the seats in the center of the hall. Once the figures became clear, High Man and the other world lords bowed, respectfully saying in unison, "Golden Light Marquis, King Lai." Golden Light Marquis pressed his hand down and said softly, "All right, you must have guessed why I called you here this time, right? Let's all talk about Yi Yun's progress and achievements over the past year that we've spent with him." They were not surprised by Golden Light Marquis's words. Their only common ground was Yi Yun, so they had already prepared. After a while, Chen Fu was the first to speak. "Golden Light Marquis, King Lai, over the past year, I was assigned by you to teach Yi Yun the law of light. Before teaching him, I simply tested him and found that he already possessed his own domain of light. This indicates his powerful talent in the law of light, and the facts prove it. After a year of cultivating, Yi Yun has stepped into the threshold of the law of light. At the same time, he cultivated the third-tier Psyker Master weapon Blazing Hammer that I specially selected for him. And his mastery of it is already very proficient. Yi Yun is the most talented junior I have ever seen in the law of light. Two sirs, please persuade Yi Yun to spend more time on this path in the future. I truly do not want to see him waste his talent." Chen Fu's last few sentences were very solemn. He originally only intended to complete the tasks given by King Lai and Golden Light Marquis, but after truly interacting with Yi Yun, he was amazed by Yi Yun's talent and naturally invested more emotion, not wishing for Yi Yun to walk down the wrong Dao. After listening to Chen Fu's speech, Golden Light Marquis and King Lai exchanged glances. Although they already knew Yi Yun's level of law comprehension, Chen Fu's emotional words still shook them both. It sounded like Yi Yun's achievements over the past year were even more exaggerated than they had imagined. Chen Fu had spent so much time with Yi Yun, so his judgment was absolutely accurate. High Man also stood up and slowly said, "Two sirs, over the past year, Yi Yun not only followed me to comprehend the law of water, but at his request, I also taught him the cultivation of a Psyker Master illusionist. Now, setting aside Yi Yun's progress in the law of water, in terms of Psyker Master illusionist attainment, if they were both at the astral rank, I don't think he would have any opponents." Compared to Chen Fu's excitement, High Man appeared relatively calm, but Golden Light Marquis and King Lai understood High Man's character. To be able to say such words already indicated High Man's pay attention to and satisfaction with Yi Yun. Following High Man and Chen Fu, the remaining 10 world lords each described Yi Yun's cultivation results with them. When the last person finished speaking, the hall fell into silence for a moment. Even though Golden Light, Marquis and King Lai already knew Yi Yun's cultivation progress, they were still somewhat unable to accept it. Especially the admiration for Yi Yun's talent in the words of Chen Fu and others, all indicated that Yi Yun's talent was even stronger than they had previously imagined. For a moment, Golden Light Marquis also fell into a dilemma. They had all been through this period, and they fully agreed with the words of Chen Fu and others, knowing that steadfastly following one Dao was actually a clearer choice. However, Yi Yun's multipath development was something they had never seen before, which meant that all previous experience was not applicable to Yi Yun's current situation and required more specific and practical analysis. After a while, King Lai, who had not spoken, said lightly, "According to what you all have said, given Yi Yun's current situation in any direction, can he stably achieve a top 10 ranking in the upcoming Universe Peak Genius battle?" High Man thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "If we analyze based on the previous Peak Genius battles, if Yi Yun participates purely as a Psyker Master illusionist, getting a top 10 ranking is not a problem. Moreover, if the geniuses participating in this battle do not have strong soul defenses, it wouldn't be a big problem for Yi Yun to take first place. The Universe Peak Genius battle occurs twice every 10,000 years. High Man and the others have experienced it many times." Except for a few particularly outstanding geniuses in certain sessions, the rest were all at similar levels, enough for reference. Chen Fu also agreed and said, Yi Yun's current attainment in the law of light is already very good. According to his cultivation progress, if he maintains this speed in the next few years, by the time of the peak genius battle, his strength should also be able to rank in the top 10 in the entire universe. No big problem. After everyone had finished speaking, Golden Light Marquis also understood King Lai's implied meaning. He turned his head and said, King Lai, are you planning to support your disciple's idea? King Lai's expression remained unchanged as she said softly, That's right, Golden Light Marquis. Isn't the purpose of us training Yi Yun for the upcoming Universe Peak Genius battle? If Yi Yun already has the strength to contend for first place in the entire universe, then why don't we follow his own wishes? A fixed Tao certainly has fewer difficulties and obstacles, but it also lacks the opportunity for a sudden flash of inspiration. The Tao each of us takes to become undying is also somewhat different from others. Forcing Yi Yun to follow the Tao we have arranged for him may not be the most suitable. At this point, King Lai paused slightly, then continued, Yi Yun is still very young, and he has a vast future ahead of him. The cultivation direction and plan he has chosen now do indeed make us very confused, but this is just a very small stage of his life. In his long life, he will certainly find the Tao that is most suitable for himself. To make a final decision now is truly too early. Although she hadn't spent as much time with Yi Yun, King Lai had a considerable understanding of him. She saw some reflections of her past self in Yi Yun and could feel the determination in his soul. Since Yi Yun's development would not affect his performance in the peak genius battle, King Lai was naturally very willing to create the cultivation environment her disciple desired. After King Lai finished speaking, the 12 top world lords present fell into thought. Each of them had been stuck at the world lord peak realm for at least 1,000 years, unable to find a Tao to break through. King Lai's words gave them a different feeling. Each person began to reflect on their cultivation journey over the years. It seemed they indeed lacked their own unique ideas, almost entirely cultivating step by step under the arrangements of their predecessors. The Tao was incredibly stable, but breaking through it also added many difficulties. After a long while, Golden Light Marquis also smiled and waved his hand, saying, Forget it, forget it. King Lai, since he is your disciple, I won't say anything more. You are right, Yi Yun is just a young child right now. He might not even know what his future Tao will be like. Forcing him to change is a bit much. However, although Chen Fu and the others are optimistic about Yi Yun's development in various Taos, I believe that in the future, he will inevitably specialize in one area, and other aspects will decline. At that time, it will be much simpler to have Yi Yun stick to one Tao. King Lai also showed a hint of a smile on her face. In her heart, although Yi Yun was destined to join the Virtual Universe Corporation, her master-disciple bond with him during this period would not be severed. She would also do her best to help Yi Yun's cultivation. Being able to see each disciple grow was one of King Lai's few pleasures. Golden Light Marquis straightened his expression and said in a deep voice, All right, we have understood Yi Yun's situation. Now that Yi Yun's cultivation progress has reached the level for external assignments, do you all have any objections? King Lai also nodded. No strong individual can grow up in a greenhouse. Tempering is essential. The geniuses and elites of their Ganwu secret realm actually place more emphasis on this aspect. Yi Yun's current strength, confirmed by their unanimous agreement, has fully met the standard for external missions, and there will be no special treatment due to Yi Yun's greater talent. Training in the virtual universe can still continue. The first mission should be standard. I think the long-pending mission in the Fu Peng Star region can be given to Yi Yun to complete. Golden Light Marquis spoke indifferently, clearly having made preparations in his mind. Upon hearing Fu Peng Star region, Chen Fu and the others' expressions became somewhat unnatural, clearly having heard of this mission. However, considering Yi Yun's true combat power, they all felt that this mission was actually the most suitable for Yi Yun at this stage. King Lai also had no objections, and Yi Yun's first mission was thus decided. golden light, Marquis finally said softly, "Hi, man. For Yi Yun's first external mission, you will secretly follow and protect him. However, under normal circumstances, you are not allowed to intervene unless Yi Yun encounters a life-or-death crisis. Understood?" Hi Man nodded lightly, not at all surprised by this arrangement. Although the goal was to train Yi Yun, it was impossible to truly let Yi Yun go to his death. Necessary safeguards were still needed. Within the entire Ganwu universe country, the World Lord Peak High Man was already a powerful expert below Undying, sufficient to ensure Yi Yun's safety. Yi Yun, who had just finished cultivating, received an internal email from the Ganwu secret realm. Finally, a mission. Due to the special nature of the virtual universe, most cultivation could be carried out within the virtual universe. Yi Yun had long anticipated an opportunity to go out. After a year of observation, the Ganwu secret realm finally issued his first external mission, which made Yi Yun somewhat happy. Let me see the specific details of this mission. After reading the specific content of the email, Yi Yun couldn't help but frown. Fu Peng Star Region. That's a bit tricky. Chapter 84. Outbound mission. During this period, Yi Yun gained a deeper understanding of the territory of the entire Ganwu universe country. As a member of the Ganwu secret realm, this knowledge was essential. Although the Fu Peng Star region is within the Ganwu universe country, it is quite special. It is neither directly governed by the Ganwu universe country, nor does it establish a unified universe intermediate civilization empire like the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. It can be said to be a relatively autonomous and chaotic area. The reasons for this situation are complex. The biggest impact was a war between undying spiritual gods many years ago, which destroyed a large number of star systems within the Fu Peng Star region. Coupled with subsequent changes, the number of life planets within the entire Fu Peng Star region drastically decreased, and those suitable for human survival and reproduction became even scarcer. Over time, there was little human presence. Precisely because of this, the Fu Peng Star region, due to its unique characteristics, became one of the few gathering areas for criminals and space pirates in the Ganwu universe country. After committing crimes, these individuals would hide in the Fu Peng Star region, where the sparse population and extremely harsh environment became their natural hiding place. The Ganwu universe country could easily suppress the chaos in the Fu Peng Star region, but for many years, it has allowed the situation to persist without much intervention, mainly because the Ganwu universe country also needed such a place. It could not only temper geniuses, but also serve other purposes at times. Where there is light, there is darkness. There will always be a time when it is needed. The mission assigned to Yi Yun was actually very simple. He was required to single-handedly hunt down a small space pirate organization. The condition for completion was to single-handedly kill all members of this space pirate organization. According to the mission information, this small space pirate organization had previously plundered multiple surface civilizations similar to Earth and caused chaos in several star domains. They had massacred over 1 million innocent civilians. Having committed such heinous crimes, they were also wanted by several universe low-rank civilizations, but after decades, not a single member of this space pirate organization had been captured or killed. The main reason was that among their top combatants, there were 2 universe rank captains. The 2 universe rank captains led an elite team of fewer than 20 people, making their target very small and highly suitable for guerrilla tactics in the universe. Moreover, an analysis of their modus operandi revealed that their intelligence sources were extremely advanced and accurate. As soon as there was any sign of an intermediate civilization moving to eliminate them, they would immediately retreat deep into the Fu Peng Star region, hide for a few years, and then reappear. They were incredibly cautious, never giving others a chance for a direct confrontation. Currently, less than a year has passed since this space pirate organization entered the Fu Peng Star region, so the intelligence is very certain that this space pirate team is inside the Fu Peng Star region, and there is no need to search for their traces elsewhere. After careful analysis, Yi Yun took the mission seriously. For him, the biggest difficulty of this mission lay in the complex environment of the Fu Peng Star region. The overall environment was harsh, with very few suitable places to land. The vast universe starry sky was filled with countless large and small asteroids, which would greatly affect the movement of spaceships. It was even possible to encounter unknown dangers during normal travel, let alone trying to find a team of less than 20 people in such a complex environment. The difficulty was self-evident. As for the strength of this space pirate organization itself, Yi Yun was not particularly worried. Although their two main leaders were confirmed to be universe-rank powerhouses, Yi Yun was not without the qualifications to challenge them. During this year, although Yi Yun did not deliberately cultivate his body's genetic primal energy and spiritual power, with the resource support from the Ganwu secret realm, he had already safely advanced to the peak of astral rank. Both his martial artist and psyker master ranks were at the peak stellar rank 9th order. Elite geniuses like Yi Yun, who came from the Ganwu secret realm, were completely different from ordinary stellar rank 9th order individuals in the outside world. Their strong law comprehension, impressive physical power and spiritual power amplitude, coupled with the various secret arts and secret techniquests they cultivated, made it easy to overpower hundreds of ordinary stellar rank 9th order opponents. This mission seems simple, but it will be very tedious to complete. I wonder how long I'll have to stay in the Fu Peng Star region this time. However, there are suitable targets in the Fu Peng Star region. I just don't know how my luck will be if I can run into them. After staying in the Ganwu secret realm for 3 days, Yi Yun had everything ready. He bid farewell to his teachers and boarded his Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship, heading into the depths of the starry sky. Soon after Yi Yun departed, Hai Man also piloted an E-class spaceship, concealing his aura and traces, silently navigating behind Yi Yun's spaceship. It would take about 3 months to travel from the Ganwu secret realm to the outer reaches of the Fu Peng Star region. Yi Yun instructed Momo Yu to navigate at maximum speed, while he himself operated the newly acquired weapon in the spaceship's training cabin. Although he called it a newly acquired weapon, Yi Yun was already very familiar with it. Looking at the thick, long spear floating in midair, Yi Yun was very satisfied. This cold light 9-section spear was given to him by King Lai when he visited her before leaving. It was a weapon specially equipped for him by the Ganwu secret realm. Although Yi Yun now displayed a versatile talent with multifaceted development, as Yi Yun's teacher, King Lai knew that Yi Yun's greatest strength still lay in the law of water. She also knew that Yi Yun had been cultivating the cold light 9-section spear, so she applied for one for Yi Yun as a reward for his over a year of cultivation achievements. From King Lai's perspective, it might have also been to solidify Yi Yun's Dao. The cold light 9-section spear, as one of the 9 divine weapons of the Psyker Master Controller, is generally very difficult to purchase. It usually appears at more advanced auctions, with prices fluctuating between 1 trillion and 3 trillion universe coins. Yi Yun had not yet accumulated so much capital and had not planned to buy one so early. His original plan was to consider it after the Universe Peak Genius Battle ended and he entered the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, for the Ganwu secret realm, a cold light 9-section spear was naturally nothing. They rewarded it to a genius student like Yi Yun with almost no hesitation. In Yi Yun's heart, being able to obtain a cold light 9-section spear now was naturally an unexpected surprise, and he felt considerable gratitude towards the Ganwu secret realm. Putting away his thoughts, Yi Yun gazed at the cold light 9-section spear in front of him. Spiritual power surged forth, and countless blue-silver fine needles flew out from the thick, long spear. Blue and silver patterned light flickered on the fine needles. Under Yi Yun's powerful spiritual power control, these fine needles rapidly combined, instantly forming a slightly illusory blue swordfish, about 1 meter long, gently swimming in midair as if it had its own sentience, shimmering with a faint silver light. The first form of the cold light 9-section spear, illusory swordfish, was no difficulty for Yi Yun at this time. He could combine it with a thought and controlled it with extreme proficiency, as if it were an extension of his arm. As the blue-silver swordfish swam, it concealed powerful might. Being able to unleash the first form of the cold light 9-section spear, illusory swordfish, at the astral rank basically meant one was invincible among astral rank cultivators. As long as he did not encounter an equally abnormal existence, a single strike could easily kill a stellar rank 9th order opponent. However, Yi Yun's cultivation process was not smooth sailing. After several months of diligent research on Earth, Yi Yun still couldn't find the trick to getting started. Even if he could barely form a swordfish, it was merely an empty shell, and he couldn't control it to fight. The reason was that Yi Yun lacked talent and comprehension in the law of space, making him unable to manipulate the law of space patterns on those fine needles. The overall fusion was improper, so it naturally couldn't form perfectly. It wasn't until he arrived at the Ganwu secret realm and met King Lai and the 12 top world lord powerhouses that Yi Yun finally filled the gap in his law of space. Combined with his bitter cultivation experience from the previous few months, he instantly achieved explosive results. Not only did he master the first form of the cold light 9-section spear with proficiency, but he also gained some insight into the more difficult second form and could unleash it within a few months at most. What made Yi Yun feel somewhat regretful was that neither the Psyker Master Controller World Lord, who specialized in the law of water, nor King Lai herself, had cultivated the cold light 9-section spear, which deprived Yi Yun of some valuable cultivation experience to draw upon. Otherwise, Yi Yun felt that his mastery progress could have been much faster. This also made Yi Yun realize that the 9 divine weapons of the Psyker Master Controller were not just for show. Each of them could be said to be the strongest or the weakest. The entry requirements were too high, so much so that most Psyker Master Controllers would not choose to cultivate them. After all, if they couldn't cultivate them to a high stage, they would be less powerful than ordinary spiritual power weapons, and their price was so high. From another perspective, they were essentially useless. After a while, Yi Yun became familiar with this cold light 9-section spear, fully utilizing the experience gained from training in the virtual universe. In just a short time, Yi Yun felt as if he had owned the cold light 9-section spear for many years, and the unfamiliar feeling completely dissipated. Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel at the virtual universe's abnormality. Cultivating in the virtual universe was almost no different from real life. Putting away the cold light 9-section spear, Yi Yun's consciousness entered the virtual universe and began his daily routine of cultivation and comprehension. During these 3 months of travel, his cultivation plan remained unchanged, steadily solidifying his foundation. Chapter 85: 2 Goals after a month of stable travel. Yi Yun finished his daily cultivation and sat in the control room chair, analyzing the areas in the Fu Peng Star region where a certain star pirate organization might be hiding, based on the simulated holographic image before him. The Ganwu secret realm holds the detailed star map of the entire Fu Peng Star region, but it wasn't provided to Yi Yun. The information Yi Yun received only roughly marked the frequently active areas of star pirate criminals within the Fu Peng Star region. These areas were like loose gathering points, as these star pirate criminals also had resource needs, naturally forming unstable trading hubs. These trading hubs provided Yi Yun with a certain direction, preventing him from completely searching for a needle in a haystack. He only needed to keep a close eye on these locations, and there was a very high possibility of encountering his target, greatly reducing Yi Yun's search workload. Kulong Star, Fama Meteorite Belt, Duya Continent. Yi Yun's gaze continuously swept over these gathering areas, his finger occasionally drawing lines in the air, trying to outline the most convenient exploration path. After a while, Yi Yun waved his hand, dispelling the star map, and whispered, "Momo Yu, have you found more specific information about that Ruwa clan?" Momo Yu's figure appeared, and she nodded, saying, "Yes, there is indeed a more detailed introduction in the Ganwu Secret Realms information database." I have already retrieved it, father. You can view it at any time. Yi Yun slightly closed his eyes, checking the information Momo Yu had sent him. After a while, Yi Yun showed a look of understanding, muttering to himself, "The virtual universe's news is correct. There really are such miraculous creatures as the Ru Hua clan in the Fu Peng Star region. Their talent technique is still very suitable for me at present. I just don't know if the Ganwu Secret Realm's information has become outdated after so many years." After copying the Golden Horned Beast's clone talent technique, Yi Yun became aware of the limitations of his own talent technique, Eye of Replication. He could only duplication a maximum of 10 different talent techniques. Therefore, from then on, Yi Yun had been contemplating his subsequent talent technique choices. For him, without knowing if they could be replaced, every talent technique choice needed to be extremely cautious. Moreover, in Yi Yun's heart, he already had several predetermined options, including the talent technique that Luo Feng might still acquire in the late stage, I Am the Universe, and the World Tree's control of time-space. Yi Yun would basically not give up on these. This left even less space for other talent techniques. Of course, Yi Yun also had 3 vacant clone slots. 3 different clones could also possess different talent techniques. However, similarly, Yi Yun currently had no suitable target to nurture his first clone. Yi Yun used his identity as an external member of the Virtual Universe Corporation's Marshal Department to search for information within the Virtual Universe Corporation. However, because his authority was too low, much information could not be found at all. Among this limited information, he did indeed find a suitable target. The targets Yi Yun could value needed to meet several conditions. One was that they had to be accessible currently, which was the most important. Another was that their talent technique had to be powerful, at least exceptionally effective in certain aspects. As for the strength and cultivation of the chosen target, they were completely unimportant. Things like talent techniques sometimes had completely different effects on different people. It was precisely because of this that Yi Yun locked onto a special race in the Ganwu Universe countries, Fu Peng Star region, the Ru Hua clan. Information from the Virtual Universe Corporation showed that the Ru Hua clan was a humanoid energy life form, whose living area was always restricted to the Fu Peng Star region. However, their appearance locations were completely random, with no fixed territory. The majority of the race's strength was equivalent to astral rank martial artists, but due to certain special restrictions, they were naturally unable to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, they did not communicate with humans, making them a very mysterious race. Although the Ru Hua clan was spread throughout the Fu Peng Star region, seemingly in large numbers, that was based on statistical data over many years. In reality, the number of Ru Hua clan members present at any given time in the entire Fu Peng Star region was estimated to be no more than 10,000. Compared to the vast Fu Peng Star region, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Under such difficult circumstances, Yi Yun still chose the Ru Hua clan, naturally because of their uniqueness. Although they were very weak, the talent technique they possessed was very valuable. The outside world called it soul barrier. Actually, at first, no one knew that the Ru Hua clan possessed such a talent technique. It was only through multiple contacts that people discovered that, although the Ru Hua clan could not cultivate, and the strength of their entire race remained at the astral rank level, they could easily resist universe rank spiritual power attacks, possessing incredible soul defense capabilities. After careful research, the Ru Hua clan's soul barrier talent technique was discovered. They were born with powerful soul defense, easily resisting universe rank mental attacks at the astral rank. It was a pity, however, that no matter what method was used, there was no way to help the Ru Hua clan cultivate to a higher rank. Therefore, the value of this powerful talent technique was very limited. As researchers lost interest, to this day, the outside world has almost forgotten the uniqueness of the Ru Hua clan. After reviewing the more detailed information in the Ganwu Secret Realm, Yi Yun gained a deeper understanding of the Ru Hua clan. The reason the Ru Hua clan was nomadic was that they were essentially a wandering universe race, not staying in one area for long. Moreover, the Ru-Wa clan were energy life forms and did not need to eat. The various energies abundant in the universe were their foundation for survival. Coupled with their own unique characteristics, wandering the universe was not difficult. In summary, they were a rather reclusive race. Given Yi Yun's current standing in the Ganwu secret realm, the information he obtained was relatively complete. The information also indicated the areas where the Ru-Wa clan had appeared in recent years, though the most recent sightings were already over 10 years ago. This information could only serve as a reference. Whether he could actually encounter them still depended entirely on luck. Yi Yun had originally planned to prepare thoroughly and then go to the Fu Peng Star region alone to search for traces of the Ru-Wa clan. However, he unexpectedly received an external mission in the Fu Peng Star region. Although it was a bit rushed, Yi Yun immediately added the Ru-Wa clan to his plan, striving to achieve both goals at once. After another 2 months of travel, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship exited the dark universe. Yi Yun saw the simulated external view. The entire cosmic star domain ahead was filled with a hazy feeling. This was due to the countless cosmic dust particles, which blocked much of the light's movement and interacted with each other to form this phenomenon. Besides the tiny cosmic dust, there were also many gravel of varying sizes floating in the cosmic star domain. From a distance, it gave an exceptionally oppressive feeling. Is this the periphery of the Fu Peng Star region? The overall area of the Fu Peng Star region was roughly similar to that of the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, but within the Fu Peng Star region, the concept of star systems had almost disappeared, and the whole area was very chaotic and disorganized. Therefore, the outside world always referred to the various locations in the Fu Peng Star region as the periphery, central, and inner regions. Each area was vast, and the level of danger increased progressively from the outside to the inside. Yi Yun's route had always been planned, so his arrival near the periphery of the Fu Peng Star region was precisely his intended initial entry point. He did not hesitate at all and said in a deep voice, "Momo Yu, let's enter the Fu Peng Star region." The stationary spaceship in the star domain instantly accelerated, plunging into the hazy star domain ahead. Due to the special environment of the Fu Peng Star region, Yi Yun did not enter the Fu Peng Star region via the dark universe from the start. Instead, he proceeded steadily from the outermost periphery, avoiding some large asteroid fields and traversing through dense cosmic dust. In the Fu Peng Star region, it was necessary to choose suitable areas to perform superluminal acceleration. Otherwise, colliding with large asteroids or other strange obstacles would affect the normal navigation of the spaceship. As Yi Yun had just arrived in this unfamiliar and dangerous star domain, he naturally proceeded with utmost caution. The search and concealment devices on the spaceship were both activated to maximum power, and Momo Yu was also on full alert, showing no signs of relaxing. After entering the outer region of the Fu Peng Star region and traveling quietly for 2 days, they were about to reach the first large acceleration transit zone. Only in these relatively wide areas could the spaceship accelerate to light speed and then traverse into the dark universe. Such areas were not uncommon in the Fu Peng Star region. They were specifically cleared for use. After bypassing a large cluster of giant asteroids, they finally arrived at a relatively open cosmic space. Just as Yi Yun was about to instruct Momo Yu to accelerate, the spaceship's monitoring system suddenly issued an alarm. A moment later, more than a dozen spaceships of various sizes appeared from behind the giant asteroids, subtly encircling Yi Yun's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship. Looking at these suddenly appearing spaceships, Yi Yun felt no surprise at all. Instead, he found it quite normal. It was very difficult for spaceships to launch surprise attacks in the dark universe because the speed in the dark universe was too high. Therefore, under normal circumstances, The villains of the Fu Peng Star region would choose ambush locations on the outskirts of these acceleration jump zones, similar to a waiting for rabbits hunting mode. As long as they had enough patience, they would always wait for someone to pass by. However, Yi Yun was still somewhat amazed by the excellent equipment of these star pirate criminals. His Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship was a C5 rank spaceship, a rank of spaceship typically used by universe rank powerhouses, and the various facilities equipped on the spaceship were also of this rank. Yet it was easily locked onto by these star pirates, which was enough to show the level of their equipment. Chapter 86 Star Pirates, and crushing at this moment, Momoyu's voice slowly drifted over. Dad, the other party has sent a communication request. Do you accept? Communicating before acting. What a polite bunch. Accept it. The connection was established, and a figure completely shrouded in a black-robed man appeared on the command screen in front of Yi Yun. A low voice came from within the wide hood. A new face. What are you doing in Paradise of Sin? Yi Yun listened to the black-robed man's question and understood in his heart that Paradise of Sin was what these criminal star pirates called the Fu Peng Star region. Although the Fu Peng Star region was full of distortion and chaos, there was still order within that chaos. Although Yi Yun's spaceship was a new face and was bound to be targeted, they wouldn't act rashly if they didn't figure out Yi Yun's general information. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship Yi Yun was piloting was somewhat famous as a luxury collectible within the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, but it was nothing special when viewed across the entire Ganwu universe country. Regardless, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship was still a C5 class spaceship, not something an ordinary person could own. Not surprised by the black-robed man's reaction, Yi Yun said softly, "What else can I do coming to this Fu Peng Star region? Are you the local snake faction here?" "Perfect, I have something to ask you. Saves me the trouble of finding someone myself." Yi Yun's spaceship had no faction insignia, making it impossible for them to ascertain Yi Yun's background. Upon hearing Yi Yun's reply, the black-robed man's voice turned sinister as he said, "It seems I'll only be able to confirm your identity after capturing you." The black-robed man's figure disappeared from the screen, and Yi Yun helplessly spread his hands. After all that talk, aren't we still going to fight? The next moment, Yi Yun's lazy expression faded. His level 3 force battle suit covered his entire body, his feet were on level 3 flying spiritual power weapons, and the thick cold light 9-section spear was strapped to his back. Yi Yun opened the hatch and entered the universe starry sky. After a brief stretch, Yi Yun relaxed. Generally, astral rank powerhouses were qualified to traverse the universe starry sky, though there was still some risk. However, with Yi Yun's stellar rank 9th order strength, staying in the universe starry sky for a short period had no effect whatsoever. Scanning around, there were 15 spaceships surrounding him, all C-class, and they shared a common characteristic. Regardless of their design, each spaceship was small, much more miniature than Yi Yun's Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship. This was because smaller spaceships were cheaper to build and also offered greater flexibility. For these star pirate criminals, spaceships were their home, and maneuverability was always prioritized. Furthermore, operating smaller spaceships required less energy, granting them greater endurance. Yi Yun wasn't sure how many factions these 15 surrounding spaceships belonged to. He could roughly infer a bit from the insignia on each spaceship, but Yi Yun didn't care about that. Through Momoyu's scan, he had already obtained the general information about the enemy. The people on the 15 spaceships combined were approximately 100 individuals, all of them astral rank, with varying levels of specific strength, but no universe rank opponents were detected. Precisely because of this, Yi Yun decisively attacked. It was only 100 astral rank individuals. No special tactics were needed. He could just charge through directly. After Yi Yun left his spaceship and entered the universe starry sky, the star pirate criminals inside the 15 spaceships evidently communicated quickly. Before long, figures flew out from various spaceships, one after another. 100 astral rank universe star pirate criminals surged towards Yi Yun's direction in a besieging formation. Looking at the equipment on these people, Yi Yun couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Each person was equipped with at least a level 2 force battle suit, and their weapons were basically level 2 or above. Combined with those spaceships, one could roughly gauge the wealth level of these star pirate criminals. The better the equipment configuration on these star pirate criminals, the more determined Yi Yun became to eliminate them. Without repeated looting, how could such vast wealth be accumulated? The hands of these people must have been stained with countless blood, and eliminating them would not burden Yi Yun's heart. On the contrary, he would feel inner comfort. Golden light flickered in Yi Yun's eyes as he scanned over 100 people, roughly assessing their numbers in his mind. The cold light 9-section spear behind him trembled, and countless blue-silver fine needles scattered out, instantly forming 9 vivid illusory swordfish in front of Yi Yun. They shimmered with blue-silver light and shot out towards the surrounding crowd. The blue-silver swordfish swam through the universe's starry sky, the patterns representing the law of space flickering, reducing spatial resistance and causing extremely subtle spatial fluctuations. Their speed burst forth, and they instantly rushed into the crowd. Although these star pirate criminals were surprised by Yi Yun's preemptive strike, they were all desperados who lived on the edge of a knife every day, so they quickly adopted defensive postures. But what made them despair was that the blades they swung, which clearly looked like they would block the swordfish, were bypassed by the swordfish through a gap, missing by a hair's breadth. They watched helplessly as the blue-silver swordfish pierced into their force battle suits. Even with a level 2 force battle suit fully activated, it was completely unable to stop the advance of the blue-silver swordfish. The sharp swordfish head instantly broke through the force battle suit's defense and plunged into the bodies of these star pirate criminals. With a simple twist, life was extinguished and the momentum undiminished. It passed through the body, instantly moving on to the next target. With 9 blue-silver illusory swordfish simultaneously erupting, in the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100-strong star pirate criminals were easily annihilated, causing immediate chaos within the entire group. However, to Yi Yun's surprise, none of these star pirate criminals showed any intention of fleeing. Instead, they actively rushed towards his position, attempting to attack the Psyker Master's main body, just as they would deal with ordinary Psyker Masters. Among these star pirates, there were also a few Psyker Masters. They had maintained a relatively long distance when the encirclement began, so they all survived Yi Yun's first wave of attacks. At this point, after communication through the regional network, these few instantly became the tactical focus. Everyone was covering them, attempting to attack Yi Yun from a distance in the same way. Even if a direct attack wasn't effective, it could still disrupt Yi Yun's offensive rhythm and buy time for the others to catch their breath. Yi Yun gently shook his head. This tactic might work against ordinary Psyker Masters, but a sufficiently powerful Psyker Master would not have such a weakness. Adjusting one's position while controlling spiritual power weapons in combat was a required course for every excellent Psyker Master. As long as the combat space was large enough, a spiritual master controller naturally possessed a huge advantage. However, Yi Yun did not move his body. The 9 blue-silver illusory swordfish remained in the starry sky. Yi Yun's powerful spiritual power erupted, instantly rushing into the sea of consciousness of all remaining individuals, ignoring other obstructions within the sea of consciousness, and directly attacking the soul core of each person. Instantly, every remaining star pirate criminal involuntarily froze in place, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Extreme pain erupted in their sea of consciousness, and their souls were instantly severely damaged. Yi Yun lightly snapped his fingers, and then, with the exception of a few limited individuals, everyone else collapsed, their souls extinguished, and their vital energy gradually faded. Yi Yun used his spiritual power to clear the battlefield, gathering all the force battle suits and weapons of nearly 100 people together. Then, Yi-Yun lifted the three remaining individuals and returned to his spaceship with the spoils of war. This was Yi-Yun's first move after such a long period of training, and he once again found the feeling of traveling the universe as he did before. Moreover, he had now completely transformed, becoming a perfect individual with no weaknesses in any aspect. Dealing with this group of ordinary astral rank opponents, the methods of a spiritual mind master illusionist were simply a sharp weapon for mass killing, much faster and more rapid than killing them one by one. Back in the spaceship's control cabin, the three surviving individuals knelt on the cabin floor, their entire bodies bound by Yi-Yun's spiritual power, with only their heads still able to move. The black-robed man who had previously communicated with Yi-Yun was among them. He stared at Yi-Yun's unfamiliar face, his heart already certain that this young stellar-rank Ninth Order powerhouse must have come from a major power or possessed a powerful legacy. Otherwise, he would absolutely not have such overwhelming power. He couldn't help but feel unlucky, wondering how he had encountered such a ruthless person as Yi-Yun. Not only was his faction suffering heavy losses, but his own life was also in danger at any moment. As thoughts churned in his mind, the black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, you must have important business in the Fu Peng Star region. This humble one is not talented, but I possess clues to several intelligence organizations and can provide intelligence support to your lordship. I only hope your lordship can spare my life." Yi-Yun looked at the black-robed man with interest, chuckling as he said, "To be honest, I still prefer your arrogant and untamed look. You're right, this is my first time in the Fu Peng Star region, and I'm unfamiliar with the people and places, so I do need to grasp some basic information." The black-robed man's face had just shown joy when he heard Yi-Yun's words, but he didn't expect Yi-Yun to continue. "However, I am destined to take your life, so don't struggle, fulfill your last value." Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Yi-Yun's decisive words instantly made the black-robed man's face contort in rage. He roared incessantly, "Since that's the case, you won't get any information from me. I won't tell you even if I die, just give up on that idea. This is only the outer reaches of the Fu Peng Star region, and while your strength is indeed good, you still don't have the capital to run rampant here." Chapter 87, The Pirates Are Really Good People. Indeed, as the black-robed man said, the entire Fu Peng Star region is divided into three general areas, the outer, middle, and inner core. Although there are no specific fixed boundaries, there are approximate planned ranges. Generally speaking, the outer area of the Fu Peng Star region is the largest in scope, and is the active region for numerous low-rank star pirates and criminals. It is primarily composed of astral rank teams like the black-robed man and his group, with universe rank powerhouses rarely appearing, making it relatively less dangerous. However, upon entering the middle area, the danger level significantly increases, with universe rank star pirates and criminals being more common. The middle area serves as a transitional zone, connecting the outer and inner core, and is filled with various temporary and fixed gathering points where anyone might be encountered. Information about the inner core is scarce, with rumors even suggesting the presence of Domain Lord and World Lord rank powerhouses. However, very few people venture there, and Yi-Yun has not received accurate information. Nevertheless, he remains quite wary of this inner core. In his plan, the star pirate group he is pursuing does not qualify for this inner core region, and he is not prepared to risk entering it. Therefore, Yi-Yun's anticipated range is within the trading gathering places in the middle area, where he can not only gather information, but also has the highest probability of encountering his target. Yi-Yun looked at the emotional black-robed man, his expression unchanged, still smiling, and said softly, "You say all this, it seems you still want to live. It's just that, no matter how dangerous the middle area I'm going to is, that's my business. You can rest in peace." As his voice fell, the black-robed man's unwilling expression was still frozen on his face, his two eyes wide open, his soul instantly extinguished. He, along with the other two, fell heavily to the ground. After stripping the three-rank energy battle suits from the black-robed man and his two companions, Yun tossed them into outer space. He glanced at the many corpses and 15 spacecraft floating outside, then stored the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft into his storage space. He flew onto a small, dark green spacecraft that the black-robed man had just been piloting, pointed to an area on the map, and whispered, "Momo Yu, let's go." Yun's storage space still came from a wristband Babata had given him back then. The space within this wristband was not very large, barely able to hold a few spacecraft. Therefore, Yun had to abandon the remaining spacecraft used by these star pirates and criminals, only scavenging valuable items from them, leaving them to float in space, not knowing who would later benefit from them. Even a C-rank spacecraft is worth tens of billions of Black Dragon coins. 15 spacecraft combined should easily be worth tens of millions of Ganwu coins, which is a considerable fortune. When can I duplication that spatial artifact Babata has? His space is much larger than mine. However, Yun was only thinking about it at the moment. Spatial artifacts are not so easy to duplication. Just as Babata said, the creation of every spatial artifact requires cutting a piece of space and embedding it into suitable materials. Copying these artifacts is equivalent to copying an entire piece of space. Yun estimated that, for now, it would still be quite difficult, so he was not in a hurry. Of course, Yun also knew that while early-stage storage spatial artifacts were indeed valuable, once he entered the Virtual Universe Corporation later on, and his rank rose, even items like world rings would be directly given to him, making it completely unnecessary to worry about such issues. Before taking action, Yun had roughly scanned the simple memories of these star pirates and criminals, knowing that the black-robed man, among everyone, acted as a connector for various different forces. In other words, this accelerated jump region was where the black-robed man was responsible for contacting people to ambush, attack, and finally divide the spoils. As the black-robed man said, he possessed a lot of intelligence channel information, which was why Yun brought him and the other two into the spacecraft. After a detailed scan, Yun also obtained the information he wanted, including not only the gathering points the black-robed man controlled, but also numerous secret contacts. Once the black-robed man's value was exhausted, there was naturally no need to keep him alive. The newly acquired spacecraft rapidly accelerated to light speed within this area, entering the dark universe and heading towards Yun's first designated target. Yun lay on the chair, thoughts stirring in his mind. I didn't expect that just an accidental encounter with star pirates would bring me unexpected gains. In the black-robed man's memory, he frequently traveled between the outer and middle areas of the Fu Peng Star region, having familiar connections at various major gathering and trading points. Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover that the black-robed man had a transaction record with the star pirate group he was pursuing. Yun thought about it and found it quite normal. The star pirate group he was looking for this time, in terms of strength, was at a level that stayed between the outer and middle areas. And there were only a few fixed gathering and trading points in the middle area, so it was reasonable that they would have had some interaction with the black-robed man, which was not so difficult to understand. However, what gave Yun a headache was that, according to the black-robed man's memory, that star pirate group acted very cautiously and left no contact information. Even that accidental transaction happened within a gathering point. After leaving the gathering point, there was no news at all. Moreover, according to the black-robed man's intelligence, this star pirate group seemed to have a very suspicious background. After meeting them, they felt out of place compared to other star pirates and criminals, a very unique group of people. Yun had long known that this star pirate organization was certainly not ordinary, otherwise, they wouldn't have been on the special mission for their Ganwu secret realm. Now, he finally got a clue. Although he didn't immediately get specific information, having several target gathering points greatly increased the chance of encountering them. The black-robed man also knew some secret intelligence dealers in various major gathering areas. These intelligence dealers were even better informed, but ordinary people didn't have the opportunity to connect with them. By utilizing these intelligence dealers, Yi Yun could not only inquire about the whereabouts of the Star Pirate Organization, but also try to get clues about the Ru Hua clan. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh. They provide money and information. Star pirates are truly good people. Tilda the spacecraft traveled quietly in the dark universe for about 10 days, returning to the original universe of the Fu Peng star region. Yi Yun then saw a huge gray planet appear ahead, suspended in the universe's starry sky, barren and desolate, devoid of any life. Approaching Ku Long Star. Yi Yun opened his slightly closed eyes, stretched his body a little, and instructed Momo Yu to control the spacecraft to slowly approach the outer port of Ku Long Star. Ku Long Star is very large, equivalent to more than 10 Earths. According to data, before the Fu Peng star region suffered its calamity, Ku Long Star was the most prosperous life planet among hundreds of star systems in the surrounding area, and it was the territory of a World Lord rank powerhouse. However, after experiencing the Great War between undying spiritual gods, Ku Long Star also suffered a huge blow. It was already very difficult to retain the shape of a complete planet. Its former prosperity had all turned to decay, and the entire planet's vitality flowed away. After many years of development, due to its geographical location and still intact planetary shape, it evolved into a relatively fixed gathering and trading point in the middle area of the Fu Peng star region, enjoying a good reputation among all trading locations. The dark green spacecraft, which originally belonged to the black-robed man, docked at the port of Ku Long Star without any obstruction. Yi Yun leaped out of the spacecraft, his body wrapped in a black-robed, feeling the gazes from all directions. Yi Yun paid no attention and flew towards the market not far away. Fixed trading gathering points like Ku Long Star have been able to persist because there are certain rules within the market, similar to customary practices, and with powerhouses suppressing each market from behind. The trading gathering points are actually the safer places within the entire Fu Peng star region. Everyone who comes here is relatively restrained and does not easily break out into conflict. Even if Yi Yun had piloted his own Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft to Ku Long Star, he would not have been attacked before leaving. However, since he had the more suitable option of the black-robed man's spacecraft, Yi Yun naturally wouldn't abandon it. The black-robed he was wearing was actually transformed from the black-robed man's 3-rank energy battle suit, representing the black-robed man's identity to a certain extent. The black-robed man had always lived in the Fu Peng star region and was usually a very cautious person. When communicating with others, he never revealed his true face. This provided Yi Yun with an excellent hidden identity, saving him a lot of trouble in contacting those intelligence dealers and making it more convenient for him to gather information. Following the black-robed man's memories, Yi Yun lightly stepped into the market. Although called a market, this market on Ku Long Star was comparable in size to a large city. The center of the market consisted of fixed shops, half of which were open, while the rest were tightly closed. Surrounding these central shops were various mobile stalls, which varied in size and were set up by forces from different organizations. Each stall and shop had a relatively detailed sign displaying the general business of the shop and the purpose of the various forces in setting up their stalls. Those central shops could only operate continuously by having a certain relationship with the market manager, and the items they sold were relatively fixed. However, the stalls on the periphery were very different. They not only involved the buying and selling of goods, but also the inquiry and sale of information, or the seeking of certain items, as well as finding teammates for one's own team, and so on. Basically, any function one could think of could be satisfied within this market. The only condition required was that you had sufficient payment in hand. Chapter 88, Unexpected News. Although it was his first time visiting the market on Ku Long Star, Yi Yun felt as if he had returned home, quickly passing through the outer stalls and entering the interior. After a few turns, he skillfully arrived at the entrance of a rather secluded shop, a strange shop with its doors tightly shut. The shops inside the Ku Long Star Market all had owners, but they weren't open at all times. There were many reasons for them to be closed, roughly two main ones. Either the shop owner had temporarily left Ku Long Star for business, or the shop only conducted business with familiar clients and wasn't looking for new customers, thus having no need to keep its doors wide open. The shop Yi-Yun sought out was a hidden intelligence shop, considered the most valuable location within the Ku Long Star Market controlled by the black-robed man. Reaching the door, Yi-Yun gently knocked 3 times with his right hand. After about 10 seconds, he knocked 3 more times, repeating this knocking action 5 times. Then the door slowly opened, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. Yi-Yun's expression, hidden by his hood, remained unchanged as he stepped through the gap into the shop. Once Yi-Yun was inside, the door slowly closed without making any sound. Upon entering the shop, Yi-Yun narrowed his eyes. The lighting in the room was very dim, as if the light bulb was covered by gauze, creating a sense of oppression and dullness. The room was not large, only about 20 square meters, and mostly empty, with only a half-human height machinery in the furthest corner. As Yi-Yun approached, the machinery's screen lit up instantly, and a virtual animated bull-headed man appeared in the center of the screen. Yi-Yun lowered his voice and said in a deep tone, "Old Black Bull, do you have any new intelligence recently?" Strangely, the bull-headed man in the center of the screen did not speak immediately, and its virtual image showed no change in expression. After a while, a flat, mechanical synthetic voice spoke, word by word, "You are not Morin. Did he fall into your hands? I'm very curious, did he actually tell you such important information completely?" Yi-Yun was not surprised that his identity had been exposed. He had never intended to completely impersonate the black-robed man Morin. However, being recognized at their first meeting, Yi-Yun gained a certain level of approval for this old black bull, who possessed a vast amount of intelligence. At the very least, his observational skills were excellent. Yi-Yun chuckled lightly, without removing his mask, and said softly, "Old Black Bull, I remember you don't have a habit of prying into client information, do you? Since you opened the door and let me in, it means you don't care about my identity. We only need a simple transactional relationship. Are you and Morin truly good friends?" The bull-headed man's virtual image shook its head slightly, then spoke, just a bit curious. "I happen to have a newly acquired piece of information here that you might be interested in, but I wonder if you're willing to take action." Yi-Yun had only casually asked as a greeting, but he didn't expect Old Black Bull to genuinely have significant news. He couldn't help but temporarily suppress the thought of inquiring about that star pirate organization's information and asked in a low voice, "What news? Iron Line Grass." Just 3 simple words, yet they stirred a considerable ripple in Yi-Yun's heart. The name Iron Line Grass was quite renowned. It was a very famous type of auxiliary plant life. Its fame wasn't due to its strength, but because it was arguably the easiest auxiliary plant life to cultivate to immortal level. For example, the cloud-caressing vine Babata gave to Luo Feng, depending on the cultivation plan, had different levels of evolution. The better the cultivation method, the stronger the cloud-caressing vine could grow, but the difficulty of finally breaking through to undying would also increase, belonging to the type that is powerful but difficult to advance. But Iron Line Grass is different. Its own auxiliary ability to its master is not outstanding. It can even be said to be among the lowest of all auxiliary plant lives. However, precisely because of this, Iron Line Grass is very easy to cultivate. The resources required for its advancement and growth are less than 1% of those needed by auxiliary plant lives like cloud-caressing vine at the same stage. Finally, the breakthrough from World Lord rank to immortal level is equally difficult for Iron Line Grass, but compared to other auxiliary plant lives, it is much more optimistic. As long as a little effort is made, the chance of a successful breakthrough is very high. Yi-Yun had never chosen an auxiliary plant life for himself. On one hand, the prices of various seeds on the market were very high, not meeting Yi-Yun's expectations. The most important point, however, was that Yi Yun had his own ideas. In Yi Yun's mind, auxiliary plant life was not as important as his own strength, feeling somewhat like a chicken rib, something of little value but still worth keeping. However, there was one exception, the iron line grass. If he could possess an immortal-level iron line grass in a short period, it would be of great help to Yi Yun, enough to safeguard his cultivation journey during this intermediate period. It's just a pity that iron line grass is an extremely rare species throughout the human universe. Its unique nature and value are not only seen by Yi Yun, it is recognized as a good thing throughout the entire universe. Therefore, once iron line grass appears, it will be fiercely contested, and no one is willing to miss out on a single iron line grass. This market situation further exacerbates the scarcity of iron line grass, making it something ordinary people rarely even see. After calming himself slightly, Yi Yun asked in a low voice, "Old Black Bull, are you saying that news of iron line grass has been discovered here, within the Fu Peng Star region?" Old Black Bull's voice suddenly carried a hint of emotion for some reason. "That's right. There's no need to worry about the source of the information. I guarantee it has accurate direction with our organization's reputation. I can also tell you the simple situation directly. Someone obtained 2 iron line grass seeds, but unfortunately, he was discovered by his enemies and fell into pursuit. In his haste, he found our organization and issued an employment mission, hoping someone could help him eliminate his enemies, with the price being 1 iron line grass seed." After listening to Old Black Bull's brief description, Yi Yun roughly understood. Based on the simple analysis of the description, it could be inferred that the employer for this mission was likely relatively safe at the moment, probably hiding in a gathering and trading area similar to the Ku Long Star market. It seemed he was preparing to solve his enemies once and for all, as temporary safety couldn't bring a sense of security, and being targeted by others was a very uncomfortable feeling. Yi Yun was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Old Black Bull, if I'm not mistaken, with your organization's channels and resources, people should be scrambling to take on such an employment mission, right? How could it be so coincidentally left for me?" Unexpectedly, the big bull-headed man on the screen shook its head and said in a deep voice, "No, the employer's requirements are very strict. Before you, we recommended multiple strong individuals and organizational teams to him, but he rejected them one by one. In his eyes, none of the candidates we valued had the possibility of completing the mission. He has now escaped the pursuit and isn't particularly worried about safety in the short term, so he has given us some time. He is very generous, so we naturally have to do our best to meet his requirements." Yi Yun understood Old Black Bull's meaning. This employer didn't seem simple. Not only did he possess 2 rare iron line grass seeds, but he could also offer a price that even Old Black Bull's organization couldn't refuse, diligently helping him resolve the pursuing forces. Leaving aside other factors, his financial resources must be extremely abundant. Old Black Bull looked at the silent Yi Yun and spoke again. "The reason I'm telling you about this mission is because you dealt with Morin. Regardless of Morin's current situation or your relationship with him, your arrival in his identity, in my opinion, gives you sufficient strength and qualification. Even if you can't meet the employer's requirements, we won't suffer any loss. I wonder if you're willing to give it a try." Yi Yun pondered. To be honest, he was already quite tempted by the reward of this iron line grass. After considering his trump cards, Yi Yun smiled and said softly, "Okay, how should I contact the employer? No need to rush. Since you've agreed, I will send your information to the employer. If he is willing to see you, then we can consider the next step of cooperation. After all, many of the people we recommended before, the employer wasn't even willing to meet. Although I think your conditions are good, I can't guarantee you'll definitely get a chance. Just wait for now." Yi Yun nodded lightly. After a short while, he heard the bull-headed man speak again. "All right, it will probably take a bit longer. Do you have any other intelligence you need to inquire about?" I want to know your organization's most recent information regarding the Ru Hua clan in the Fu Peng Star region, preferably information that appeared no more than 2 years ago. Also, have you ever encountered the Red Snake organization? Even the virtually generated bull-headed man, which showed no expression, seemed to have a hint of surprise upon hearing Yi Yun's questions. After a moment of silence, the bull-headed man finally spoke. Regarding the Ru Hua clan's information, I can answer you now. Our organization has always collected their whereabouts information. Although I don't have the specific details at hand, I can find it with a simple search. It's not a problem. As for this Red Snake organization you mentioned, is it that elite star pirate squad of less than 20 people, led by 2 universe-rank captains? Old Black Bull's words immediately made Yi Yun's eyes light up. There were many organizations named Red Snake. The name was somewhat common. However, Old Black Bull accurately pointed out the characteristics of the Red Snake organization he was looking for, so there would be no error in the information. Yi Yun did not show the joy in his heart, still speaking in a deep voice. That's right, it's them. Does your organization have information about them? Are there any brothers who want me to experience the joy of overworking myself by adding more chapters? Chapter 89. Mysterious Woman. However, to Yi Yun's surprise, Old Black Bull turned his head, his voice sinking as he whispered. I'm sorry, but our organization has a strict prohibition against revealing any information about the Red Serpent Squad you're inquiring about. This business cannot be done. Yi Yun's eyebrows, hidden beneath his hood, furrowed. After finally finding a clue about the Red Serpent Squad, Old Black Bull wouldn't give him the chance to trade for information. Yi Yun asked, unwilling to give up, Old Black Bull, I can offer sufficient compensation for information about the Red Serpent Squad. You can name your conditions. Old Black Bull shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, no matter what bargaining chips you offer, unless our leader speaks, we cannot violate this principle. So you shouldn't entertain such thoughts. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Yi Yun was at a loss. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, all right, then give me information about the Ru Hua clan from the past 2 years. The more detailed, the better. As soon as Yi Yun finished speaking, the virtual bull-headed man animation on the screen disappeared. Ripples flashed across the screen, then several lines of text appeared, stating the price required to obtain this information. Yi Yun was aware of the rules for such transactions. After reviewing the conditions, he took out several third-tier weapons. After Old Black Bull confirmed that their value met the standard for the information's price, Yi Yun placed these third-tier weapons in the center of the room. Immediately, the perfectly sealed metal floor opened from the middle, and the weapons placed on it fell directly into the ground. After the weapons for the transaction were taken, an opening appeared on the side of the machine in front of Yi Yun. A delicate device, similar in size to a USB drive, emerged from the opening. This contained the information and clues about the Ru Hua clan that Yi Yun needed. He only needed to insert this device into any auxiliary optical computer or similar facility to easily read its contents. After this transaction was completed, neither Yi Yun nor Old Black Bull spoke. The scene fell silent for a time, with only the dim lights in the room remaining. Without verbal communication, the atmosphere inside the room grew increasingly oppressive. After a while, Old Black Bull's voice rang out again. All right, after the employer's confirmation, they wish to meet you in person. For the specific method, log into the virtual universe on the Ganwu continent, in the west. Yi Yun had initially wondered how this so-called employer interviewed those who wished to take on tasks. Upon hearing virtual universe, Yi Yun no longer had doubts. He couldn't help but once again marvel at the immense significance of the virtual universe network for the human race, truly achieving barrier-free communication across regions, putting them far ahead of other peak races. After hearing the information, Yi Yun knew that Old Black Bull would not reveal any more news to him, so he no longer lingered and turned to leave the shop. After leaving the shop, Yi Yun abandoned his previous idea of browsing the Kulong Star Market and headed directly towards the spaceship port. Piloting his spaceship back into the universe's starry sky, Yi Yun cautiously navigated for a distance. When he detected no signs of pursuit, he relaxed slightly, reflecting on the gains from this trip to Kulong Star. With the Ru Hua clan information in hand, I just need Momo Yu to analyze it chronologically. That should at least allow us to pinpoint the general travel route of one Ruwa clan group. If we spend some time tracking them, there's a very high chance we can find them. However, judging by Old Black Bull's reaction, this Red Serpent squad is truly not simple. After hitting a wall with Old Black Bull on Ku Long Star, Yun no longer planned to visit other intelligence organizations in gathering and trading areas. Due to the virtual universe, intelligence organizations within the entire Fu Peng Star region had subtle connections with each other. Although their respective leaders were different, Yun estimated that some rules and taboos were shared. Since Old Black Bull and his group were so tight-lipped about the Red Serpent squad, other organizations would likely be in a similar situation, so Yun decided not to waste time on this. However, although he didn't get the desired information about the Red Serpent squad, the Iron Line Grass was indeed an unexpected surprise. If he could complete this mercenary mission and obtain an Iron Line Grass seed, this trip would truly not have been in vain. There were several specially cleared acceleration zones near Ku Long Star. Yun piloted Morin's dark green spaceship, accelerated into the dark universe, and finally relaxed, connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe network. His consciousness entered the virtual universe, appearing in a room within the Ganwu secret realm. Yun left the Ganwu secret realm, and following Old Black Bull's instructions, arrived at the western side of the Ganwu continent, entering a building that resembled a casual restaurant. The location of this casual restaurant was very secluded, with hardly any foot traffic normally. Yun walked in and glanced around. The entire 100-square-meter space on the first floor had no customers. Yun didn't mind and walked up the stairs to the second floor, where he saw a slender figure already seated at a small table by the window. Walking slowly to the table, Yun sat in the opposite seat. He saw that the other person's entire face seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see her features clearly. He could only vaguely discern from her figure that this mysterious employer was female. All other information remained unknown. These were special functions of the virtual universe. One could pay to hide their information, face, figure, and so on, which was very useful for privacy protection. It was precisely because of this that, even when being hunted, this employer still dared to show up in the virtual universe to personally select suitable mercenaries. Yun had also made some disguises at this time, but unlike the woman in front of him who blurred her appearance, he had changed to a different face. His overall attractiveness remained the same, still very handsome, but his face was completely different. Just as Yun was about to speak, he saw the woman gently tap the table with her right hand and slowly began to speak, her voice clear and melodious, like a nightingale. "You want to take my mission? I can tell you first that among those hunting me are many universe-rank existences. Are you sure you have the capability?" After the woman finished speaking, she leaned back slightly, resting against the chair, adjusting to a comfortable sitting posture, and watched the handsome man in front of her with great curiosity, eager to see Yun's reaction. Yun looked at the woman's relaxed demeanor, which was nothing like someone caught in a chase. He was very curious about her origins. He smiled and said softly, "Since I've come here, as long as you don't express a desire to refuse, I naturally won't back down. However, I also need to know your specific requirements. If the difficulty is very high, a single Iron Line Grass seed won't be enough to pay me." The woman could feel the calm demeanor emanating from Yun. It wasn't deliberately faked. This was completely different from the others she had interviewed before. Even upon hearing about the possibility of multiple universe-rank enemies, Yun showed excitement and eagerness, without any hint of fear. Just your performance alone puts you above everyone else. The woman didn't stint on her admiration and satisfaction for Yun. With her identity and experience, she had clearly sensed the fundamental difference between Yun and those other desperados. However, since it involved a matter of life and death, the woman didn't make an immediate decision. After some thought, she said, "With the endorsement of the Black Beast organization, I don't need to scrutinize you too much. However, to truly take on my mission, we need to meet in person within the Fu Peng Star region. Only after understanding your general background, then, can I make a final decision. But don't worry, I won't let you come for nothing. If I ultimately decide you still don't meet the conditions, you will still receive a reward as compensation for your hard journey. Trust me, you won't be dissatisfied with such travel expenses. The Black Beast organization was the intelligence organization Old Black Bull belonged to. Their organization used various beast names as code names, and Old Black Bull was merely their Black Beast organization's representative on Ku Long Star. The woman's simple words exuded a strong aura of wealth. Yi Yun felt that if it weren't for the special environment of the Fu Peng Star region, those who dared to pursue her would surely die a very ugly death. However, now that they had encountered Yi Yun, those people probably wouldn't have a good end either. Yi Yun nodded, having no objections, and maintained his smile as he said, "Where are you now? Shall we agree on a secret code for our meeting?" The woman waved her hand, shaking her head and saying, "Not for now. I know a temporary gathering place that isn't too far from either of us. After this meeting concludes, we can start our journey. 10 days from now, at the same time, you'll come back to this restaurant. If I haven't detected any abnormalities by then, I'll appear just as I did today, and we'll finalize the meeting details then. No problem with that, right?" Yi Yun couldn't help but marvel at the woman's caution. Even after roughly confirming him as a helper, she still handled matters meticulously, keeping all initiative in her own hands. Although Yi Yun's background wasn't a major issue, she maintained fundamental vigilance and wouldn't easily relax. If any changes occurred, she could immediately cut off contact unilaterally, severing any possibility of exposing herself. Yi Yun stood up, extended his right hand to the woman, and said softly, "All right, then I wish us a successful cooperation. By then, I'll have the iron line grass I want, and you'll be rid of the trouble of pursuers. Everyone will be happy." The woman also stood up. Although she found Yi Yun's extended hand a peculiar custom, she likewise extended her right hand and clasped his, saying lightly, "I hope so." I have to say, Tomato's virtual universe setting is truly amazing. La 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 la. Chapter 90. Yilin, the woman's figure, disappeared directly. Momo Yu also received information about the temporary gathering and trading area that the woman sent over. He compared it briefly and said with some emotion, "All right, I don't even know her name. She's really decisive. I wonder what her background is." Momo Yu, adjust course. Let's go at full speed. Yi Yun also had many guesses about the identity of this mysterious female employer, but the information he had now was too little to draw a conclusion. Yi Yun didn't care. He knew that once they truly met, things would gradually become clear. Following the direction given by the woman, Yi Yun only spent about 8 days to arrive at the designated location. There were no complete planets here, but rather large meteorites scattered everywhere. Each meteorite was occupied by some people or forces, forming a temporary trading gathering area. In the Fu Peng Star region, there were many more such temporary trading gathering areas than fixed gathering places like Ku Long Star. However, they were full of uncertainty. Perhaps after leaving today, they wouldn't be able to maintain themselves tomorrow. The fundamental reason was the lack of a strong individual or force to suppress them from behind. They were spontaneous gatherings, relatively loose, and without much security. Driving the spaceship, Yi Yun slowly landed on an uninhabited meteorite at the edge. He had no intention of communicating with others, and just waited quietly. He believed that since the woman hadn't made any special agreement signals with him, she must have her own methods to verify Yi Yun's general identity, and thus decide whether to finally meet. 2 days passed in a flash. Yi Yun entered the virtual universe on time and once again came to the second floor of that leisure restaurant. He slowly walked to the same spot, stood by the table, and said with a smile to the figure in the seat, "It seems you felt my sincerity. Can we discuss meeting now?" The woman did not answer immediately. Instead, she gestured for Yi Yun to sit opposite her, then said softly, "I'm becoming more and more curious about you. You dare to accept my employment alone. Should I say you don't know your limits, or that you have blind self-confidence?" Yi Yun was not surprised that the woman knew his general situation. He estimated that when they met last time, the woman was probably not far from this temporary gathering place, or rather, she was already in this very location. That's why she had ample time and opportunity to observe every newcomer. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi-yun had already been noticed by the woman as soon as he arrived at this gathering place. Yi-yun's demeanor this time was clearly much more relaxed. Based on the woman's reaction, he had roughly determined her thoughts, so he also chuckled and said, "Since you've already shown yourself, let's not beat around the bush. Can we deal with those people? We'll know if we try, won't we?" You can maintain such a relaxed posture while being chased by them, so they must not pose a fatal threat to you. You don't have to worry that I'll harm you. At worst, you can just withdraw if things go south. Since that's the case, why not take a gamble? If you win, you get rid of the trouble. If you lose, I just lose my life. The woman chuckled upon hearing this, feeling once again that Yi-yun's personality suited her taste. She slowly stood up and said, "Since you've said so, I'll play along with you." Yi-yun's consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe, and he saw an ultra-small spaceship, less than 50 meters in length and width, landing next to his spaceship. Yi-yun stepped out of his spaceship at the same time and saw the cabin door of the adjacent spaceship open. A petite woman lightly hopped out of the spaceship. When the two approached each other, Yi-yun carefully observed her and found that the woman's figure was roughly similar to her appearance in the virtual universe. What surprised him was that the woman's face was not concealed at all. It was openly displayed before him. The woman had a typical human race appearance, and according to Earth's aesthetics, she was a refined and enduring beauty with delicate features. Her face shape was somewhat round, but her demeanor carried an indescribable unrestrained aura, which immediately made her much more vibrant and striking. The woman's elemental battle suit transformed into close-fitting armor, perfectly outlining the curves of her figure. With a wave of her hand, she put away her spaceship. She smiled brightly at Yi-yun, her eyes like crescent moons, and then said in a low voice, "Don't just stand there. I've stayed here a bit long. We need to leave quickly, or it'll be troublesome if we're caught." Saying this, the woman walked into Yi-yun's spaceship first. Yi-yun followed, and then the spaceship quickly ascended, performing a graceful drift and turn in midair, heading towards the distant starry sky. Upon reaching the spaceship's control room, the woman made herself quite at home, sitting in a chair and maintaining her smile as she said, "All right, now we can start discussing the next plan." Yi-yun felt a bit helpless. In both of his lives, he hadn't had much contact with girls, and this was the first time he had encountered someone as expressive as this woman. He felt his own aura was somewhat suppressed. He composed himself, sat down in another chair, and said in a deep voice, "I still don't know what to call you. Since you've confirmed my employment, then please tell me in detail about the force that's pursuing you. All I know right now is that there are universe-rank experts among them. I hope you can truthfully tell me about their specific scale, overall strength, and why they're so fixated on you." The woman leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs, causing the entire chair to swivel slightly from side to side with her movement. She looked at Yi-yun's serious expression, finding it amusing, and said with a smile, "You can just call me Night Lin. As for the questions you're concerned about, don't rush. Let me tell you slowly." Night Lin spoke for about 20 minutes, and Yi-yun finally roughly understood the course of events. It turned out that the people pursuing Night Lin were not affiliated with a single force, but rather a coalition of several forces. The cause was at a temporary gathering area where Night Lin took out a seed of iron line grass, hoping to exchange it for something she wanted. However, because the trade was too specific, after going through many parties, she still hadn't found a suitable trading partner. And when Night Lin left this gathering area, multiple tales followed her, their goal naturally being the iron line grass seed in her hand. Night Lin naturally understood the value of the iron line grass seed, but she hadn't expected that in this Fu Peng Star region, it would cause a much bigger stir than in the outside world. Having lost many of the constraints of rules, the desperados of the Fu Peng Star region were like hungry wolves that had smelled fresh meat, clinging tightly to her trail, causing many of her subsequent actions to become stagnant. To solve this trouble, Knight Lin found the Black Beast organization and issued an employment mission to eliminate these tails. If Yi Yun hadn't been firm in his resolve, he might have been unable to resist trying to snatch it. Revealing that one possesses such a treasure, and being pursued for it is truly not a strange thing. However, Yi Yun didn't detect any regret in Knight Lin's tone. It seemed that the reason she issued such an employment was simply because being pursued was too troublesome. She didn't feel there was anything wrong with her actions back then. If given another chance, Knight Lin might still choose to do so, but perhaps with more caution to reduce the risk of being targeted. After listening, Yi Yun secretly pondered. The information Old Black Bull had told him earlier still had some discrepancies. He didn't know if it was the Black Beast organization protecting its clients, or if Knight Lin hadn't told them the truth. Yi Yun clenched his right hand into a fist and gently tapped his left palm a few times, saying in a deep voice, "The most favorable situation for us now is that the news of you possessing the Iron Line grass seed hasn't spread widely. The forces pursuing you all want to monopolize this enormous opportunity, so they are still maintaining their initial scale. This gives us a lot of room for maneuver. You said these forces are basically those organizations you inquired about for trade, and you've also found out about their force situations through the Black Beast organization. That makes it much easier to handle. To solve this trouble once and for all, you'll have to take a risk and show yourself, personally luring them out. Once we catch them all in one fell swoop, there won't be any other hidden dangers." Knight Lin was non-committal about the plan Yi Yun proposed, her expression unchanged. After a moment, she said softly, "I don't have any problem with it, but if you can't deal with them then, I can only guarantee my own safety. As for you, I won't be able to look after you. Are you really sure you want to use such a risky plan?" Yi Yun revealed a confident smile and said indifferently, "Don't worry. I won't throw my life away just for the Iron Line grass seed. If there's nothing else, let's start the plan immediately." After roughly understanding the overall strength of the forces pursuing Knight Lin, Yi Yun had already decided to participate. Not only was it for the Iron Line grass seed reward, but more importantly, the lineup of multiple universe rank experts combined gave him a strong desire for a challenge. Yi Yun deeply understood the original intention of going out on missions. The focus was not on the mission itself, but on the tempering effect it had during the process. If one avoided all problems encountered, where would the meaning of tempering be? Of course, while Yi Yun maintained the idea of tempering in his heart, he did not lose his composure. Challenge was not suicide. He had carefully analyzed the comparison between his own strength and the opposing forces, and only after repeated confirmation did he make up his mind. Those universe rank opponents did not exceed his strength limit, making them perfectly suitable as current challenge targets. Yi Yun's simple words contained an unshakable, rock-solid confidence, which also infected Knight Lin beside him. She chuckled softly, saying with a smile, "I'm looking forward to your performance too." Trying to write some different female characters, Chapter 91, Fishing Actually, in Knight Lin's original plan. If she couldn't find a suitable target through the employment missions issued by the Black Beast organization, she intended to broaden the scope of recruitment. Meaning she would simultaneously hire a large number of organizational forces to eliminate the pursuing forces with absolute military might. However, this plan had a certain flaw. Hiring too many people might lead to other unexpected troubles. Although there was a guarantee from the Black Beast organization, it wasn't entirely foolproof. It was possible that some of the hired parties might betray them, which would deviate from the original intention of Knight Lin's plan. Yi Yun's appearance was a pleasant surprise for Knight Lin. Although she hadn't seen Yi Yun demonstrate his strength since they met, with Knight Lin's discerning eye, she could naturally see Yi Yun's extraordinariness. Knight Lin was also very curious to know how Yi Yun would perform against that group of universe rank powerhouses. The dark green spaceship gradually decelerated and finally stopped in the starry sky. Yi Yun and Knight Lin flew out of the spaceship. Knight Lin raised her hand and took out her own spaceship. This spaceship was similar in size to the one seen before, but its style and color were completely different. Evidently, Night Lin had at least two different C-class spaceships in her storage space, once again demonstrating Night Lin's financial power. Yi Yun didn't find it strange at all. He put away his spaceship and entered the small spaceship with Night Lin, then chose a direction and proceeded leisurely. Just at this moment, in a part of the starry sky not far from the rendezvous point where Yi Yun and Night Lin met, inside a large, pitch-black spaceship, several burly men with bare arms were gathered in the command room. Suddenly, one of the burly men spoke in a low voice. "Big brother, the target's movement has changed. According to the analysis of its travel speed, it hasn't entered the dark universe, but is traveling at sublight speed in the universe's starry sky. It's not far from us." Upon hearing this, the expression of a burly man in the center became somewhat subtle. He had an extremely long scar face on his face, stretching from his forehead to his chin. The scar face undulated with the burly man's changing expression, like a wriggling centipede, looking very ferocious. This scar face spoke in a deep voice. "Is there any problem with the intelligence?" The burly man who had just spoken nodded heavily. "Yes," Basta confirmed it. "It's definitely the target's spaceship. Big brother, do you think we should chase after them?" Upon hearing Basta's confirmation, Scarface no longer had doubts. After a while, he patted the shoulder of the burly man next to him and instructed in a low voice, "Notify that group of evil wolves. I estimate the situation is not simple. The target has been hiding for so long and suddenly appeared so high profile. I want to see what her plans are." At this time, Yi Yun and Night Lin stood side by side inside the spaceship, asking in a low voice, "Are you sure they can lock onto your position?" Night Lin shrugged and replied, "Yes, although I'm still not sure how they do it. After several attempts, this point is beyond doubt. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have agreed to your fishing idea. Now, we'll just wait for the fish to bite. I just don't know if we'll successfully catch the fish, or if someone will swallow the bait." The spaceship traveled quietly through the starry sky for over an hour. Yi Yun and Night Lin chatted idly. Both were very curious about each other's identities and backgrounds, but there were more important troubles to solve, so neither gained much. It wasn't until the spaceship entered a dense asteroid belt and gradually slowed down that both of their expressions became focused. This was actually one of the predicted locations where they would be attacked. The spaceship, which had been traveling at a constant speed, suddenly encountered a strong resistance, as if it had entered a quagmire. Its speed instantly plummeted, and after a short while, it was forced to stop, hovering in the starry sky. Yi Yun and Night Lin exchanged glances, both instantly understanding that the long-awaited opponent had finally arrived. They had deliberately chosen a straight course. Any pursuing force with a bit of sense would try to accelerate and set up an ambush ahead of their route. At this moment, the spaceship being forced to stop by the entanglement and traction devices prearranged by those forces perfectly met both sides' expectations. After a short while, more than a dozen spaceships of various sizes slowly approached from all directions, surrounding Yi Yun and Night Lin's spaceship. Yi Yun and Night Lin were not surprised by such a formation. With their spaceship restricted, they decisively opened the hatch. Their force battle suits instantly covered their entire bodies, and they stood back to back in the starry sky, calmly facing the surrounding spaceships. At this moment, from the perspective of the various large spaceships, the situation of the target spaceship was clearly displayed. Apart from the two people who left the spaceship, the entire spaceship was empty. In other words, now facing their fleet of several major forces were only two stellar-rank ninth-order individuals. Scarface quickly contacted the heads of the other major forces. After confirming the situation, they were all a bit unsure of the target's intentions. Previously, the target had always been alone, and although she was as slippery as a loach, she never dared to appear so openly. Could it be that this newly added stellar-rank ninth-order man was the confidence the target believed she had to confront them? Inside Scarface's spaceship, there was a unique metal auxiliary life form named Basta. This metal auxiliary life form had a special talent. It could effectively memorize the aura of various metal spaceships. Night Lin's inventory of spaceships had all been memorized by Basta's aura. Even from a great distance, Basta could roughly determine the location of Night Lin's spaceship, and the closer the distance, the more accurate the sensing. It was by relying on this metal auxiliary life form that they were able to keep following Night Lin. Otherwise, they would have lost track of her long ago. Therefore, based on Basta's reaction, Scarface was very certain that he hadn't followed the wrong target, but he also felt even stranger. His inner vigilance instantly reached its maximum, and he spoke in a deep voice to the burly men around him. Everyone be sharp later. The target definitely has something to rely on. We don't need to rush too much. We can let them scout ahead for us. Although he felt something was amiss in his heart, since the target had already been surrounded, it was naturally impossible to retreat just like that. Thinking of the composition of his own forces, Scarface instantly gained a lot of courage. With multiple powerful universe-rank powerhouses combined, any unexpected situation could be forcefully suppressed. Yi Yun did not wait for the enemy's offensive to unfold and moved first. He stepped on his spiritual power weapon, darting and maneuvering in the starry sky, charging alone towards the spaceship in front. Night Lin watched Yi Yun's reckless behavior and did not stand still. 2 sharp daggers appeared in her hands. After entering battle mode, a coldness completely unsuited to her temperament was revealed in Night Lin's curved eyes. She was like a different person from the carefree girl she was before. Then, Night Lin traced dozens of afterimages in midair, arriving ahead of Yi Yun despite starting later. His pervasive spiritual power sensed Night Lin's movements, and Yi Yun was instantly startled. Night Lin's simple, fleeting appearance revealed her powerful mastery of the law of space. Although the law of space has different secret techniques of comprehension, they all lead to the same destination. Being able to simultaneously create dozens of afterimage clones already proved that Night Lin's comprehension of the law of space must be extremely profound. Yi Yun no longer doubted Night Lin's strength. Leaving aside everything else, just by relying on her mastery of the law of space, Night Lin could completely escape from these people unscathed. Such an action was truly not dangerous for Night Lin. While sighing inwardly, Yi Yun's movements were also swift. The cold light 9-section spear on his back was not deployed. Instead, he threw out a dozen gray metal spheres. With a burst of spiritual power, he propelled these metal spheres to rapidly strike the relatively massive spaceship hulls. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. The metal spheres were extremely small targets, and with Yi Yun's swift action, they hit the various spaceships without any obstruction. Then, at the point of contact, the spheres instantly exploded, silent flames sweeping through. The powerful force concentrated and impacted the same spot, blasting a large hole in the spaceship. With one strike effective, Yi Yun threw out another dozen metal spheres. However, this time, the spheres were pulled by an invisible traction force midway, and no matter how Yi Yun activated his spiritual power, he couldn't push them at all. Yi Yun understood that his move had been countered, but he wasn't discouraged. Anyway, Yi Yun's goal had been achieved. He put away the spheres and saw more than 200 people flying out from the various spaceships, each with evil Kai on their faces, silently approaching Yi Yun's direction. Although these metal spheres had decent power, they had a major flaw in their use. Due to the material itself, they were not easy to control and were extremely susceptible to various magnetic devices, making them difficult to be effective in actual combat. However, Yi Yun also knew that one trick couldn't work everywhere. His original intention was to catch the opponent off guard and force them to leave their spaceships to fight him. In that case, he and Night Lin would be able to leverage their individual advantages, allowing for better control of the battle. Scarface and 7 other individuals stood at the very front of everyone, each unreservedly releasing their aura, proclaiming their powerful universe-rank strength, and pressing towards Yi Yun's direction. Yi Yun stood quietly. Night Lin silently flashed to Yi Yun's side. 2 stellar-rank 9th Order individuals, facing a team of over 200 people led by 8 universe-rank powerhouses, showed no sign of fear. Yi Yun and Night Lin looked at each other, both sensing the excitement and thrill in the other's heart. The next moment, they launched a preemptive attack in perfect tacit agreement. Chapter 92, Spirit Swordfish Night Lin instantly manifested dozens of afterimages. The first afterimage remained in place, while the furthest figure had already charged into the enemy ranks. It must be said that Night Lin was truly bold with her high skill. Facing so many enemies, she still plunged into the crowd. Besides her decisiveness, she was also filled with strong self-confidence. Upon entering combat mode, Yi Yun completely forgot other thoughts in his mind, his eyes only seeing the enemies before him. He no longer held back at this moment. The cold light 9-section spear behind him trembled, and in a blink of an eye, 9 vivid blue-silver spirit sword-fish combined. Under Yi Yun's control, they skillfully bypassed Scarface and the others in front, plunging into the vast crowd behind. Although they had never fought together or discussed tactics before, at the moment of their attack, Yi Yun and Night Lin almost made the same choice. To temporarily ignore Scarface and the other universe-rank tough opponents, first clear out the cannon fodder, and then focus on the universe-rank enemies. This silent choice was full of tacit understanding. Scarface and the 8 other universe-rank experts also saw Yi Yun and Night Lin's plan, and naturally wouldn't let Yi Yun succeed easily. Each of them unleashed their full origin power, releasing different types of attributes. 4 of them moved to intercept Night Lin, while the remaining 4 charged directly towards Yi Yun. Seeing the actions of Scarface and the others, Yi Yun was not surprised in the slightest. The opponents possessed the powerful combat strength of universe rank, and tactically, they would naturally maximize this advantage. Relying on the huge gap between universe rank and astral rank, Scarface and the others were undoubtedly confident that they could quickly defeat Yi Yun and Night Lin. Yi Yun gently shook his head, sighing somewhat at the vast difference that could exist between experts of the same rank in the universe. If Scarface and the others had any discerning eye, seeing Night Lin's mastery of the law of space, they would understand that Night Lin alone was not someone they could easily deal with, let alone possess such overflowing confidence. After Scarface and the others made their move, Yi Yun could feel that none of these 8 universe-rank experts had mastered the domain of their respective origin laws, let alone crossed the threshold of origin laws. Moreover, their ranks were all around universe rank 1 or 2, clearly indicating that this was almost their peak. Due to limitations in talent and resources, it was entirely possible for them to make no further progress in their entire lives. This was actually the norm in the universe. Geniuses like Yi Yun and Night Lin, who could step into the law threshold at the astral rank, were 1 in a billion, a special case that could not be used as a standard in the universe. Of course, universe rank was universe rank after all. The strength of their genetic origin, energy itself, far surpassed Yi Yun and Night Lin. This was a difference in life levels, and it was precisely because of this that Scarface and the others had the qualifications to contend with Yi Yun. At the same rank, they could only be instantly killed, with no suspense whatsoever. Watching the 4 universe rank experts about to rush before him, Yi Yun manipulated his spiritual power weapon, weaving through the starry sky along strange and mysterious paths. No matter how much his opponents burst forth with speed, they still couldn't touch a single thread of Yi Yun's clothes. While constantly dodging, the 9 illusionary spirit sword-fish manipulated by Yi Yun moved as if in an uninhabited land, mercilessly slaughtering the crowds behind. In just a moment, blue-silver light flashed continuously, and dozens of astral-rank star pirates were instantly pierced through the chest and killed, their bodies strewn across the cold, starry sky. This scene made Scarface and the others chasing Yi Yun furious. The forces they had accumulated over many years in the Fu Peng Star region were now being slaughtered like pigs and dogs, yet they were powerless to stop it. This feeling of powerlessness made them even more enraged. The genetic origin energy surging through their entire bodies became more intense, and their speed suddenly increased. However, to their despair, they still couldn't touch Yi Yun, only able to watch their subordinates continuously fall. Scarface took a moment to glance in another direction and was immediately struck again. Night, Lin held 2 daggers in reverse grip, and with every strike, she left dozens of afterimages in the starry sky. Just as they managed to reach an afterimage's location, Night Lin had already left the spot, dashing in an unpredictable direction. And during her dash, without any prior warning fluctuations around those astral rank star pirates, Night Lin quietly appeared, her dagger gently slicing across their necks, sending heads flying. In just this short time, a closer look revealed that the battle group fighting Night Lin had suffered almost the same number of losses as their side. The large group of over 200 people was reduced to less than half its number in the blink of an eye. A little while later, Yi Yun and Night Lin simultaneously retreated. The 9 illusionary spirit swordfish also returned to Yi Yun's side. In this short period, they had killed all the enemy star pirates, except for Scarface and his 8 men, leaving no one alive. Scarface and the others also regrouped, but their expressions and demeanor were completely different from before the battle. Each of them suppressed their rage, while their eyes flashed with immense dread and solemnity. No matter how limited their vision, from the performance of Yi Yun and Night Lin, they were certainly not ordinary individuals. Night Lin lightly returned to Yi Yun's side. She looked at the 9 illusionary spirit swordfish floating beside Yi Yun, and her judgment of Yi Yun's strength once again rose a level. Night Lin had clearly recognized the cold light 9-section spear used by Yi Yun. From this glimpse, she could roughly judge Yi Yun's mastery of the law of water and the law of space. To achieve this at the astral rank was certainly not a simple existence. Cloud Immortal, the small fry are dealt with. How do you plan to handle them? The strength of the universe rank is too high. Our attacks are very difficult to cause effective damage to them. If we don't deal with these leaders, then my troubles won't be so easy to get rid of. Upon receiving Night Lin's message, Yi Yun did not reply. He gestured for Night Lin to stand aside, then took 2 steps forward, adopting a stance as if to face the 8 universe rank experts alone. Killing the 100 astral rank star pirates earlier had only served as a warm-up for Yi Yun. At this moment, his blood was boiling. Facing 8 universe rank experts alone was Yi Yun's self-imposed pressure and challenge. Night Lin quietly stayed put, playing with her dagger. She had no intention of stopping Yi Yun. Although in her heart, she didn't think Yi Yun could defeat Scarface and the others. A major rank difference wasn't so easily overcome. Night Lin wasn't too worried about Yi Yun's safety. Judging by Yi Yun's performance just now, if not a complete retreat, ensuring he wasn't in mortal danger was certainly not an issue. Scarface and the others also noticed Yi Yun's actions and were equally surprised by his decision. However, their hatred for Yi Yun had reached its peak. They wished they could tear Yi Yun to shreds. Therefore, they didn't give Yi Yun much time to prepare. All 8 of them surged with their full aura and battle intent, charging at Yi Yun from all directions. Although Yi Yun had a professional psyker master with a matching spiritual power weapon, when it came to instant burst speed, he was definitely no match for these pure martial artists of universe rank. Previously, he relied on his long-trained flying skills to weave through the crowd. Now, with the number of universe rank experts facing him doubled, the increased pressure on Yi Yun was more than just a little. However, to everyone's surprise, Yi Yun stood still. A powerful spiritual power erupted, acting upon the 9 illusionary spirit swordfish floating beside him. He muttered a low command in his heart, "Spirit swordfish, condense." In an instant, the 9 identical illusionary spirit swordfish violently collided. Blue-silver light erupted, and a moment later, the light faded, leaving behind only a single, more solidified swordfish. It was still a striking blue with specks of silver light, highlighting a stronger spirituality. The second form of the cold light 9-section spear, spirit swordfish, was a more powerful control method based on the first form, illusionary swordfish. It not only required more precise spiritual power control and amplitude, but also demanded a deeper understanding of the law of water and the law of space. Under such difficult prerequisites, it represented the immense power of this second form of the cold light 9-section spear. It was precisely because of such a method that Yi Yun had the qualification to challenge universe rank experts. The disparity in levels between him and universe rank experts forced Yi Yun to find solutions from other aspects, and the most effective path was the power of the laws he had mastered. The Cold Light 9-section spear was the means to transform the comprehended law power into direct offensive might. Compared to the first form, illusionary swordfish, this second form, spirit swordfish, was undoubtedly more flexible. There wasn't a significant difference in size. It was only slightly longer, but it had a completely solidified feel. Moreover, this spirit swordfish was not just a simple combination. It involved the intricate connection and linking of the law of water and the law of space, making its complexity incomparable. Scarface and the others did not recognize Yi Yun's Cold Light 9-section spear, nor did they understand the difference between the first form, illusionary swordfish, and the second form, spirit swordfish. However, this did not prevent them from sensing the immense power contained within the newly appeared blue-silver swordfish. At this moment, their gazes towards Yi Yun changed completely. Previously, although Yi Yun and Night Lin had killed their subordinates right under their noses, it hadn't made them feel any specific threat. As universe-rank experts, they still had that confidence. No matter how astonishing Yi Yun and Night Lin were to them, they were still just two astral-rank individuals. But now, Scarface and the others felt a tangible threat from the spirit swordfish unleashed by Yi Yun. This feeling was extremely strong, fully capable of threatening their lives. Instantly, all of them became solemn, and their charging steps were no longer so firm. Instead, they became hesitant and cautious, no one wanting to be the first to test the power of Yi Yun's spirit swordfish. This was the drawback of loosely allied forces. They temporarily united for common interests, but once problems arose, they would scatter like loose sand, unable to effectively leverage the benefits of cooperation. Yi Yun did not care about the reactions of Scarface and the others. After the spirit swordfish condensed, he immediately controlled it to swiftly attack the nearest universe rank expert. The silver space secret runes on the spirit swordfish flickered, combined with Yi Yun's full burst of spiritual power control, making the spirit swordfish's speed reach its extreme. In just an instant, it arrived before this universe rank expert. This person wore a set of crimson third-tier origin battle armor and held a half-man-long scarlet greatsword. After a brief assessment, he understood that he couldn't dodge this attack from the spirit swordfish. He let out a low roar, his right-hand longsword emitting a faint red glow. Simultaneously, his treasured secret technique, which he had always practiced, activated, and in a split second, he fiercely slashed at the body of the spirit swordfish. However, this almost full-power strike seemed to hit empty space, feeling no force at all. This completely exceeded the crimson-armored expert's expectations. His original intention was to deflect the spirit swordfish, not to directly collide with its power. With a quick glance, the crimson-armored expert immediately understood the problem. His judgment, reaction, and timing of the strike were all flawless. However, where his longsword swept, that blue spirit swordfish suddenly broke in the middle. The crimson-armored expert was very clear that such a break was not caused by him, which meant it could only be a precise operation temporarily made by Yi Yun during the attack of the spirit swordfish, based on changes in the battle situation. The spirit swordfish itself was composed of countless blue-silver fine needles, and theoretically, it could indeed break at will. However, precisely because the spirit swordfish was precisely combined, even a tiny flaw could lead to the collapse of the entire spirit swordfish. The ability to break in the middle and maintain the front and back forms of the spirit swordfish was enough to demonstrate Yi Yun's mastery of the second form of the Cold Light 9-section spear. It was precisely because of Yi Yun's precise operation that the crimson-armored expert's initial response was instantly nullified. The front half of the spirit swordfish, where its tip was located, met no obstruction. Under Yi Yun's powerful spiritual power control, the blue and silver secret runes on it shone brightly, fiercely piercing into the crimson-armored expert's chest. The third-tier origin battle armor was instantly pierced, and much of the impact was neutralized, but it still penetrated the crimson-armored expert's chest. After being pierced, the crimson-armored expert was immediately severely wounded. He dropped the longsword in his hand and desperately pressed his hands against the spirit sword fish's body, but the spirit sword fish itself contained the powerful might of the law of water and the law of space. Under Yi Yun's continuous control, it erupted, churning downwards from the chest. In just a few breaths, the crimson-armored expert's life force was completely extinguished, and with unwilling eyes, he fell into the starry sky. The expert, who had just been radiating universe-rank power, died in the blink of an eye under Yi Yun's first strike with the spirit sword fish. The scene instantly became deathly silent. Scarface and the others were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They all knew the strength of the crimson-armored expert very well. He was basically at the same level as them. Even they couldn't defeat the crimson-armored expert so easily, let alone kill him in an instant. At once, the gazes of Scarface and the others towards Yi Yun changed again, carrying intense fear. Thoughts of escape even arose in their hearts. Seeing Yi Yun effortlessly kill the crimson-armored expert, every single one of them extinguished their desire to fight, only wanting to escape quickly. No one wanted to become a ghost under Yi Yun's spirit sword fish. Today will just be one big chapter. After this volume ends, we'll enter the Genius Battle arc, and I need to organize it well. Chapter 93 Locke's Divine Water. Having truly experienced the power of the second form of the Cold Light 9-section spear, the spirit sword fish, in actual combat, Yi Yun gained a more intuitive understanding of his current strength. It would be very difficult for an ordinary universe-rank expert, without an equivalent comprehension of law, to withstand this move of his. After killing the expert in crimson battle armor, Yi Yun did not stop. He manipulated the spirit sword fish, attacking Scarface and the others with swiftness and precision. Scarface and the others were immediately terrified, using every means to stop Yi Yun's spirit sword fish offensive. However, under completely overwhelming precise control and law mastery, in a short while, Scarface and the remaining 7 individuals all followed in the footsteps of the crimson-armored expert, falling one by one, perishing in the starry sky. The spirit sword fish swiftly retreated, re-merging into the Cold Light 9-section spear behind Yi Yun. Night Lin flashed to Yi Yun's side and sent a message. No wonder you didn't care about them at all. To be able to master the Cold Light 9-section spear to such an extent, even if there were several times more opponents, they wouldn't be your match. Yi Yun did not reply, quickly clearing the battlefield. Based on the information scanned during the battle, he focused on eliminating the subordinate metal lifeforms that Scarface's spaceship had fused with, cutting off the source of Night Lin being tracked. Then he took out Morin's dark green spaceship and, taking Night Lin with him, swiftly left this asteroid field in the starry sky. The spaceship traveled steadily. Yi Yun exhaled softly and slowly said, "Night Lin, your trouble has been resolved. You should fulfill your promise now." Night Lin didn't understand why Yi Yun was so certain, but her goal was to eliminate Scarface and the other pursuers. Now that Yi Yun had perfectly completed the mission, Night Lin naturally had no objection and said with a light laugh, As we agreed, 1 iron line grass seed, and finally, consider this my extra addition. I owe you a favor. If you ever need my help in the future, feel free to come find me. I can't guarantee I'll definitely be able to help you, but I will certainly do my best and won't perfunctorily decline. Yi Yun was slightly surprised. According to his agreement with Night Lin, since the targets included 8 universe rank experts, the two had rediscussed the details of the employment. In addition to a fixed portion of iron line grass, there were also some auxiliary cultivation resources and treasures, the most important of which was 10 grams of Locke Divine Water. Locke Divine Water is an auxiliary treasure containing powerful life force. It can be used to cultivate plant life and heal injuries. Any existence capable of absorbing life force can use it. Moreover, because the life force contained in Locke Divine Water is of a very high level. It is basically an excellent cultivation resource for any plant life, which also led to the extremely high price of Loch Divine water in the universe. 1 cubic kilometer of Loch Divine water once sold for a high price of 8.9 million mixed units. Therefore, something like Loch Divine water is a very high-end resource. Most people haven't even heard of it. The fact that Knight Lin could produce 10 grams already made Yi Yun extremely pleasantly surprised. In fact, for him, these 10 grams of Loch Divine water were much more valuable than the original target, the iron line grass seed. Yi Yun already felt quite good about obtaining these, but he didn't expect Knight Lin to proactively say that she owed him a favor in the end. Yi Yun now roughly understood Knight Lin's background and knew the significant weight of Knight Lin's favor. After a brief thought, he also said with a smile, "All right, after this, we can be considered friends. There's no need to say you owe me a favor. We both simply got what we needed. If you have any more trouble in the future, I should also be very willing to help again." During his free time on the journey, Yi Yun also briefly scanned Knight Lin, copying Knight Lin's powerful law of space talent, which was surprisingly much stronger than that of the World Lord proficient in the law of space in the Ganwu secret realm. Making up for a large part of Yi Yun's deficiencies, and from some simple memories of Knight Lin, Yi Yun learned about Knight Lin's general background. She was a personal disciple of an immortal-level expert. Although Yi Yun was also a disciple of the Ganwu secret realm's undying monarch King Lai, the meaning and circumstances were completely different from Knight Lin's situation. That immortal expert had not joined any force, similar to the existence of Hu Yanbo. Knight Lin had been brought up by him since childhood, meticulously taught, and her qualities in all aspects were no less than those of the genius elites of their Ganwu secret realm. In fact, in some aspects, such as resources and wealth, she could be said to surpass them by a lot. It was just very strange that Yi Yun had no impression of this Knight Lin from the original work. Based on Knight Lin's performance, if she participated in the genius battle on the Ganwu universe countryside, there was a very high possibility of breaking into the top 1,000, and her ranking would not be low. He didn't know if she hadn't participated, or if the trajectory of her development had undergone an unknown change. Knight Lin took out a grayish-brown seed, about the size of a fingernail, which looked quite unremarkable. This was the seed of the auxiliary plant life, iron line grass. Then she took out an exquisite jade bottle. Even through the jade bottle, Yi Yun could feel the chill emanating from the liquid it contained. He carefully took these two most important items. Other resources and treasures, Yi Yun simply glanced at and put away, not caring about them at all. After putting everything away, Yi Yun and Knight Lin exchanged glances and both smiled. Knight Lin softly said, "Cloud Immortal, I hope we meet again someday." Yi Yun nodded lightly, then opened the cabin door, watching Knight Lin board her own spaceship and gradually depart until she completely disappeared. The universe is so vast, and no one can predict future changes. Yi Yun and Knight Lin both knew clearly that after this farewell, they truly didn't know if they would ever meet again. However, neither of them intended to continue traveling together. This time, Knight Lin also came to the Fu Peng Star region to temper herself, similar to Yi Yun's situation. Naturally, it was impossible to entrust everything to others, as that would lose the meaning of tempering. Neither Yi Yun nor Knight Lin would make such a choice. After a slight sigh, Yi Yun directed Momo Yu to redefine a direction. After Momo Yu's careful analysis during this period, he had analyzed the approximate travel route of that Ru Hua clan from the movement clues given by Old Black Bull. After ending Knight Lin's employment mission this time, Yi Yun naturally headed towards the calculated destination immediately. Sitting in the control room chair, Yi Yun closed his eyes slightly, recalling the information he had obtained from Knight Lin. So this is why Old Black Bull was unwilling to tell me about the Red Serpent Squad. Knight Lin had a much deeper cooperation with the Black Beast organization than Morin, whom Yi Yun killed, who only had some basic cooperation. Therefore, Knight Lin naturally knew more inside information about the Black Beast organization. Although there was no information related to the Red Serpent Squad in Night Lin's memories, after some analysis, Yi-Yun suddenly understood. The Red Serpent Squad must be one of the secret forces that the Black Beast organization had been cooperating with all along. In terms of relationship, they were naturally much closer than Yi-Yun, this outsider. Of course, it was impossible to reveal information about the Red Serpent Squad just because of a few words from Yi-Yun. After understanding this information, Yi-Yun also felt more confident. He could temporarily ignore it. In the future, as long as he kept a close eye on intelligence forces like the Black Beast organization, there would always be an opportunity to catch the tail of the Red Serpent Squad. Currently, the most urgent task was to find the traces of the Ru-Wa clan, as this was the means to truly improve his strength. Yi-Yun still understood the priorities. The information about the Ru-Wa clan that Yi-Yun purchased from the Black Beast organization included all traces from the past 2 years. After careful analysis, he found that the vast majority of them most likely pointed to the same Ru-Wa clan human race, just appearing in different locations at different times. The Ru-Wa clan is a unique race that drifts through the universe. Although relatively few in number compared to the entire Fu Peng Star region, once a clue is found, it is easy to guess their estimated travel route. And every year, many people come to the Fu Peng Star region to study the Ru-Wa clan. So collecting information about them has always been a routine activity for organizations like Black Beast, and also an important source of income. After traveling for more than 10 days in the Dark Universe, Yi-Yun finally arrived at the most recent location mentioned in the clues he received. After comparing the directions on site, Yi-Yun knew, from here, that Ru-Wa clan has at most only 3 path options. According to their travel speed, it would only take a few days to completely rule out possibilities. It's about what I expected. 3 more days passed, and as Yi-Yun was traveling along the second possible path he had analyzed, he suddenly heard Momo Yu's excited voice. "Dad, there's an energy reaction ahead. Based on database comparison and analysis, it's 99.85% the Ru-Wa clan." Hearing Momo Yu's notification, Yi-Yun's spirits also lifted. He had finally found traces of a Ru-Wa clan, and his efforts had not been in vain. Momo Yu approached slowly. "Don't disturb them." After the spaceship slowly moved forward for a distance, through external scene simulation, Yi-Yun finally saw the scene ahead. It was a team of dozens of individuals, each with a stature exceeding 5 meters. Their appearance was similar to that of the human race in the universe, but there was a transparent blue crystal at the center of their brows, flickering with a faint light, appearing quite peculiar. Even more peculiar was that each of them was emitting a blue energy. These energies combined to form an effect similar to a spaceship, making it not difficult for them to drift in the cosmic starry sky. Not only could they block various dangers in the universe and absorb cosmic energy to replenish themselves, but they could also greatly increase their flying speed. Such a miraculous sight made Yi-Yun unable to help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 94, Soul Realm Prison. Although he had learned about the Ru-Wa clan long ago, Yi-Yun was still shocked when he truly witnessed them, unable to help but marvel at the universe's miraculous creations. His gaze flickered, finally settling on the blue crystal at the center of each Ru-Wa clan member's brow. Through years of research by his predecessors, Yi-Yun knew that this blue crystal was the core of the Ru-Wa clan. The Ru-Wa clan is an energy life race, unlike flesh and blood beings who have fixed bodies. Their current manifested form is made of energy, merely their most common appearance. Therefore, attacking their bodies only results in a loss of energy for them. Only by destroying their energy core can they be truly harmed. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the Ru-Wa clan undoubtedly possesses extremely strong survival abilities. Coupled with their race's overall strength reaching the astral rank, they should have lived very well in the universe. However, later, due to their special talent technique, they aroused the interest of others for research, which led to the Ru-Wa clan's current decline. It must be said that it is quite ironic, finally finding a Ru-Wa clan race, Yi Yun quietly flew out of the spaceship. Under Momo Yu's concealment, he hid his figure and aura, slowly approaching the location of the Ru-Wa clan race ahead. Yi Yun had no intention of disturbing them, so he was not prepared to interact with this group of Ru-Wa clan. When he finally reached a suitable position, he activated his Eye of Replication from a distance, scanning a tall Ru-Wa clan leader within the group. He found the talent technique option, and the Eye of Replication activated Ru-Wa clan talent technique, Soul Realm Prison, copying in progress. 1%, 13%, 56%, 100%, copying successful. Feeling the message transmitted from his sea of consciousness, Yi Yun was a little surprised. The Ru-Wa clan's talent technique was not the rumored Soul Barrier, but rather called Soul Realm Prison. At first, Yi Yun only thought it was a difference in name, but after he returned to the spaceship and carefully contemplated it, he discovered that this Ru-Wa clan's talent technique was actually much more powerful than the Soul Barrier rumored in the outside world. There was simply no comparison between the two. The research on the Ru-Wa clan has long been no secret. Their talent technique has always been the rumored Soul Barrier, which can greatly enhance soul defense capabilities, dealing with mental attacks and illusions with extremely strong resistance effects. Generally, astral rank Ru-Wa clan members can easily resist the mental, divine might and attacks of universe rank powerhouses, almost unaffected. Its power was already quite good. However, the Soul Realm Prison that Yi Yun copied had far more effects than that. The passive power of soul defense itself still existed, but one difference was that Yi Yun could actively cast it, similar to a mental attack method. Once an opponent was hit, their soul thoughts would be confined as if in a prison. With their thoughts stagnant, they would completely lose control over their own situation, effectively giving up resistance and allowing Yi Yun to manipulate them at will. If it were just a single soul mental attack, it wouldn't cause Yi Yun to lose composure. The most crucial issue was that this active offensive method, like the passive defense ability, could cross ranks. This meant that Yi Yun, currently at stellar rank 9th order, once he cast this move, most universe rank powerhouses would be hit instantly. Even if the duration was extremely short, it would be enough for Yi Yun to launch several rounds of attacks. It could be said that in a fight against peers, if one's mental defense ability was slightly weaker, encountering Yi Yun would result in instant death. Could it be a bit too heaven-defying? Yi Yun couldn't help but murmur to himself. According to the description of this talent technique, solely relying on this Soul Realm Prison, he was now an enhanced version of the Illusion Demon Galaxy, and the upper limit of opponents he could deal with was even higher. If they didn't have the powerful Will Blessing like Luo Feng, they would definitely not be able to break through the Soul Realm Prison in a short time, and then they would only face defeat. After obtaining this Soul Realm Prison, Yi Yun gained another trump card. However, it was a bit regrettable that this Soul Realm Prison was not an area of effect offensive skill, and its use consumed a lot of energy, which was also a great burden on Yi Yun's soul. Therefore, it could not be used multiple times simultaneously. But even so, it was already heaven-defying enough. After obtaining such a heaven-defying talent technique, Yi Yun undoubtedly gained more confidence for the upcoming Universe Peak Genius battle. Even when facing a character like Balan, who was incredibly heaven-defying in the early stages, he would have the power to fight. Half lying on the spaceship's chair, Yi Yun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The universe is truly vast and full of wonders. The Ru-Wa clan possessed such a powerful and heaven-defying talent technique, but they were innately unable to cultivate, only able to maintain their strength at the astral rank level. And because they did not know how to use it, they never displayed its offensive characteristics, causing their entire race to be completely overlooked. And throughout the entire universe, how many similar wondrous situations like the Ru-Wa clan exist? Even powerful universe lords and universe strongest cannot fully grasp the mysteries of the universe, let alone the currently weak Yi Yun. At the same time, the acquisition of the powerful and unexpected surprise of Soul Realm Prison also provided Yi Yun with a new direction for his future path. not to limit his thinking based on known information. Perhaps some inconspicuous small race possesses unknown potential, and with his eye of replication's scanning ability, he has a great chance to discover special situations that others have not noticed. However, Yi Yun has only just obtained this Soul Realm prison talent technique and has not yet conducted in-depth research. He does not have a particularly clear judgment of its specific actual power level and needs to continuously explore it in the future to maximize its effect. Moreover, Yi Yun has a strong feeling that perhaps when his rank increases, this talent technique belonging to the Ru Hua clan will undergo different changes. While comprehending the newly acquired Soul Realm prison, he directed Momo Yu to travel towards the core area of the central part of the Fu Peng Star region. After about 20 days of full-speed travel, they finally arrived at the estimated location. In front of the spaceship appeared a super-large continent spanning the star domain, which was the most famous and largest trade gathering area in the Fu Peng Star region, Duya Continent. Generally speaking, such super-large continents do not exist in the universe, but due to the special circumstances of the Fu Peng Star region, after many years of development and evolution, such a strange sight has formed. The unique geographical conditions naturally became a gathering place for various star domain pirates, intelligence organizations, and criminals. It is said that there are territory lord rank powerhouses suppressing it, and it has been maintained for many years, far more powerful and prosperous than gathering places like Ku Long Star. Chapter 95, Waiting for the Rabbit. Developing to this day, Duya Continent is no longer just a trading hub, its inherent functions are more comprehensive. At the center of the continent, there are 4 markets east, west, south, and north, each with a specific focus. For example, the east market primarily deals in intelligence gathering and selling, while the west market mainly trades various cultivation resources and treasures. There are also functions such as slave trading, leisure and entertainment, and employment. It can be said that anything you can think of can be found in the markets of Duya Continent. Other parts of Duya Continent are occupied by various advanced forces, which have developed into their relatively fixed strongholds. For instance, the Black Beast organization, which Yi Yun once dealt with, has its own territory on Duya Continent, serving as their primary base. Overall, the entire Duya Continent appears like a super-large city in the outside world, a paradise for space pirates and criminals gathered within the Fu Peng Star region. Yi Yun leaped out of the spaceship, his primal force battle suit still transformed into a dark cloak, covering his entire body. Maintaining vigilance, Yi Yun flew towards the central market of Duya Continent. Yi Yun's objective was very clear. His purpose in coming to Duya Continent this time was to obtain information about the Red Serpent Squad, thereby completing his mission and leaving the Fu Peng Star region as soon as possible. He had already gained extremely surprising harvests in the Fu Peng Star region this time, so there was no need to waste time here. The layout of the East Market is very distinctive. Each shop here does not occupy a large area. Yi Yun tried entering a shop and found that it was divided into small rooms with an instrument placed in each room. Through these instruments, one could communicate with the forces behind the shop to acquire or sell intelligence. This trading model is exclusive to intelligence organizations, ensuring both their secrecy and security, while also greatly accelerating communication efficiency and avoiding many unexpected situations. However, for Yi Yun, this unique intelligence communication mode made his information search much more difficult. If he could communicate with an immortal master, even if the intelligence organization personnel were unwilling to trade information about the Red Serpent Squad, he could easily obtain it by scanning with his eye of replication. Now, it would require more effort. Inside the East Market, besides some fixed shops, other areas like Ku Long Star have temporary flow stalls, which are gathering places for small organizations. Yi Yun set up a small stall with a simple display screen, openly showing a message requesting a certain resource, then sat on the ground and waited silently. For Yi Yun, instead of spending considerable time and effort to gain the favor and trust of organizations like Black Beast, it was better to wait for the rabbit at the entrance of Duya Continent's East Market. Yi Yun believed that this most prosperous market on Duya Continent must be an important place for the Red Serpent Squad to resupply and gather intelligence, and there was a very high probability of encountering them. The Red Serpent Squad had just committed crimes outside the Fu Peng Star region and had been hiding in the Fu Peng Star region for just over a year. It was far from the time for them to leave. Yi Yun was very patient, guarding his small stall, quietly waiting for his prey to appear. Yi Yun deliberately set up his stall at the entrance of the East Market. Basically, everyone entering the East Market would pass by here. Yi Yun usually entered the virtual universe for perception and training, with Momo Yu responsible for vigilance and reporting outside. As soon as someone appeared, Yi Yun would use his eye of replication to quickly scan them, determining whether they had ever contacted the Red Serpent Squad or knew their latest news. More than 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, at Momo Yu's prompt, Yi Yun's consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. He habitually scanned the gray-clothed man passing by. As the scan progressed, Yi Yun, who had been nonchalant, suddenly became excited, and his slightly narrowed eyes slowly brightened. From his appearance, this gray-clothed man was completely unremarkable, with characteristics consistent with ordinary space pirates and criminals, and would not attract any attention. However, after Yi Yun's scan, he discovered that this person's identity was unusual. He was actually an official member of the Red Serpent Squad, staying here alone for 10 days. Even with Yi Yun's patience, he was still somewhat bored and irritable. Now, he finally had a reward, and it was not just a simple clue about the Red Serpent Squad. He had directly caught a trace of a Red Serpent Squad member. The Red Serpent Squad is an elite space pirate organization. Besides their 2 universe rank captains, all other official members combined only number a dozen or so. It can be said that when they act alone, their target is very small, and they do not contact any organization in advance before acting. Just like this time, this gray-clothed member also temporarily decided to come to Duya Continent's East Market and never expected to be targeted. As the scan progressed, Yi Yun also received more information. After a while, the gray-clothed man quietly passed in front of Yi Yun and walked towards a shop in the center of the East Market. Yi Yun had already obtained the information he wanted, so there was no need to alert the enemy now. He silently packed up his stall, went to the spaceship docking port on Duya Continent, and piloted his spaceship into the universe's starry sky. The spaceship left Duya Continent but did not go far. Instead, after making a large circle, it stopped on a small meteorite. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio after waiting quietly for 2 days. Finally, in Yi Yun's view, a crimson triangular spaceship appeared in the starry sky ahead. From the direction of Duya Continent, a single-person flying device rapidly approached the crimson spaceship and then was sucked into it. Seeing such a scene, Yi Yun's expression was calm, not feeling surprised at all. He quickly activated the disturbance device he had set up in the nearby starry sky. The crimson spaceship, which was just about to accelerate its jump, violently shook from side to side, then stopped in that part of the starry sky, completely unable to move. After completely scanning the gray-clothed man's memory, Yi Yun was very clear about their action plan, so he arrived at the gray-clothed man and Red Serpent Squad's meeting point in advance and set up an ambush. This was the combat area he had designated for himself. The Red Serpent Squad's movements have always been erratic because they are not as large and cumbersome as other space pirate organizations. A team of less than 20 people, piloting only one D-class spaceship, greatly reduces the chances of being tracked. Yi Yun, fully armed, quietly left the spaceship and slowly approached the crimson spaceship. After a while, more than a dozen figures successively flew out from the crimson spaceship. Yi Yun silently counted them, a total of 17 humanoids, and secretly nodded to himself. As expected, all members of the Red Serpent Squad were here, just as the information indicated. As long as he captured them all this time, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. The restriction device Yi Yun used was not very advanced. He believed that with the extensive experience of these space pirates, they would quickly find the problem. Yi Yun simply stopped waiting. His Cold Light 9 section spear quietly disassembled, and two blue-silver spirit sword fish silently formed. Under Yi Yun's control, space law secret patterns instantly flashed and erupted. As soon as they attacked, the next moment they arrived among the crowd. Of course, Yi Yun would not speak of Dao when dealing with this group of heinous space pirates. He had the advantage of ambushing from the shadows, so he naturally had to maximize his advantage. The two leaders of the Red Serpent Squad stood at the very front of everyone. Both wore crimson battle armor, and equally crimson helmets completely encased their heads, making their appearances unclear. The moment the spaceship encountered trouble, both captains realized they had been ambushed. So after coming outside the spaceship, they maintained maximum vigilance, guarding against hidden enemies. However, it was only when Yi Yun's two spirit sword fish appeared before them that they finally reacted, but there was no time to respond. They could only watch helplessly as the sharp heads of the spirit sword fish struck their battle armor. Yi Yun's attack had been brewing for a long time. Not only did it form the spirit sword fish, but his spiritual power amplitude was fully activated, acting upon the two spirit sword fish, instantly adding infinite impact power. At the same time, it frantically connected the law of water and law of space secret patterns on the spirit sword fish's bodies, further enhancing its power. It could be said to be the strongest attack Yi Yun could currently unleash. The facts were just as Yi Yun expected. The two fully unleashed spirit sword fish, without much effort, forcefully broke through the crimson battle armor of the two universe-rank captains, fiercely piercing into their hearts. Then they transformed into countless fine needles, explosively churning within their bodies, instantly destroying their chests, dantians, and sea of consciousness, completely extinguishing their life force. To catch the bandit, first catch the leader. Yi Yun understood this principle well. By striking first, he mercilessly and precisely annihilated the two universe-rank captains. The remaining elite astral rank members posed no threat at all. From Yi Yun's attack to the demise of the two universe-rank captains, it happened in an instant. All members of the Red Serpent Squad had not yet reacted when they saw their captains' bodies fall, immediately becoming utterly terrified. Then they saw blue fine needles floating out from the two captains' bodies, rapidly combining into more than a dozen blue-silver daggers. Each dagger precisely found a target, and the next moment, 15 more corpses appeared in the starry sky. The Red Serpent Squad was completely annihilated. From beginning to end, they did not know who their opponent was. Especially the disbelief remaining on the faces of the two universe-rank captains lingered for a long time. In the instant before their deaths, they reviewed all the forces they had provoked, yet still could not find the reason for their sudden annihilation. Chapter 96, Return. After dealing with all the enemies, Yi Yun finally appeared and walked to the middle of a pile of corpses. Yi Yun was very satisfied with the results of his ambush, but there was nothing to be complacent about. The Red Serpent Squad had not been eliminated mainly because the special environment of the Fu Peng Star region allowed them to hide themselves better, making it difficult to pinpoint their whereabouts. However, once their traces could be locked, many people had the ability to eliminate them. Looking at the crimson triangular spaceship in front of him, Yi Yun smiled. After Momo Yu's scan, he knew that this spaceship was a pure metal D-class spaceship made entirely of Fiku stone essence, worth at least 100 times more than his Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship. It was his biggest spoils of war this time. Yi Yun decisively abandoned Morin's spaceship, which he had originally been riding, cleaned up the battlefield, and entered the Crimson spaceship. Momo Yu spent some effort to deal with the intelligence on the spaceship, and immediately, this Crimson D-class spaceship completely fell under Momo Yu's control. After checking the spaceship, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. In addition to the spoils of war harvested from the Red Serpent Squad members, at least 10 cabins on the spaceship were filled with various resources and treasures. The total value, when added up, was even more valuable than the entire spaceship itself. Is being a star pirate really this profitable? While excited, Yi-Yun couldn't help but sigh. The Red Serpent Squad had plundered in various star domains for many years, and they had actually amassed so much wealth. From these riches, one could vaguely see how many people had been harmed and harvested by them. Every resource was stained with bloody sin. With a soft sigh, Yi-Yun instructed Momo Yu to pilot the spaceship out of the Fu Peng Star region. Having perfectly annihilated the entire Red Serpent Squad, Yi-Yun had completed this foreign assignment and could return to the Ganwu secret realm to report. As the spaceship entered the dark universe, Yi-Yun composed himself, thinking about the aftermath of killing the Red Serpent Squad. According to their memories, a domain lord is actually backing the Red Serpent Squad. Upon receiving this information, Yi-Yun immediately understood why the Red Serpent Squad could thrive in the Fu Peng Star region, and why even the Black Beast and other intelligence agencies dared not betray their information. It was all because of that domain lord's suppression. The Red Serpent Squad's years of activity were also for the purpose of collecting wealth and resources for that domain lord, and the resources they kept for themselves were only a very small portion. Although somewhat surprised, Yi-Yun did not feel that the domain lord behind them would pose any threat to him. This mission to kill the Red Serpent Squad was directly issued by the Ganwu Secret Realm. As a member of the Ganwu Secret Realm, he did not believe that Domain Lord would dare to defy the Ganwu Secret Realm's orders. In fact, if he went too far, what awaited him would be the Ganwu Universe country's personal reckoning. Yi-Yun did not record the process of killing the Red Serpent Squad this time, but he believed that the Ganwu Secret Realm naturally had ways to know how he completed the mission, so he was not worried at all. He calmly followed the spaceship back, once again immersing himself in cultivation. Piloting a higher-level D-class spaceship on the return journey, Yi-Yun returned to the Ganwu Secret Realm in less than 2 months. The first thing he did upon returning was to pay his respects to his teacher, King Lai. King Lai looked at Yi-Yun with a satisfied expression. She admitted that due to her personality, she hadn't spent much time on Yi-Yun's guidance, but Yi-Yun's progress in cultivation had always amazed her. Even with a difficult spiritual power weapon like the Cold Light 9-section spear, Yi-Yun was still able to reach his current level through his own efforts and talent, which was enough to make her proud. Thinking of this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on King Lai's clear and cold face, and she said crisply, "Yi-Yun, I have already received news of your completed mission. I must say, Yi-Yun, you have brought me another surprise. The mission rewards have already been issued to you. As per Golden Light Marquia's instructions, you don't need to undertake any more missions for a while. Prepare with peace of mind for the Universe Peak Genius battle in a few years. Even the Country Lord has placed high hopes on you this time. Based on your current performance, there is a great possibility that you will break into the top 10 in the entire Universe Genius ranking. It can even be said that the first place is not impossible, so Yi-Yun, you must not be complacent. As long as you can achieve good results in this genius battle, the Country Lord and others will not be stingy with your rewards." Yi-Yun nodded slightly. At this stage, King Lai and the others were not yet aware of Balin's existence. Once Balin made a name for himself, King Lai and the others might not be so confident in his ability to contend for first place. However, the current Yi-Yun was full of confidence in himself. With all his methods unleashed, it was hard to say who would have the upper hand against Balan. Yi-Yun had no objection to the Ganwu Secret Realm's subsequent arrangements for him. This foreign mission had not only given him the Ru Hua clan's talent technique, Soul Realm Prison, but also the Iron Line Grass Seeds and Loch Divine Water he obtained from Night Lin. Most importantly, Yi-Yun had copied Night Lin's terrifying talent in the Law of Space. All of these required a certain amount of time to digest and comprehend. The Universe Peak Genius battle was only a few years away, and Yi-Yun did not want to waste time on other matters. Upon returning to his manor, High Man and the other 12 World Lord peak powerhouses looked at Yi Yun with completely different eyes. They had all thought that Yi Yun was a genius in their respective paths, but they never imagined that Yi Yun was actually an all-rounder who developed in all aspects, and all of them progressed rapidly. Therefore, their attitudes also changed, becoming more enthusiastic. Yi Yun met with the 12 teachers one by one, then entered the cultivation room, taking out the grayish-brown iron line grass seed and a bottle of Loch divine water emitting coldness. Yi Yun held the iron line grass seed, gently caressing it, recalling Night Lin's introduction. In fact, the 2 iron line grass seeds in Night Lin's hands had been damaged before, and the vitality contained within them was extremely weak. According to Night Lin, the possibility of them sprouting and growing into young plants was very small. It was precisely because of this that Night Lin, in addition to offering the iron line grass as compensation, also added many resources and treasures, all to compensate for the diminished value of the iron line grass seeds. Night Lin also included this bottle of 10 grams of Loch divine water to increase the chances of successfully cultivating the iron line grass. The high-level life spiritual energy contained in the Loch divine water could still provide some help. However, the amount of Loch divine water was too little, only 10 grams, so Night Lin had no way of knowing if it would be effective. She could only wish Yi Yun good luck, but for Yi Yun, this was not a problem at all. If 10 grams of Loch divine water didn't work, then he would use 100 grams. If 100 grams also didn't work, then he would increase it to 1,000 grams. Yi Yun didn't believe that the iron line grass seed wouldn't regain its vitality after being infused with a large amount of Loch divine water. The cultivation room assigned to each genius in the Ganwu secret realm was a completely private space. Under normal circumstances, there would be no peeping. However, Yi Yun still instructed Momo Yu to monitor and obscure the entire cultivation room. Although he trusted the Ganwu secret realm's policy on the secrecy of cultivation rooms, necessary precautions still had to be taken. Holding the iron line grass seed in his left hand and the jade bottle containing Loch divine water in his right, Yi Yun activated his Eye of Replication, scanning them one by one. After a while, both the iron line grass seed and the jade bottle containing 10 grams of Loch divine water transformed into a scaled-down 100% model, stopping in a corner of Yi Yun's sea of consciousness. Having successfully completed the scan and duplication, Yi Yun was in a good mood. The iron line grass seed contained vitality, yet it could still be scanned and copied. Yi Yun estimated that this was related to the iron line grass seed not yet having developed its own consciousness. In this case, it still belonged to the category of objects. If it grew into an iron line grass plant, it should no longer be able to be copied. With the copied template, Yi Yun no longer hesitated. His spiritual power gently lifted the iron line grass seed, then slowly enveloped the iron line grass seed with the cold Loch divine water from the jade bottle. Yi Yun could clearly perceive that upon contact with the Loch divine water, the iron line grass seed began to absorb frantically. In a short while, the mere 10 grams of Loch divine water were completely absorbed into the iron line grass seed. Gently recalling the iron line grass seed, Yi Yun found that after absorbing 10 grams of Loch divine water, the vitality emitted by this iron line grass was significantly stronger, and the seed felt much fuller overall. However, it was a pity that, although the vitality contained in the Loch divine water was indeed powerful, the quantity was too small. This iron line grass seed had also suffered significant damage before, so it still could not meet the conditions for germination. Seeing such a result, Yi Yun was not surprised. This was also the result Night Lin had told him in advance. Yi Yun took out some Muya crystal and placed the iron line grass seed into it, allowing it to absorb the energy within the Muya crystal. After completing this step, Yi Yun no longer paid attention. If the iron line grass seed could successfully sprout through the energy of these Muya crystal, Yi Yun would naturally be very satisfied. But if not, Yi Yun was not prepared to materialize more Loch divine water in the Ganwu secret realm. Although the chance of being noticed was very small, Yi Yun did not want to take any risks. At this stage, until he participates in the Universe Peak Genius Battle and enters the Virtual Universe Corporation, he won't need the help of the Iron Line Grass for a long time. When he enters the vast universe for tempering in the future, he will have plenty of time to cultivate it, and there's no need to rush to germinate it now. Chapter 97, The Hanging List, Start. After returning to the Ganwu secret realm, Yi Yun immersed himself in cultivating and comprehending, and time flowed away like water, quietly passing by. Earth time, March 9, 2066, evening. Momo Yu's voice rang in Yi Yun's ear, Dad, important email. Yi Yun opened his eyes, checked it briefly, and a smile appeared on his lips. The email was from his teacher, King Lai, reminding him that the Virtual Universe Corporation's Universe Peak Genius Battle, held once every 10,000 years, had already begun. Yi Yun entered the virtual universe and saw a huge announcement suspended in the sky above the vast Ganwu continent. The announcement was entirely black, with intense light emanating from its edges and dazzling white characters written upon it. At this moment, not only on the Ganwu continent, but in the virtual universe, above every continent representing a universe country and every island representing a universe mid-level country, huge announcements appeared. And each announcement proclaimed the news that the Universe Peak Genius Battle was about to be held. Everyone currently in the virtual universe could easily look up and see this giant announcement, and after reading the text recorded on it, regardless of whether they had heard of this Universe Peak Genius Battle or not, they all fell into a frenzy. The Universe Peak Genius Battle is held twice every 10,000 years, jointly organized by the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Great Axe Battle Ground with numerous universe countries, aiming to select outstanding genius elites among human descendants and cultivate an endless reserve force for humanity. Each time the Universe Peak Genius Battle is held, it is a grand event for the entire human universe, attracting countless astral rank martial artists, but only 1,000 people can enter the final round. Top geniuses from various universe countries competing against each other is itself an exciting thing for everyone, not to mention the huge rewards involved, which are enough to drive every astral rank martial artist crazy. The Peak Genius Battle is about to begin. Ha ha ha, it's going to be crazy. It's actually all human geniuses from all universe countries fighting together. That's billions and billions in number. I heard that the top 1,000 in the entire universe ranking also receive astonishingly huge rewards. As soon as the news of the Peak Genius Battle was released, it quickly spread among the major human universe countries. And in a short time, with the convenience of the Virtual Universe Network, almost everyone began to pay attention. Yi Yun walked on the streets of the Ganwu continent, clearly feeling the excitement and madness of the people around him. He chuckled, spent money to set up a small private chat room, and invited Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God to join. Not long after, Luo Feng and the other two entered the chat room simultaneously, and the four virtual figures sat together. Thunder God rubbed his bald head, looked at Yi Yun, and said with a smile, "Ha, Yi Yun, you're looking for us for this upcoming Universe Peak Genius Battle, right?" Because Yi Yun had informed them in advance, the situation this time was slightly different from the original. Luo Feng and the others had known about this news for a long time, so when this day truly arrived, they weren't surprised, but rather eager to try their hands. Years of tempering and comprehension had made them somewhat itching for a fight, and a grand event like the Peak Genius Battle, sweeping across the entire human universe, directly ignited the flames of passion in all three of them. Luo Feng also showed a smile. After possessing the golden-horned beast, Luo Feng's heart nature was significantly affected, although not to the point of being bloodthirsty. The violent and cold emotions could not be suppressed and could only be dispelled through virtual battles in the slaughter field. Luo Feng was already eager to compete and fight with geniuses from all over the universe this time. Yi Yun said with a smile, "Actually, we all understand the general situation, so there's no need to say much. It's just that this time I need to act with the Ganwu Secret Realms team and can't be with you all. As an astral rank genius heavily cultivated by the Ganwu Secret Realm, Yi Yun had not breakthrough until now, waiting for this peak genius battle. After several years of cultivation, King Lai and Golden Light Marquis valued Yi Yun even more. Always seeing Yi Yun as a strong contender for the first place in the overall universe ranking of this peak genius battle. Thus, Yi Yun naturally could not move freely. Hong smiled gently. Over the years, he had become increasingly introverted, as if transitioning from extreme light to coexisting with light and darkness, and stepping into a new realm. He said in a low voice, "Yi Yun, one must be strong oneself. In such a competition, one can only rely on oneself. To be honest, I also really want to know what level we, the current astral rank martial artists in the entire human universe, can reach." Yi Yun nodded slightly. Although he had not returned to Earth in these years, he frequently contacted Luo Feng and Hong in the virtual universe and understood their situations well. Compared to the original, Luo Feng and the other two were undoubtedly stronger at this time. Hong and Thunder God did not fall into a deep sleep due to dealing with the golden-horned beast, and Luo Feng also possessed the golden-horned beast earlier, releasing his potential sooner. And in these years, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God teamed up to adventure and temper themselves in the universe, forming a deep friendship with each other. Fighting side by side, it can be said that everyone developed rapidly and made swift progress. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Feng and the other two at this time would certainly have no problem passing the first round of world selection. As for how far they could go afterward, it would depend on their own performance. It is worth mentioning that, although Yi Yun's actions disrupted Luo Feng's original timeline, Luo Feng and the other two still participated in the Kanglan Star Universe Apprentice Mercenary Assessment, and just like in the original, became the biggest winners in the competition for the opportunity in the Thunder World's world within a world. This also made Yi Yun sigh at the power of historical development and the abnormality of Luo Feng, the destined protagonist. No matter how the outside world developed, he could still walk on the path most suitable for himself, which was truly terrifying. Similarly, both the 9 Heavy Sky evolution and the demonic killer race's skin were unexpectedly obtained, and with immense wealth, Luo Feng's own combat power was completely on par with his counterpart at the same period in the original. Yi Yun chatted with Luo Feng and the other two for a while, agreed on some registration details, and then left separately. There was less than 2 months until the official start of the Peak Genius battle, and each of them wanted to squeeze their potential and become stronger in this final time. Facing the billions of astral rank geniuses from the Ganwu universe country, as martial artists, who would be willing to fall behind. Peak Genius Battle begins. Chapter 98. Geniuses Gather. Teleporting back to his room in the Ganwu Secret Realm, Yi Yun raised his hand to summon a virtual screen, entered the official website of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and clicked on the Universe Human Peak Genius Battle special topic on the homepage. This Peak Genius Battle, held twice every 10,000 years, is open to any stellar rank human genius. There are no age restrictions, but older contestants who haven't breakthrough into universe rank for thousands of years generally don't participate. If their strength is insufficient, it can be quite humiliating. The Peak Genius Battle is divided into the Universe Country Selection Battle and the Peak Final Battle. Whichever universe country one registers in, they will participate in that universe country selection battle. Only by securing a top 1,000 position in that universe country selection battle will one be qualified to participate in the Peak Final Battle for the entire universe. The process is like sifting through sand, and a few simple words cannot convey its brutality and difficulty. After a quick glance, Yi Yun clicked on the registration option below. At the very top of the web page, there was a prominent line of numbers, 2,545,656,587. In the short time since the suspended enunciation appeared, over 2.5 billion people had already successfully registered, and this number was still increasing rapidly, demonstrating the enthusiasm of the various astral rank geniuses. Yi Yun gently shook his head, quickly filled in his details, and clicked the registration button. Beep scan complete. Stellar rank 9th Order Psyker Master. Registration approved. The virtual universe's body strength scan is very accurate, capable of precisely identifying the specific strength of the registrant, so there is no possibility of strong above astral rank registering. Of course, because the strength of all registered astral rank martial artists varies, when the competition officially begins, everyone's physical quality will be completely identical. Stellar rank 9th Order physical quality and stellar rank 9th Order spiritual power. Basic qualities are equal for everyone. The competition is about each person's will, domain, experience, law comprehension, and so on. The entire registration process was still going to last for over a month. Yi Yun closed the web page, temporarily forgot about the matter, and re-immersed himself in the comprehension of laws. By Earth time, April 16, 2066, after registration closed and statistics were compiled by the Virtual Universe Corporation, the number of astral rank experts who registered within the Ganwu Universe country exceeded 822. 5 billion, demonstrating the Virtual Universe Corporation's appeal to astral rank geniuses. However, out of these over 822.5 billion registrants, the vast majority of participants would be eliminated in the preliminary round of the first stage of the Ganwu Universe country selection battle. Ultimately, only 100,100 people would advance to the arena battle to determine the final top 1,000 list. To select 100,100 people from over 822.5 billion, one doesn't even need to compete. Just hearing such rules allows one to feel the extreme cruelty of the system. One can fully imagine what a chaotic situation it will be. To retain the hope of advancing, everyone will fight with all their might, and it will be a world of blood and corpses. For the Ganwu Universe country's preliminary elimination, the virtual universe will first divide 100 worlds. After the competition begins, over 8.2 billion participants will be teleported into each world. Over the course of 1 month, the over 8.2 billion participants in the same world will kill each other to earn points. After the time ends, only those whose points rank in the top 1001 in each world zone will be considered to have passed the preliminary elimination and gain the qualification to enter the next stage. The first-place finisher in each world zone will directly enter the Ganwu Universe country's top 1,000, securing 100 of those spots without needing to participate in the subsequent arena battle, while the remaining 900 spots will be contested by the 100,000 people in the arena battle. After registration closed, the Virtual Universe Corporation began preparation work. Another month passed, and on Earth time, May 16, 2066, the day for the Ganwu Universe Country Preliminary Elimination Assembly finally arrived. At the gathering point in the Ganwu Secret Realm, countless astral rank geniuses belonging to the Ganwu Secret Realm gathered, receiving instructions from the Ganwu Country Lord. The Ganwu Country Lord seemed to be in the starry sky, his colossal figure completely indiscernible. His deep voice slowly resounded, "You are the future elites and pillars of my Ganwu Universe country. I hope that you will occupy at least half of those 100,100 spots." Countless astral rank geniuses knelt below, while Yi Yun, along with his teacher King Lai and many undying level experts, stood together, instantly feeling immense pressure. After the Ganwu Country Lord's routine address concluded, King Lai and the others seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing a powerful universe exalt like the Ganwu Country Lord, even these undying level experts could not be at ease. King Lai looked at Yi Yun and spoke coldly. "Yi Yun, you should go too. Don't force yourself to aim for first place in every world zone you have cultivated for too short a time. The best choice for you is to witness various types of geniuses in the later arena battles and enrich your combat experience." Yi Yun nodded slightly, returned to his residence, and entered the virtual universe with his consciousness. As soon as he entered, Yi Yun felt the gazes of countless people around him, the other astral rank genius elites from the Ganwu secret realm. Earlier, each of them had knelt below, while Yi Yun was able to stand with many undying. Such differential treatment naturally made them feel some injustice. However, in the past few years, Yi Yun had completely fought his way to fame in the Ganwu secret realm. Although the incident of him teaching Francisca a lesson when he first entered the Ganwu secret realm was well known, many people still had strong confidence in themselves and challenged Yi Yun. Yi Yun accepted all challengers, and relying on his excellent strength, he crushed all the geniuses who challenged him. After a few years, he was truly the #1 astral rank individual in the Ganwu secret realm. Yi Yun gently exhaled, his gaze sweeping into the distance. Their area was where the Ganwu secret realm's assembled personnel were located. Other areas were filled with all the registered participants. As far as the eye could see, there were only figures in all sorts of clothing, with varying body sizes. The only similarity was the strong confidence and anticipation on everyone's faces. The number 822.5 billion is indeed very large, but compared to the total population of the Ganwu universe country, it is completely insignificant. This means that every astral rank expert who dared to register has their own unique strengths. Some possess extreme talent, some have heaven-defying opportunities, some received top-tier training from a young age, and some even have a combination of these. In short, with all sorts of different circumstances, everyone feels that they are strong and want to make others submit. There is only one way: to fight them and make them submit. Chapter 99 Qualifiers begin. Yi Yun did not see Luo Feng and Hong. This time, the four of them were split into different world zones. Yi Yun was in World Zone 66, Luo Feng was in Zone 1, Hong was in Zone 72, and Thunder God was in Zone 88. Attention everyone, a collective teleportation is about to begin. 100 different world zones will open simultaneously. Over 8.2 billion people will be teleported into each world zone. Please check your equipment quickly. Once the preliminary round officially begins and you enter a world zone, you will no longer be able to request equipment. A grand voice broadcast clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Every contestant participating in the preliminary round could apply to the virtual universe for the equipment they needed. There were almost no restrictions, depending on each contestant's specific situation. However, considering what would be most suitable and allow for optimal power, the standard weapons for each contestant were rank 2 to rank 3. While weapons beyond this rank were more powerful, not everyone could use them. Yi Yun wore a dark black rank 3 force battle suit and a space ring on his hand. All his equipment was stored within the space ring. He listened to the voice broadcast's prompts, adjusting his state. After a while, the clear broadcast sounded again. Teleportation is about to begin. Countdown, 60,581,090. Teleport. A vast sound resonated throughout the entire continent. Over 800 billion people were all teleported away. At the same moment, over 8.2 billion people entered each of the 100 world zones specially created by the virtual universe. The peak genius battle of the human universe, across all major universe countries, simultaneously began its preliminary rounds. Ganwu Universe Country Preliminary Round, 66th World Zone. After a brief blur of teleportation, Yi Yun's vision gradually cleared. He looked around and found himself on top of a tall building. The surrounding buildings were densely packed, each at least 100 meters high, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Yi Yun felt it slightly, and discovered that the gravity in World Zone 66 was very strong, at least 1,000 times that of Earth. After getting used to it for a while, Yi Yun lowered his head to check the armguard screen on his wrist, reading the numerous messages transmitted by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Participant, Yi Yun, Ganwu Universe Country Points, 0 ranking, none current world zone, 66th world zone time. The preliminary elimination will last for 30 days. When the time is up, the entire preliminary round ends and winners are determined by the point ranking at the final moment. Note, the 66th world zone is modeled after Horgu Star, a living planet within the territory of the Gupeng Empire, a medium-sized empire under the Ganwu universe country. A continent from Horgu Star has been replicated, covering an area of approximately 10.5 million square kilometers, containing 87 large cities, various small towns, mountains, rivers, forests, and so on. To allow contestants to unleash their full strength, the rank of all houses, ground, and other objects on this continent is B9. Point rules: killing a contestant earns 1 point, and you also receive half of the opponent's points. Ranking rules: upon death, half of your points are lost. After 30 days, the top 1001 in the point ranking of this world zone will successfully pass the preliminary round. Yi Yun was well aware of the rules for the preliminary elimination round. Since everyone only had 1 life, the competition was extremely fierce. Moreover, the scope of each world zone was not very large, and over 8.2 billion people were crammed into such a place, resulting in an extremely high population density. Battles and conflicts erupted almost constantly in the early stages, and only in the later stages did it become a stage for the top experts to showcase their abilities. They had just entered the world zone, but many people on the leaderboard had already gained dozens or even hundreds of points. Clearly, they had been teleported to densely populated areas, and a great battle had erupted as soon as they entered. Those who survived the battle naturally saw their points surge, temporarily putting them ahead. Yi Yun was currently in Fufeng City, one of the 87 large cities, and it was considered one of the larger ones. So, it was obvious that the number of contestants filling Fufeng City at this time must be extremely large, and the conflicts in the first few days were bound to be extremely fierce. Just at this moment, a slender curved blade suddenly appeared behind Yi Yun's head. As the curved blade touched and pierced, Yi Yun's original figure slowly blurred and dissipated, reappearing in another direction on the rooftop, a Psyker Master. Interesting, Yi Yun showed no surprise at being ambushed. As he easily dodged, his spiritual power also locked onto the gray-clad figure on the rooftop of the opposite building. With a slight wave of his right hand, a blue supple water spear appeared in his grasp. Yi Yun's feet instantly burst forth, like a cannonball, and in a flash he arrived before the gray-clad man. The supple water spear had no fancy moves, just a simple thrust, attacking the gray-clad man's face. The gray-clad man had long anticipated Yi Yun's offensive choice. Generally, to deal with a Psyker Master, forcing close-quarters combat and compressing their evasion space has always been the best tactic. He let out a soft cry, and wisps of whirlwind began to swirl, forming a sweeping wind domain that enveloped the gray-clad man's surroundings. Yi Yun couldn't help but let out a soft "oh." The gray-clad man had actually mastered the wind domain, and judging by the mastery of this domain, it had clearly reached the 2nd rank. Among all astral rank geniuses, he could be considered quite good. After the gray-clad man unleashed his wind domain, he was about to recall his curved blade when he discovered that the person in front of him was completely unaffected within his domain. The long spear's forward momentum was completely unstoppable, still thrusting straight forward. This change completely exceeded the gray-clad man's expectations. He had originally intended to suppress Yi Yun with his domain, then recall his curved blade to deliver a fatal blow. But he didn't expect Yi Yun to be completely unaffected, and he immediately panicked. His spiritual power erupted, surging into the flying spiritual power weapon at his feet, intending to temporarily retreat. However, at this moment, something even more horrifying happened to the gray-clad man. The wind domain, which he had always wielded as easily as an arm and considered his absolute trump card, was completely out of his control. It actually turned around and restricted his movements. No matter how his spiritual power erupted and surged, under the entanglement of countless gales, he couldn't retreat an inch. The gray-clad man could only watch in horror as the long spear in Yi Yun's hand, without any technical skill, pierced into his head. The gray-clad man never imagined that he would be easily killed and eliminated at the very beginning of the preliminary round. He was aiming to qualify among the top 1001, and such an outcome was completely unacceptable to him. Yi Yun put away his long spear. After killing the gray-clad man, the point ranking on his arm finally activated. With 1 point, he was ranked after tens of millions of others, vaguely showing the fierce competition elsewhere. Chapter 100 Heavy Knife Killing the Gray-Clothed Man was basically no difficulty for Yi Yun, but that was only for Yi Yun. In fact, with the twofold wind domain and the spiritual power control over psychic weapons that the gray-clothed man displayed, he had a complete chance to enter the top 1001 in the World Zone rankings. According to the original work, in this universe peak genius battle, among all the astral rank participants from the Ganwu universe country, there were approximately over 500 people who had stepped into the law threshold. The majority of these were nurtured by the Ganwu secret realm and other powerful forces. Below them, those who could comprehend their respective laws domains at this stage were already quite strong. After all, there were a full 100 world zones. With these 500-plus people distributed, each world zone would have 5 or 6 people, leaving over 900 spots in each world zone. The gray-clothed man's strength was more than enough to occupy one of them. Yi Yun gently shook his head, his heart calm. Standing on the rooftop, he looked around. Several battlefields had already appeared, with battles of varying intensity erupting. He chuckled softly, the Dungeon shuttle appearing beneath his feet, the supple water spear held diagonally in his right hand, as he swiftly rushed towards a nearby battle group. The two burly men, who had been fiercely brawling, suddenly saw a stranger intrude. They couldn't help but retreat, maintaining vigilance against each other while also guarding against the figure standing on the Dungeon shuttle. The supple water spear instantly disassembled, forming 2 small spirit fish that flew towards the 2 burly men. The blue spirit fish looked incredibly soft, yet they seemed to pierce through space, silently appearing at the chests of the 2 men in the next instant. Before either could react, they forcefully broke through the defense of their original force battle suits and plunged into their bodies, extinguishing their life force within a mere second. The level of these 2 burly men was far inferior to that of the gray-clothed man from just now. Yi Yun didn't even have the thought of sparring with them. After flawlessly killing them, he swiftly rushed to the next battlefield. Just a few minutes later, Yi Yun landed on the rooftop of the central building on this street. In that short time, he had already cleared the entire street, and his points had reached several hundred. He finally had a moment of leisure, but it was a bit regrettable that he hadn't encountered an opponent similar to the gray-clothed man again. Yi Yun had only used the supple water spear as his weapon, switching between close-range and long-range attacks, and his hands hadn't even fully warmed up yet. However, Yi Yun also knew this was normal. The preliminary round lasted for a full month, over 8. 2 billion people would be eliminated in the first few days, and those eliminated early on would generally be weaker. This meant that the further the competition progressed, the stronger the opponents would become. Yi Yun was not too anxious. He picked a direction in Fufeng City and began to move, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Ganwu Universe Country Preliminary Round, First World Zone. Luo Feng was fully armed, his spirit focused and vigilant. After the initial combat experience, he had fully adapted to the rules of the preliminary round. His profound mastery of the Law of Gold, combined with the powerful will of his universe-rank, golden-horned beast body, made controlling the Dungeon shuttle incredibly easy. After sensing his approximate strength level, Luo Feng used the Dungeon shuttle as a flying psychic weapon and took out the 9 heavy sky evolution from his spatial ring. Actual combat is the best way to master and improve skills. Within this month, I will focus all my energy on controlling this 9 heavy sky evolution. Although I have mastered the first layer, countless battles are essential to truly control it freely. There are so many opponents here for me to fight, I don't want to waste such a good opportunity. Luo Feng's goal was firm and clear. Carrying the golden staff-like 9 heavy sky evolution on his back, he searched for his prey in the city. Ganwu Universe Country Preliminary Round, 72nd World Zone. The tall Hong, clad in black battle attire, pulled his long spear from a woman's body. He sighed inwardly, feeling a touch of emotion. The woman's comprehension of the domain was not inferior to his, but by relying on a more refined application of his domain, Hong still managed to win, albeit with some significant injuries, as expected of the Universe Peak Genius battle. Even in just the Ganwu Universe Country preliminary round, the opponents are so formidable. After encountering this powerful woman, Hong also slightly reined in his pride. He had somewhat come to recognize his current level and shortcomings. He could already be considered an excellent astral rank genius, but he had not yet reached the highest tier. Hong recalled the times he had sparred with Luo Feng and Yi Yun, then gently shook his head and headed towards his next destination, Ganwu Universe Country Preliminary Round, 88th World Zone. The bald Thunder God looked at the points ranking displayed on his wrist, feeling very happy and excited. The moment he was teleported in, he arrived at a vast plaza. At the same time, over 1,000 other astral rank participants appeared in the plaza, and without any need for communication, a brutal team battle immediately erupted. Thunder God's luck was good. His six-fold Thunder domain, which he had already reached, unleashed its power. Among this group of astral rank participants, none of whom had comprehended a domain, he was unstoppable, like a God-slayer and a Buddha-slayer. In less than 10 minutes after entering the World Zone, he forcefully broke into the top 10,000. This greatly boosted Thunder God's confidence, and he began to actively search and slaughter within the area. The journey had been very easy and pleasant so far, and he had not yet encountered any troublesome opponents. The preliminary rounds of all major universe countries across the universe began simultaneously. Countless people of the human race, whether noble, high-ranking officials or ordinary citizens, from powerful undying to ordinary people without martial power, all poured into the virtual universe in large numbers. Because the number of participants was too large, there was no live broadcast or rebroadcast of these preliminary rounds. To watch the matches, one could only take a spaceship to the outer space of each world zone and watch in real time through external simulations. Precisely because of this, the outer areas of all major world zones were enveloped by numerous spaceships of varying sizes, showcasing the intense enthusiasm of the spectators. Initially, the situation was not obvious, and the spectators did not have specific viewing targets. However, as time passed day by day, the points rankings on the leaderboard became increasingly clear, and the powerful elite geniuses from various world zones began to emerge one by one, becoming true star players to the outside world. 15 days after entering World Zone No. 66, Yi Yun was in a spacious room, meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard a loud roar from outside. "Cloud Immortal, come out and fight." Yi Yun immediately opened his eyes, his interest piqued. For the past 10+ days, he had been active in the eastern region of Fufeng City, almost completely clearing out this area. Many people had fled to other places, and his name had spread completely. It had been a while since he had fought anyone. Flying out the window, Yi Yun saw the appearance of the newcomer. A muscular man over 2 meters tall, with a circle of dark hair around his head, the top bald and reflecting light. He held a thick, broad saber almost as tall as himself, standing on the ground, exuding an incredibly heavy sense of oppression. Chang Dao. Although Yi Yun hadn't been to other areas, he had still received some news. This muscular man was clearly a overlord-level expert from the western region of Fufeng City, temporarily as undefeated as him in terms of battle achievements, having killed an unknown number of astral rank geniuses. Originally, the two had always been at peace, developing their own strengths. Now, as the preliminary round was approaching its late stage, Chang Dao, after dealing with the people in the western region of Fufeng City, finally began to set his sights on powerful opponents like Yi Yun. At this moment, in the outer space of World Zone 66, on the numerous spaceships watching the competition, countless people noticed the confrontation between Yi Yun and Chang Dao. Both were strong contenders ranked in the top 10,000 of World Zone 66, and their strong performances in recent days had garnered countless fans. The clash between these two powerful individuals finally drew immense attention. Everyone wanted to know who would emerge victorious between Yi Yun and Chang Dao, who had never been defeated and had treated other opponents like chickens to be slaughtered. Yi Yun landed on the ground, a smile playing on his lips. A large saber also appeared in his hand, though Yi Yun's saber was only a little over a meter long and also of a broad blade style. It looked good with Yi Yun's physique, but compared to Chang Dao's giant saber, it was nothing at all. Chang Dao was somewhat surprised to see Yi Yun draw his long saber. Although he was conceited, he was not reckless. Before challenging Yi Yun, he had done his homework and knew that Yi Yun should be a spiritual master controller. He felt that based on his own characteristics and specialized direction, he was relatively suited to counter a player like Yi Yun, which was why he had carefully selected Yi Yun as his first opponent. But now, seeing Yi Yun take out that long saber, which was clearly an original force weapon, Chang Dao was instantly filled with immense doubt. He completely didn't understand Yi Yun's intention and felt that things were somewhat out of his control. However, the battle had not yet begun, so Chang Dao naturally couldn't retreat like this. He gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands, staring in Yi Yun's direction. He seemed to be guarding against the long saber in Yi Yun's hand, but in reality, he was wary of the psychic weapon Yi Yun might suddenly use. Yi Yun paid no attention to Chang Dao's changing mindset at this moment. After more than 10 days of slaughter, Yi Yun had also set his approximate battle mode. After eliminating the vast majority of ordinary geniuses, every subsequent battle he encountered would be against strong opponents with some actual strength. He was preparing to fight opponents of whatever type they were, in the same capacity as them. For example, this Chang Dao in front of him was a martial artist skilled in giant saber weapons. Yi Yun would likewise use a long saber to fight, maximizing his potential and refining his various mastered techniques. Chang Dao had now built up his momentum to the peak. His entire body of muscles suddenly trembled, and all his strength concentrated in his legs and arms. With a sudden burst, the burly giant was incredibly swift. In just an instant, Yi Yun felt the strong wind brought by the giant saber, carrying immense force, already rustling Yi Yun's clothes. The giant saber arrived almost simultaneously with the sweeping wind. Yi Yun held his saber with one hand and simply executed a reverse diagonal chop. With a loud clang, the two large sabers collided. Two powerful forces erupted, immediately creating a strong outward bursting aura that blew away countless dust and debris nearby. Chang Dao, wary of the psychic weapon Yi Yun might have hidden, seemed to attack with full force in this strike, but he actually held back some strength. However, Yi Yun being able to take it head-on still surprised Chang Dao. His gaze involuntarily became more serious, and his estimation of Yi Yun's strength rose another level. He instantly understood that he had encountered an incredibly formidable opponent. A fleeting moment of regret passed through his mind, then transformed into intense battle intent. This probing first strike gained him no advantage. Chang Dao didn't care. He flexibly withdrew his giant saber and launched a fierce, storm-like offensive. Although the giant saber was massive, in Chang Dao's hands, it was as if it had a mind of its own, showing no clumsiness or difficulty in movement. Instead, it greatly leveraged its large and heavy characteristics. For a time, Chang Dao completely controlled the rhythm of the offense. Yi Yun, holding his long saber, resisted with all his might and couldn't help but inwardly praise. If it came to a pure contest of strength, he was indeed slightly inferior to Chang Dao. Yi Yun knew what he lacked. Although in terms of physical quality and force exertion techniques, he and Chang Dao were basically on par, Chang Dao's decades, or even a century of saber training experience, was something he couldn't compare to. Coupled with the fact that this battle perfectly suited Chang Dao's fighting style, it was not at all strange that Yi Yun was at a disadvantage. A few minutes later, Chang Dao's prolonged offense yielded no results, and he became somewhat displeased. Although Yi Yun had been on the defensive, he was like the vast ocean, seemingly able to dissolve all attacks, and could easily hold on for several more hours. Sensing this situation, Chang Dao let out a soft shout, and a burst of yellow light instantly erupted from his long saber. An incredibly heavy and solid sensation emanated from the saber, and Yi Yun immediately felt immense pressure. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio as expected. It's the law of Earth. Yi Yun was not at all surprised that Chang Dao possessed the law of Earth. Without this ability, Chang Dao wouldn't have been able to rampage through the western region of Fufeng City. Moreover, Chang Dao could integrate the power of the law of Earth into his saber techniques, clearly indicating a deep comprehension of the law of Earth. Although he hadn't yet crossed the threshold of the law of Earth, he was already on the verge of comprehending it. With a thought, Yi Yun's comprehension of the law of Earth instantly surged forth, and the feeling of being heavily suppressed throughout his body instantly vanished. However, Yi Yun did not directly manipulate the law of Earth released by Chang Dao. Instead, he emulated Chang Dao, attempting to integrate the power of the law of Earth into his own long saber. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for supporting the channel and enjoying these novel audiobooks. Every subscribe, like, and comment helps us grow faster. If you love revenge stories, overpowered MCs, rebirth novels, and fantasy audiobooks, make sure to subscribe and join the journey.